live total of 4.5, shaded to the over. Blackhawks up on the Hurricanes 3-1 beginning of the second period there. Blackhawks minus 300 live, plus 240 coming back the other way with the Hurricanes. And Coyotes up on the Blues 2-0, 18 minutes ago in the second period there.
Did you say there was an in-game price on the Canadiens that you see down 3-1? Early third?
That was one. No, just a goal line, a puck line is what I'm saying. A goal line, puck line. Yeah.
I should have looked in between periods.
We got a tip in about 5 minutes, that Rockets-Grizzlies game. 3.5 is your line in favor of the Grizzlies. 226 is your total. Minus 155 on the Grizzlies money line, plus 130. If you want to get involved there, again, about 5 minutes to tip there. And then there is a 10:10 Eastern, 7:10 p.m. Pacific. The Nuggets-Lakers. Lakers 5-point favorites, 217. 217 and a half is
We'll try to
total.
keep an eye on injury stuff for that. No Oladipo tonight for the Rockets.
Denver and the Lakers a little later on. I may actually ask James Salinas a Denver Nuggets basketball question to lead things off. Nuggets 5-point dogs to the Lakers in about an hour and a little less than an hour. It's Gil Alexander, Matt Brown, Danielle Avari, Kelly Bidlin. This is VSiN's prime time action. Tomorrow back on MSG Plus, by the way. So we'll be an hour earlier, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Let's bring him in. He is the former winner of the Westgate Super Contest back in 2017. He won a cool $900,000+. That's American dollars, by the way. Next year, he got frisky with it again, finished third. A couple years later, he finished 27th. The year in between, he did interviews with me every Friday and completely blames me for not having that fine of a performance. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the co-host of Betting Across America at VSiN. It's my buddy James Salinas. How you doing, Jamesy?
Well, good evening, primetime action crew. And now that you say that, Gil, thanks for bringing that up. I'm thinking, I should have gave second thought as to coming on with you prior to the Super Bowl. I mean, we're 3 days away. The 1 year I go on with you every week, I didn't do so well in the NFL, and now here I am coming back on with you again, and we have the Super Bowl in 72 hours.
There's 2 days to shed the Gil funk before this. Don't worry about it. Like it washes off in about 48 hours.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Yeah. Dr. Bob thinks I'm a good luck thing, but it didn't work out for James as much. Before we ask you any football questions, I mentioned right before you came on, you're a guy who has attended many a Denver Nuggets game in your life. Nuggets are 5-point dogs tonight at the Lakers. Do you have any feel for this game tonight, James?
Yeah, attending Nuggets games for a long time in my life. I actually I was a kid and went to that triple overtime highest scoring game. I know you guys talk about it, and the NBA's crazy now with as many points as we see. I was actually at the highest attended point total with that Pistons and Nuggets game back in '83. So I'll date myself that way. But as far as this game's concerned, I think the Nuggets, this is actually kind of an interesting scheduling spot for both teams. The Lakers coming off that long 7-game Eastern Conference trip, did very well coming back home. Haven't played a game since then, since they closed out in Atlanta on Monday. We don't typically see that right now in the schedule. And it's like these guys are playing back-to-backs every other night, really condensed schedule. And then the Nuggets on the other side were supposed to play Monday, but haven't played because of the COVID scare that was in the Detroit Pistons team. But they come off that hammer and get a little revenge back from 2 weeks ago against the Jazz. Here's the only concern I have with this game. Obviously, both teams will be ready to play. They're very well rested. But thinking about the Nuggets, their best on-ball defender at the guard position, that's Gary Harris. He's not going to play tonight. So I think that's going to be a challenge for Denver because they're going to have to run multiple different bodies from all different angles to try to contain not only LeBron James, but also Anthony Davis if he decides to play down and around the post, because I think that's where he's more effective against the Nuggets. But as far as the Nuggets have been concerned, they lost a couple players. They lost, they have a couple Pistons now that they lost Jeremy Grant, who's doing very well in Detroit, as well as Plumlee. So they're working through some of their rotation as far as the bench is concerned, and then trying to figure out what is the best role for Michael Porter Jr. That's a guy that on any given night he can light you up from 20 to 30 points a game. His defense is he really struggles defensively, turning his head a lot, not finding his guys. But I think in this game here, I think more so of anything, I would be looking at the over. I know it's crazy to say that, right? Nobody plays overs in the NBA anymore, but I would be looking at the over because I think Denver's going to struggle trying to guard out at the wing position. I look for probably a pretty good night from Dennis Schroeder.
James, if we start to look at this, start to look at the Super Bowl, and let's just assume, let's not talk about the on-field stuff right now between the actual players, but say this game were being handicapped strictly on the sidelines with the coaches. And so we've got Reed, we've got Bieniemy, and we've got Spags, and then on the other side we've got Arians and Leftwich and Bowles. Where do you see any sort of advantage from a coaching standpoint in this game?
Well, I mean, I think from coaching, it would have to favor Kansas City just because that team is still intact, right? Bieniemy's been there, Reed. They've got a great culture there. They know what their identity is and really groomed and cultivated the spectacular star that now has become Patrick Mahomes. And I think with Tampa on the other side, I think that for majority of the season, that was a team that I really struggled to try to get a handle on. Who is this team? What is their identity? Because it would seem like some weeks they were going to run the football and it really wasn't going to fall on Brady's shoulders, and then other weeks they wouldn't adjust. I think about not the Week 12 matchup against Kansas City, where Kansas City ultimately just completely dominated that first half and kind of just coasted to the victory. But the game beforehand, you remember, it was a short week. They played on Monday night against the Rams. They played at home, and the Rams really hammered them, and they were pounding the football at them, and getting a good pass rusher. We didn't see any kind of, at least I didn't see any kind of adjustment out of Tampa at that time. And that was kind of where I felt like at that game, Week 11, when they lost that game on home on Monday night, I just kind of threw my hands up. I was like, I don't understand where this team is at, because I didn't really trust their ability to make in-game adjustments. It didn't happen. And then obviously short week, Week 12, now they're hosting Kansas City, and we just said it, right? They got hammered in that game. The score was not indicative of how that game really played out, especially the first half. But then they went on the bye. They finally had a chance to start to work together offensively, and I think that's where we see they haven't lost since, right? And they did play some weak opponents to close out the season. But as far as the coaching acumen there, I mean, I'm going to give, if I'm going to bet it just from that standpoint, I'm going to trust Kansas City's coaches as opposed to Tampa Bay's at this point.
Have you bet on the side or the total then at all here, James?
Nope, I haven't bet anything. And I think if anything, that's probably what I'm most conditioned. You know how I am anyway, Gil. I'm definitely more, I know there's always value to try to get a good opening number, but I think all season long, this year, of every year, of any year, we've definitely seen the value is more so weighted towards who's going to be available. And hopefully, I know Casey had a little bit of a barbershop COVID scare a few days ago, but I think we're all fingers crossed that none of that's going to happen. But I haven't made a bet. I've been kind of, I've been like this. I feel like a politician last week. I was on each side of the fence for both of these sides, trying to make a case for both teams. And I'm leaning. I've got more of a position now, but I haven't made a bet on the side, the total, nor any props at this point. But we've got 3 days to go. And I think, Gil, the other part is here in Colorado, there's so many different operators. So if I like Tampa Bay, I'll be able to find a 3.5. If I want to take the Kansas City and even find a cheaper money line, I'll have threes and plenty of cheaper money lines to find too. So it's really a bettor's market out here. So I'm not really in a hurry to have to put my money out ahead of anything at this point right now.
James, if we do look at the on-field kind of mismatches here, if we look at the different units and how they match up, I mean, the only thing that really kind of jumps off the page would be the Chiefs' run defense going up against this rush offense from the Bucs. Now, certainly the Bucs weren't the best running unit all year long. It does seem like playoff Lenny has stepped in and looks pretty fresh and I don't know if that was by design that they saved him for later in the season, but has looked pretty good running the ball for them. And of course, the Kansas City run defense would be kind of the rough spot for this team. Do you think there is a chance that Tampa Bay comes out and old school tries to, establish the run here against Kansas City with the thought that maybe, keep Patrick Mahomes on the sideline certainly doesn't hurt?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. I think the other part is, I think they do have an advantage. That offensive line is pretty physical. I know they're the right guard. It's a backup at that position, but the rest of them, they've kind of been mixing and matching as far as injuries throughout the year. But the last handful of games, they've been intact. They did lose Kappa, like we talked about, at the right guard position, but ultimately, they've been running the football. And Rojo was hurt, right? He got hurt going in. He didn't play that first playoff game, the wild card against the Washington football team, but that's where we've seen Fournette. And I think the thing that we've seen with Fournette throughout these first 3 games in the playoffs for the Bucs is their ability to not only try to establish a ground game, and I think the importance is it's not so much about balance. And, well, we got to run as many times or close to it as we do throwing the football, but I think it's more so important when you're running, not only to have the ability to run when you're down inside the red zone, inside the 5-yard line, but also those 3rd and 3s and those 3rd and 4s where it's, for most teams, it's just the auto, all right, we've got to throw the football. This is where Tampa has been able to extend drives. And the thing about Fournette, he's had, through the first 3 games in the playoffs for the Buccaneers, he's been able to carry for 11 first downs, and a number of those were on 3rd down conversions. That game against Green Bay, it seemed like that first half, Tampa couldn't get off the field. They just converting more and more 3rd downs. And I think just having that threat of the run makes you more balanced from that aspect for defenses to have to try to guess what you're going to do, especially when it's that 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. So I think we're going to see, it's not just going to be Tom Brady, this is why we brought you here, go throw the ball 45 times. If they have to do that with Brady, I don't think that's the recipe for success. I think if Brady's somewhere in the mid to upper 30s throwing the football, but they're able to run the ball consistently, maybe with balance between Rojo and Fournette, getting somewhere between collectively about 25 carries, that's the recipe, I think, for Tampa Bay to win the Super Bowl.
Talking to James Salinas at Rounding Again on Twitter, former Super Contest winner. I was talking to Aaron Schatz, the founder and editor-in-chief of Football Outsiders, the great football analytics site, after the Chiefs-Miami game in Week 14, and I sort of casually said at that time, hey, look, the Chiefs, they can turn it on and off. They can flip the switch because they outscored the Dolphins, I think, 30-3 in the second and third quarters that day, and they only ended up winning the game by single digits, I think by a field goal. And he sort of cautioned me at the time. He's like, hey, you're subjective. You're just saying it because it's the Chiefs. You could say that about any team. And so then, we got here to the postseason. Chiefs played a couple of their best games. And I asked Aaron this week, I was like, how do you feel about that now? And he goes, you know what? I think you're right. I think they can flip the switch in a way that most teams throughout history can't. And he says there's a couple things he felt that proved that, one, the step up of their game in the postseason. But more than that, really when they had those huge leads, just how awfully their defense and offense would perform. They'd fall off a cliff performance-wide. It's almost like they would lose interest. Do you buy into that this team could be so good that they just absolutely, when having leads, just kind of, and lose interest is kind of subjective, but certainly their performance drops off so markedly in a way that we're really not used to seeing from great teams?
Well, I think offensively for sure, just because we haven't seen, number one, we haven't seen a quarterback be able to make the throw, especially at such a young age that Mahomes is, to be able to not only read the defenses the way that he does and the poise that he shows in the pocket, his ability to make plays outside of the pocket, and then just all of the arm angles that he can make plays and make throws that you can't prep for that and you can't defend that. It's just something that he has that such special, unique ability to do those types of things. And it puts them into those leads. And yeah, I know there was so much discussion, especially the second half of the season after the Jets game, that they weren't covering any of those numbers, but those numbers were really high and really inflated in favor of the Chiefs. But I think because their defense is not, we can get into a lot of matchups there on that defensive side. We talked about their run defense being really part of the weakness, but ultimately I think their safeties can be attacked too. And their defense really isn't a team that once you get ahead, and Kansas City's usually getting ahead in most of those games, they're not a defense that can sustain those leads. So then it becomes one of those, well, Kansas City was really looking to just get to this point, which they made it. Their whole goal is to get to the Super Bowl. It's not college football, right? They're not looking for style points. It's win, survive, advance, and stay healthy. They've been able to do that. So as far as flip the switch, as far as the intensity and the energy goes, sometimes, there's times where they look disinterested, right? And you're going to see that at a Super Bowl caliber team. Once you've won the Super Bowl, a lot of times there's that Super Bowl hangover, and that can go for the entire season. For Kansas City, it's kind of just been week to week, but only had one loss, basically just the one loss. I wouldn't count week 17 as a loss because they didn't play anybody, but outside of that, they've been doing what they need to do, Gil, to get themselves to a point to be as healthy as they can be, except for one area, which is really key for me, and it's that offensive line for the Chiefs.
Matt, we good?
I'm good.
Okay. We got all we wanted in terms of the info there. And of course, I asked that question, James, because, that first game against Tampa Bay, they took that huge lead, only ended up winning by a field goal. And so relevant in this case. Do you, by the way, just exit question here, do you read into that game, hugely? Or do you just kind of use it as one tool in the whole arsenal? I mean, how much do you rely on that first game when looking at this one?
Not so much, because that's, I think, where Tampa was still trying to figure out what their identity was, right? We just talked about it. They came off that Monday night loss at home to the Rams, follow that up with the short week at home again, but still the short week. They just looked completely unprepared, and I think what they weren't ready for was the speed of Kansas City. Obviously, with Tyreek Hill, he had just an incredible first half, and they weren't prepared for that speed. We're going to see a different aspect of that defense. My concern with Tampa is those two safeties, how healthy are they going to be so that they can have double safety coverage, because they're not going to be able to guard Tyreek. I think they're going to have to be very physical with him up front. I like for a big game out of Kelsey in this matchup, but ultimately the matchup, the hardest one that I'm struggling to get past is that offensive line for Kansas City. Now the left tackle's gone. Everybody has been mixed around, and I think that's going to be the struggle against that front seven for Tampa. They're not going to need to rush and pressure as much, I think, because I think that now with Vita Vea back, he also wasn't there for Week 12. He's back, and he's got some reps under his belt after last week's game against the Packers. I think it's a really tough matchup for Kansas City, and it's going to all fall on Mahomes' shoulders to have to make all the plays for KC to win.
All right, James, we appreciate it as always. Betting Across America, Monday through Friday, right here on the Vegas Stats and Information Network. Always appreciate it, James. Enjoy the game.
Absolutely. Good night, everybody.
You too. James Salinas, one of the great contest players in history.
Isn't it weird that there is like just a completely different mindset when it comes to that than it is just the than it is just the, you would think like, oh no, they're one and the same, or that, and it's completely not.
And James will tell you that, right? He'll be like, nope, this is what I do best.
I think poker players would understand that, but I don't know if everybody, because there are guys who are really good at playing tournaments, where there are other guys who make their living playing cash games, but they don't necessarily intersect. Like they don't necessarily intersect. So I think poker players would get that there's just a different mindset when it comes to those things. But I think a lot of people are like, what do you mean? You should be able to just, why isn't this guy worth $100 million?
What he does, picking 5 a week is its own unique discipline for sure. We'll come back. Danielle will rejoin us. We'll update everything right here on VSiN's Primetime Action.
Sign up for the DraftKings Sportsbook now and get a deposit bonus up to $1,000. Simply download the app, use promo code VSIN, and get started with the only top-rated sportsbook that matters, DraftKings. You can bet on it. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. And remember, if you love live in-game action, you should download the free OddsTrader app right now so you can start winning with the up-to-the-second info you need. Gil.
Okay. Stanford Cal, 13-13.
Not great.
11 minutes left. What do you have in that game again?
-5.5 on Stanford.
Oh, plenty of time. Plenty of time.
By the way, Ohio State won outright for those college basketball bettors out there tonight.
Yeah.
That was a big game.
I know this will interest, well, a small percentage of the audience, but maybe it's a bigger percentage than I thought. But if you do have access to the weekend at halftime, I did an extensive research of the weekend set lists. And what I found is that back in the day, he always started his sets with a song called Pray For Me. And that's not the short shot. That's about plus 250. But this song that he has that you hear everywhere now, Blinding Lights.
Yeah, it's the only song I can name of it.
Oh, and I can't stand hearing that Drek anymore. But I love some of his other songs. But I don't think Blinding Lights will be his first song. So I think it's Pray For Me is my guess. My only worry is there's a song he does with Kendrick Lamar called The Hills, which he could do like a couple bars of and then switch over to another song. So we could have a little controversy in that market as well. That has been the weekend on primetime action.
Interesting.
Embiid goes to halftime with 31 for the 76ers. He is still at 31, and the reason I know that is because they are being outscored 14-0 in the third quarter right now, and the Blazers have opened up a 71-57 lead.
What a
on the
wacky
Sixers.
game.
14-0 here in the third quarter.
So I caught more of, I was on Twitter while you guys were talking to James. What a wacky game. The Sixers in the second quarter, they scored 29 points. Joel Embiid had 25 of them.
Oh, wow.
25 points in the second quarter. And apparently he hyperextended his knee in the first quarter and left for a bit of time before coming back. So, yeah, a pretty adventurous game there in Philly.
25 points in the quarter. Klay Thompson, of course, your record holder for most points in a quarter ever.
I was watching that game live.
37 in the.
Fortunate enough to be. I just happened to be tuned in.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I always say this about Steph Curry's my favorite player in history. Mm-hmm. But no one gets as hot as Klay Thompson hot.
Yeah.
Like when he goes off, I've never seen anything like it. 37 that night against the Kings, January 23rd. The last time we saw Klay healthy, of course.
What are y'all looking for in this Jazz Hawks game?
Under.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gil's basically already home. I'm
Yeah.
laying 8.
Oh, with the Jazz?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
You're probably good too. No winter videos yet.
Yeah,
No
we're not.
videos yet.
We're not
None
doing that.
yet.
Nope.
Don't jinx it. Gil and I need to after last night.
Do you remember the night when Matt played a winner video after the third quarter?
It finally won. It ended up winning, but not until I got
just
home.
got there.
Because it went into overtime. And then it went into overtime. And then I did win. Yeah, the Hawks are shooting 32%.
He was so confident. Give me the winner video.
You're feeling pretty good. Hawks are shooting 32%.
Yeah,
from the floor.
I'm feeling good. This was. I feel like I'm now slightly. If this gets home, I don't want to say it is home. If this gets home, Matt, as we were joking like a couple weeks ago, I feel like I'm now above 500, but it's only slightly on like beating information bets.
Yeah. They've worked out the last 2 or 3 for me, but I started out like 0 for 3. So
Right,
it's
me
about,
too.
it's about 500-ish, something like that.
I made a tennis bet while we were talking about other things there on the
Live?
break. Yeah. Plus 185 on Marta Kostyuk from the Ukraine. She's playing down under. They resumed play. 1-1 with the American Jennifer Brady here in the first set.
I like that whenever I ask Gil for his tennis bets, like I'm gonna. I'm just going to be able to punch it into our page here.
right.
No problem without having to look up the exact spelling of that name.
Kostyuk.
Okay. The plus 185 part I got, and I got
Yeah.
Marta with a K, I believe, so I'll Google it.
Okay. So we have that going on as well. We'll come back. We have a couple things to get to, one of which is more big game props, actual ones that don't have anything to do with the weekend. I promise you that. And we have to update golf because it was the first round of the Waste Management Phoenix Open. My one and done is donezo.
It's not pretty all around.
No.
Pretty much. It's not pretty all around.
It was not a fun first round.
we got some time to catch up, but we're going to need some catching up.
The Wes Reynolds, who was on the show late yesterday, one of his long shots was Matthew Naismith, and he is leading after the first round, and so he was sort of lamenting that he didn't play him in the first round. Got him for the whole tournament. We'll get to that, the carnage, what's good, what's bad, coming back golf right here on VSiN's Primetime Action.
Welcome to all our new viewers this week. Now that you're here, take a minute to start your free trial of an all-access VSiN subscription. March Madness is right around the corner, and the football betting season keeps going after the big game with free agency, the quarterback carousel, and the NFL draft. And of course, our experts are handicapping games in every sport every day, so you have an edge all year round. VSiN gives you everything you need to improve your sports betting IQ with daily insights and analysis. So sign up now to get our daily emails with the best bets from our hosts and guests, 24/7 video streaming, and our point spread weekly betting guides. Check out all of our membership options starting at only less than $4 per month at vsin.com/subscribe to start your free trial today. Gil.
Stanford up 7. 6 minutes left in the first half.
Promising. Huge battle in the Bay. Biggest thing going on there, probably.
Oh, it's massive. By the way, I used to, I grew up on the East Coast, as many of us here did. at least 3 of us. And one of the things, I lived in the D.C., and so, college football, we didn't really have a college football powerhouse, so it was always Michigan, Ohio State, Auburn, Alabama. Those were the big rivalries. And when I moved to the Bay as an adult, and I remember them talking about, like, oh, Stanford, Cal, the big game. And I used to be like, come on, guys. Really?
For who? People who went to Stanford or Cal?
Exactly. I was like, stop it with this. Really? And I love people from both schools, but let's not act like this is major on a national level.
That said, Stanford Stadium now that they redid, the smaller one, one of my favorite ones to go to. You really feel like you're like right on top of the game.
Love going to Stanford Stadium for football games as well.
Yeah.
Tremendous programs, both. All right, golf. Phoenix Open, the Waste Management Phoenix Open. Or the Phoenix Open, Waste Management, or whatever you call it now.
Aptly named based on how everyone's going right now.
That's right. Well, look at Sam Burns is one back. You got him.
Yeah. We Sam Burns is our lone bright spot, pretty much, in all of this.
Where'd he go to school, man?
Yeah, he went to LSU as well. He's an LSU guy.
I'm sorry, LSU?
By the way, good thing you couldn't bet on Jordan Spieth not making the. Well,
yeah,
I mean,
that's exactly right.
Hey, there's a round for him to go.
Sometimes the best bets are the bets you do not make.
Now, there's still a round for him to completely collapse, but he did go 4 under today. But yeah, I mean, this, I don't know, Kelly, I don't know about your guys and your bets and things like that. I'm going to need some help if this is going to be a profitable tournament for me.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we both have Burns, so I mean, let's
if he wins it, we're fine.
Right, in a dream world, if he wins it, like we're fine. Yeah. But we've got top 20s on him too, but that ain't gonna do it. He's got to win the thing to bury me out of the rest. There is one I'm interested in. Justin Thomas, 16-1. Justin Thomas, and I think I'm going to add him. If I can get a number like this in town, Justin, I don't know how much you watched this today, Matt, but Justin Thomas cruising through his first round on 17, puts an approach shot in the trap, goes from trap past the green into the water, triple bogey, brings him back to 1 under par.
Yeah, he was at 4.
Yeah, was at 4 under. Yeah. So he played great today up until that one hole. So 16-1, you're getting him at better price than you would have gotten him pre-tournament. That might be one I'm adding here tonight.
And he can go low. I mean, he can go as low as any of them on the board for sure. There's no doubt about that. So, I mean, I've got a top 10 on him as it is already. But yeah, adding a 16-1 on him, which is way better than your pre-tournament odds that you were getting him at. Certainly something to look at. I think he was 8.5, 9-1, something like that.
T50 right now for JT, 7 strokes back after a 1 under on the day.
But as everyone can see right there, I'm going to need some help.
Yeah, Isaiah's torturing us right now. The other one of my big ones was my Corey Connors top Canadian, and of course Adam Hadwin's out there. There's only 2 other Canadians in the field, and Adam Hadwin's 4 under. Good times.
By the way, can I just interject a point? Anytime the Hawks and Jazz want to stop scoring, please feel free.
Especially the Hawks, please. Okay, yeah, okay.
Just nothing is safe. Nothing
safe. Who's more safe right now? Me laying 8 or Gil with 222?
You're safer.
You're safer.
You're
I
actually
think I just
safer.
passed you as safer, right?
Yes, because again, at halftime, how many points were scored in this game? Like none. And they've just cannot stop scoring in the second half. I still have cushion.
It was 45-37 at the half.
Yeah. I have a bad number at 222. It's now 194, but like an uncomfortable 2 minutes left. Oh, and there's a 3.
Like that's a 3 that should never be made, and it's going in.
It's never easy. It is never easy. It's incredible. Please just run out clock.
This is the prime example of it's an NBA regular season game. We've got a back-to-back. This is the front end of a back-to-back. Empty the bench, and these guys who never play are trying their hardest. Because, mom and dad might be watching on TV back home.
By the way, I'm still a favorite to win, but the fact that this is even a remote sweat, that miss helped right there.
Yeah. Easy layup missed. Yeah,
that one helped. But the fact that we're even watching, anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the golf, but just to let you know.
It is crazy, yes, it's nuts.
The only thing I have going for me really is Billy Horschel, top 10.
That's a great one. Yeah, I mean,
Daniel Berger, okay.
We've got our little card right here. I mean, Zalatoris is way down the board. He'd have to have a real low round. Rory's way down. Corey Connors is 1 stroke off a top 30 for me, so he could get there with a decent round. Homa's lurking as well. He's T37, so he's not out of range or anything like that. Norlander is lurking too. So I mean, there are some that could work. I mean, he's T21 right now, so he could get into the top 10 as well. But gonna need everyone to play better if I'm gonna have any sort of. Yeah, I'm 0 for 5 on cashing right now.
I don't even know who's looking the best on that draft.
Gil's got Billy Horschel as top 10.
Yep, I do.
Who's T6 right now?
By the way, Sung J M, who I'm looking for, top 3 Asian.
Oh, I was gonna make a joke about it.
Third.
He's third? Okay.
Is he third? I thought he's third.
All I know is when I was looking at the leaderboard earlier, Gil, I saw some Asian players that there were some names that I didn't even really recognize.
Pardon me. Fourth.
Yeah.
Not good.
Like you're not losing to the Matsuyamas of the world and stuff like that. You're losing to guys that I don't even really know who they are.
Yeah. So, I mean, Hoffman Straka right now is a push. Horschel top 10 looking good. Fowler's dunzo. So, yeah, this is bad all around.
Yeah. We're going to need some help. That's all I'm saying.
Our Luke List bomb, who came up like 7th in my model. I think he's one under or one over, something like that.
But at least we didn't ride the Sebastian Munoz train this week.
Oh.
He's our guy we love to bet on because he's he is never boring. And he was not boring this week for sure, at least in round 1. But it wasn't of the 7 under variety, it was of the 7 over variety, Gil. We have a bogey quad. Comes back with a birdie and then a double.
He was my first one that I cut off my list. I almost played him.
The Sebastian Munoz experience is amazing.
And Kelly continues to destroy us in one and done. Good guy to have, Sam Burns. Not so good on Fowler and Zalatoris. We'll come back. Big game props. We got more on the way. VSiN's primetime action.
Are you VIP material? DraftKings VIPs enjoy exclusive benefits, enhanced promotional offers, top-tier customer support, access to personalized contests, and more. Visit DraftKings.com/VSiN to learn more. Plus, everyone can download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now, and new customers can get up to $1,000 as a sign-up bonus. Sign up with the promo code VSiN to claim your exclusive offer. That's VSIN. And remember, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be over 21. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Gil.
Kelly and I, both winners, had the under in the Jazz-Hawks game. That one came through. Amazing that they got within 20 of it, though.
Yeah, that was a sweat.
Yeah.
Sweat it shouldn't have been.
And Kelly on the Jazz. Winners, we'll take one winner video for both of us.
You'll share it.
He'll share a video. Look at that.
He shared the game, so
Sadly, that was mistimed.
yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't get that on camera. Like that,
Yeah.
that was just completely wasted. I enjoyed
But
it.
I'm glad
Yes.
we have that now.
That
I
is
enjoyed
awesome.
it. Here we go.
There we
There
go.
we go.
There it is.
Kelly
Okay.
Bidlin.
There we are.
Are those
Obviously, very real hundreds.
Are those real hundies right there? No.
Obviously, very real.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yes.
Not
Very real
exactly.
hundreds.
Might have seen that on Amazon the other day. And,
That was excellent.
Decided it was a must purchase for the show.
I was gonna say
One,
the
for
budget
Super
for
Bowl
this.
weekend, if only.
I got to be honest with you. The fact that you only bought one of them and didn't buy all of us one
Wow.
is
To take one out every
really?
time.
Like that is
The budget for this program couldn't handle it.
No, they couldn't, because I had to get it next day delivery too, so
Yeah.
I could have it here in time for the end of the week. So I spent like $50 on that. I don't
It's
even know.
BYOMG. Bring your own money gun.
That's right, exactly.
It's very
Money
cool.
gun.
That was. I appreciate the effort. That was awesome. I was like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
found
Just
it.
making it rain in
Incredible
here.
hustle.
All right, Danielle. Big game props. We got more.
Yes, I just bet some props today, so I'm excited to see what you guys say about some of these. Let's start with either team to win by exactly 3 points. So the yes at 4-1, the no at -667. These are on points bet, I believe. Yes.
Either team to win by exactly 3 points. The most
So a push
common
for a lot of
outcome
people. Yeah.
of NFL games, and it also happens to be the spread. That's correct.
Yeah.
No, -667. The
That's right.
yes plus 400. Yeah, you need more bang for your buck on that.
That
Yeah, I
4-1's
mean
not
the
getting ya. It's not
the
grabbing you.
no is the play, but like again,
Yeah.
there aren't a lot of bettors who want to lay $667 to win 100.
Nope.
And that's not a fun one, really, to be rooting for. What about any non-quarterback to pass for a touchdown? Any little trickery going on? Yes at 10-1. No at -3,334.
We talked about this a little the other day.
Well, it was a different, and that's what I'm looking up right now.
That was 2.5 passers.
Multiple
Yes.
multiple
Yeah.
passers.
Yes.
This one is to throw a touchdown. 10-1.
Which
you,
is-
you have Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. Why would you waste
insulting.
a play,
Right.
with this nonsense?
But that's exactly what they're expecting. Of course they're expecting Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes to throw touchdowns.
See, like you're
Yeah.
getting it's 10-1, and it has to go for a touchdown, where you're getting plus 165 just for anyone to attempt one. Just for
Again,
anyone to
not
attempt
enough
one.
bang for your buck.
Yeah,
So-
that 10-1, not it.
No.
You'd almost just want to take the 165 if you want to do that on just anyone attempting a pass.
Right.
Yeah.
like just it doesn't have to go for a touchdown.
Even that seems, again, like
Yeah.
the Chiefs,
Yeah.
just anecdotally, and you're like, okay, there was that one Sammy Watkins pass earlier this year.
Yeah.
These are not teams that typically do that.
Right. What about a successful 4th down conversion? The yes at -441, no at 3-1. Not enough there on that 3-1.
The 2-point conversion one is at least interesting.
Skips right down to that one.
It
Yeah.
the 2-point conversion one's interesting. The fourth, I mean, like a successful 4 down, like
Probably.
I mean, the answer
Too many
is yes,
chances.
but again, 441. I mean, a lot of these props are guys that if you've got a super large bankroll, this is where these guys like make their hay, right? Like because again, this is a go for broke game. This is the last game of the year. Like there are going to be teams going forward on 4th down here. Like
Yeah.
and plus both of these coaches have shown signs of aggression throughout the course of the playoffs as well. And so I don't think you're going to see Bruce Arians deferring to give the ball back to Patrick Mahomes if it's a 4th and 1 on the 47 or something like that. I think we're seeing that get at least an attempt And then we know that Andy Reid, they go for it on fourth down a good amount of the time. So the yes is priced appropriately, and you would probably take the yes in a situation like this. But again, it's certainly for the bigger bankroll players out there.
We don't talk about that enough, by the way. The power of liquid.
Yeah.
In any market, but in sports betting as well. Like, these are the bets that the casual bettor be like, oh, I don't want to lay that much juice on anything. I don't want to lay that kind of number. Really successful bettors lay that kind of stuff all the time. If it's value's value.
Right. But Matt, you said you like that 2-point conversion number a little bit better. The yes at plus 275.
Again, I think that I do think that we're looking at pretty aggressive coaches here, and I think that there is and two coaches that. Definitely, at least on the Andy Reid side, and a little bit more here of recent with the Bruce Arians side that have looked more into the whole analytics thing. And Gil, you and I have talked about this, like, when to go for two. If you're down X at a certain point in the game, that it's better off to go ahead and go for two earlier than it is to try and wait and do it later, because information is key. So if you know you're going to have to go for two down the line anyway, it's better to go for it early to where at least you know what's going on, because it doesn't change the fact that you have to get the two, right? Like, you still have to get the two. And so I think that there might even be a little bit of value on that. I don't know, 275. I'd have to run the exact numbers on that, but I think that a successful 2-point conversion it would be a yes or no or nothing for me on that.
All right, what about this sack one? So which will happen first, a sack at even money or a touchdown at minus 135? People are worried about that offensive line for the Chiefs.
By the way, the biggest thing with a 2-point conversion is just the opportunity, not so much the actual conversion part of it. Yeah. Which will happen first? Let's answer it this way. How do you feel about deferring kickoffs or accepting kickoffs? And would that factor into this for you?
Right.
So Tom Brady rarely takes a sack if they get the ball first, tips it towards the touchdown. If it's Patrick Mahomes, it's more of a coin flip.
It's a guess one, right?
It's a total guess.
It's a guess one.
Yeah.
And so I typically don't like to lean towards these guess ones, but I mean, I understand why touchdown is priced where it is. Because again, if you get, Patrick Mahomes gets the ball first, then, highly likely that he scores a touchdown.
All right. Should we move on to the next graphic here?
Please.
Yeah, I was going to say, did we crush your dreams on this one or what?
No. Luckily, I didn't bet any of these, so I am still feeling moderate. So let's move on to the team with the longest play from scrimmage, the Buccaneers at plus 135, Chiefs at minus 150. How would you even go about approaching this one, Matt?
Well, it'd be
Tyreek.
Chiefs. Yeah, it'd be Chiefs or nothing, because it's always it's Tyreek and
cheat code.
And they also run those like jet sweeps with their super speedy receivers and things like that. That if they happen to work, those always go for big chunk plays and stuff. And just the Bucs, the nature of that offense, right? Like, we expect the heavy volume to be to Godwin, and Godwin's coming out of the slot. You typically don't have huge chunk plays coming out of the slot, with that. And so it's certainly Chiefs there. Actually, I think that's probably a pretty fair price. Like, I think it's probably pretty fair.
I think so.
What about to be tied again after 0-0? Yes, minus 167. No at plus 110. A lot of people have been voicing interest in this one because they think it's going to be such a tight game. What do you guys think?
I mean, the numbers are done with due diligence.
Right.
In terms of ties during NFL games, ties with 3-point spreads specifically. And it's properly priced. Yes, should be minus 167. I don't think there's a particular edge on that.
Okay. Not a lot of good value there. First scoring method. Touchdown minus 200, field goal plus 160, or any other at 30-1.
Any other. Commonly referred to as a safety.
Yes. Any other. Anything could happen. Yeah.
I guess the only question would be what you think about the nature of these coaches and when they would attempt field goals, right? And I think what you have is, as we've talked about ad nauseum now, a coach in Bruce Arians who, if he's paying attention, is going to try to be as aggressive as possible.
Right.
Unless there's absolutely, it's fourth and so long that you're like, okay.
Right. And that's when we say, like, these guys are going to be aggressive. They're going to be aggressive, but they're going to be smart about it too, like you're saying, Gil. I mean, like, even if they're on the 17-yard line, if it becomes 4th and 11, they're not going. Yeah, I mean, they're not going for it in those types of situations. So I don't know. I mean, field goal at plus money is, if I was playing this one, again, not the type of prop that I play. If I was playing it, I'd probably just take the plus money one, just
right.
Yeah. I mean, Because again, it's a guess.
But I get why it's plus 160, I guess is what we're saying.
Can I throw one of mine at you guys?
Please.
Throw
All right.
it.
Tyreek Hill 2+ touchdowns at plus 320.
So 2 is a push.
Yeah.
It's no fun.
I don't like 2 being a push.
No. That should be
No,
a
it's
win.
2 plus,
Right,
yeah.
2 plus.
Yeah, 2+.
Oh, 2+.
2+, yeah. So 2 or
Oh.
more. Yeah.
At plus money?
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 or more.
At 3 to 1. What'd you say? Plus 3 what?
Plus 320.
Yeah.
2 touchdowns is plus 320.
His one is,
I like the
is
Chiefs
minus.
to score.
Yeah.
I like the Chiefs to score. I don't think the Chiefs are going to get shut down. So I
Tyreek
mean,
had 3, I believe, the last time that they played the Bucks. Is that, I believe? But either way, expecting a lot of the offense to run through him and Kelsey, correct?
all of the offense to run through him, Kelsey.
Yeah.
So you can see
Yeah.
how I got there.
Pretty much all of the offense to run through them. I mean, like Sammy Watkins, if he even plays, I mean, he was still
Yeah,
limited in
3
practice
touchdowns.
today, but if he even plays, he's just going to be a chain mover. He's the guy that when it's 3rd and 4, he's just going to run and find the chains, and he'll just be a chain mover. He's not going to be a big play guy or something. So yeah, I mean, the majority of that is just going to run through those two guys. I mean, if so, 2 wins for you then. So it's like over
2
1.5.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Right? Kelly, I'm referring to Kelly here,
And
but
over
yeah,
3 to
2+.
1. That's I mean, I like that. That's a fun one to have.
Again, unless you think, I brought it up earlier, unless you think Jamel Dean's presence, he runs a 4.340, right?
Right.
Might mitigate against that to some degree. That would factor into your decision as well.
Yeah.
We've run out of time. We apologize. We'll be back for a full 3 hours on MSG Plus tomorrow night. We look forward to it. For Matt Brown, Danielle Alvari, and Kelly Bidlin, Gil Alexander, thanks for watching VSiN's Primetime Action. We'll see you tomorrow.
It is the nightcap here on VSiN, and it is day 3 of the rollover parlay. We got the ticket right here. Right here. We are rolling with Wyoming plus the 8.5. Matt Humans last night, he said he liked Wyoming, and we all looked at each other and we said, you know what? I agree. We agree. We came to a consensus, not much arguing. Once again, we're still feeling each other out a little bit, Matt, so I don't know if people are ready to get too argumentative, but we rolled with Wyoming plus 8.5, and this is the ultimate sweat, Matt, because this game is not on television, but Wyoming up 6 at halftime.
That's right.
So we are going to keep rolling. This has been a fun exercise, and it started with Matt giving us the insight on Edmonton and Ottawa. That's what started it. An ultimate sweat yesterday with UVA, and now we've got Wyoming plus the 8.5. We got a couple plays as we see right there. I will be on Montana. That game about to tip off here in a moment. I got them Montana minus 1.5 against Portland State. Washington State, I will be on as well. We actually have late night college hoops. I'm very excited about this. I felt like I had to play this game.
The Pac-12's given us all kinds of treats lately. And how about having the game right after the Super Bowl for the Pac-12? I said, look, I don't know how much handle this game's going to do, but I have a feeling it's going to be the Pac-12 game, regular season game, at least with the highest handle this year.
I think look. Pac-12, I don't ever say this very often, or I almost never say this. That was brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. Right after the Super Bowl, people don't look, no offense to the new I think it's a Queen Latifah show, but sport fans don't want to watch that. We want to watch something. Give us something after the Super Bowl, and we get one. And I believe is it Stanford and is it Cal?
Cal, Stanford and Cal.
Okay,
yeah.
so we get Stanford and
Cal. So
Cal.
they played tonight, and then the second game is Sunday.
Yeah, that's why I was hesitant whether or not it was going to be that game. But we got a big night ahead of us. Some great guests on the program. Brad Evans is going to join us top of next hour. Love Brad. I'm a big fan of his. Prop bets. He's sweating out college hoops just like the two of us. Johnny Avello from DraftKings will join us. We'll get an update on the handle and the prop bets. DraftKings. Matt, I mean, you at U.S. Integrity, you get to see it all, obviously. DraftKings, when it comes to prop bets, just with everything, not only the Super Bowl, but all sports, they really are incredibly creative there.
Yeah, on a daily basis, we get college player props, which I've really started to be fascinated with. You know, we monitor them closely for all of our collegiate clients because individual player performance in college, you're worried that it's a risk. But, boy, it's a lot of fun, too, to monitor them, watch them, and, see the betting happen on them. And it's the right kind of bets all coming in. People betting $50, $100 for fun, and it's fascinating how much of a wagering menu they have.
Yeah, and I wrote down the college props tonight. And once again, for DraftKings, when it comes to the college props, they're not going to go crazy. They're not going to be on, Montana and Portland State like I am on a side. But they had, player props for Ohio State and Iowa tonight. Luka Garza, E.J. Liddell, Joe Wieskamp, and Gonzaga and Pacific as well. Which, by the way, Pacific is leading Gonzaga right now 32-31 at the half. 32-31. This game went off 26 or 24.5, and it is now at the half, and Pacific has the lead over Gonzaga. Went off here at circa 24.5. There were some 24s, Matt. The money line for Pacific was plus 1,600.
Unbelievable. And everybody involved in that proposed Saturday Gonzaga game has lost. Villanova, Houston, and now Gonzaga themselves losing. This is it is the curse of the Saturday before Super Bowl Gonzaga game.
Apparently, because not too long ago, it was 95-49 with the win. We also have a ton of NBA. Lakers and Denver. Great game to keep an eye on. We'll look through all the prop bets here in just a moment. The Golden State Warriors hammering the Dallas Mavericks. And also the Portland Trailblazers, the JV Trailblazers with no Damian Lillard, no CJ McCollum, and no Yusuf Nurkic. They're taking the Sixers to school. Stick around. off and running. It is the Nightcap here on VSiN, the sports betting network. That's Matt Holt. I'm Tim Murray, and we are excited. We have a big show ahead, and a ton going on. And as we have our head on a swivel with Pacific right now leading Gonzaga at the half, 32-31. Yesterday, Matt, we saw two top 5 teams go down. Villanova losing to St. John's, Houston losing to East Carolina, and now the story right now at this moment is that Pacific is leading Gonzaga.
And it looks like there's some Pacific believers tonight because we saw that second half opener open Gonzaga minus 16, already down to Gonzaga minus 14.5 in the second half. So people are believing that Pacific is here to stay tonight. They're going to run with this team. We talked about Pacific being upset and mad tonight, especially after the embarrassing blowout the last time these two teams played. And boy, the Tigers have come to play tonight.
Well, and we have to give the obligatory update on our rollover parlay situation. So once again, this show, and I give all the credit to Matt. He was sitting here on Tuesday night, and he said, "You know what? I've got he had a ticket in his pocket, and he said, "Let's start a rollover parlay. Let's get this thing going." He had Edmonton on the puck line. He did. It was his choice, and we ran with it. Edmonton, an easy winner, wins 4-2. Really wasn't even. It was a late goal by Ottawa.
Yeah.
It was not much of a sweat there. So Edmonton comes home. Yesterday, it was on me. I laid the 6.5 for the team with UVA. Whew. Ultimate sweat. Still our apologies to Ben Fox for putting him through that. But it comes home 64-57, and UVA gets the win, gets the cover, and now we have taken the points with the Cowboys of Wyoming at home, starting a home-and-home situation against Colorado State. I know a lot of people like Colorado State. They've had a great season so far, but right now, the Pokes up 6 at the half. So the rollover parlay with some breathing room, but it's not over until we get there, and that is where we stand. A couple other plays that I've got. I'll be sweating out Rutgers, Minnesota second half. That one at the half. Rutgers and Minnesota looked like it was trending under, Matt.
Yes.
And then a hot stretch to close out the half. Minnesota has a 37-35 lead at the half, so pretty much right on the number, trending a little towards the over there. Took Washington State plus the points tonight at Oregon. If you haven't noticed, Oregon, haven't played a lot of basketball lately. They've played just one game since January 9th. They've had 2 separate COVID breaks.
Yeah.
So it's been a rough go for Dana Altman's squad. They will be without their third leading scorer tonight, and Eric Williams, who's averaging 12.5 points per game, 6.5 rebounds. But C.J. Dwart and L.J. Figueroa, who both missed the Oregon State game, will return. So big boost there for Oregon. But I'll take the points with Washington State. Isaac Bonton in his last game had 25 points. He's a good player for Washington State.
Heck of a player.
Yeah.
And when he plays, their whole dynamic changes because he tends to get to the rim. That forces defenses to collapse in the paint. Otherwise, they just guard Washington State around the perimeter. So big difference when he's on the floor for Washington State.
Yeah, and Oregon just 5 games have been postponed. They returned to practice on Tuesday. A little play for me on Montana at Portland State. Montana's been in a stretch where they haven't played a ton of basketball lately either. And for you, you are on an over here at the half.
Yeah, I have Utah State Fresno over 130. It's 38-32 now, just underway second half. The second half line had the new game total at 131.5. So we're basically right on the game pace.
I want to get to a game that's just about to tip off. It's part of the TNT doubleheader. And by the way, Golden State was a 4-point dog tonight.
Wow.
Matt, they are up 147-114. Make it 147-114 against the Dallas Mavericks. So the Lakers here at the Circa laying 4.5 at home. I didn't play this game, Matt, but this is a spot where I was looking a little bbit towards the dog in Denver. Denver's playing really, really strong basketball right now. Reading through JVT's write-up on VSiN.com, 9-3 straight up, 8-4 ATS their last 12 with a net rating of plus 8.4. And the Lakers, they just had a grueling 7-game road trip. Played pretty well, 5-2 straight up. 3-4 ATS. This has been a Lakers team that we've talked quite a bit about their strength on the road, but at home, just 3-5 ATS. As you know, they're always going to be bet on by the public, especially once you got LeBron and AD. So is this a spot? I know you and I are kind of a similar mindset. We don't play a ton of regular season NBA, but is this a spot you would look at the dog a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Anthony Davis, a little bit gimpy with a quad injury. LeBron James had a minor twisted ankle. They're both going to play tonight, but again, slightly hobbled, so you never know. You could see a minutes reduction for both of them. And for Denver, everybody's healthy except Gary Harris. So I certainly feels like a good spot for the dog here. And I think the fact that you never see the Lakers at home less than 6, the fact that this line's 5.5 shows a lot of betting respect for the Denver Nuggets tonight.
Yeah, and this thing opened 5.5, and it went down to 4.5. So if you like the Lakers, you can still get a pretty decent number, as Matt mentioned. I would look. I would grab the 5 points for Denver. A couple of the player props, I know we had them up, and let's show the graphic. We did this the other night when it was Jason Tatum versus Steph Curry, and we'll see if the overs hit in this one, Matt. But we have LeBron against Nikola Jokic. Both of these are legitimate MVP candidates. You can maybe even argue 1-2 right now. LeBron's over under 24.5 points, 7.5 rebounds, 8.5 assists, and a triple-double at 6-1. And Nikola Jokic, 23.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, 6.5 assists, and a triple-double for Jokic is 4-1. So
Isn't that interesting that Jokic's odds on a triple-double are less than LeBron's?
It
doesn't feel like that on the surface.
It is certainly a bit surprising, and it's still astounding to me as the Warriors and Mavericks game has gone final that the shortest odds by a long stretch were Luka Doncic. For Luka Doncic, I almost felt like there was value today on the no prop at DraftKings for him to get a triple-double. It was minus 220 on the no.
Wow.
Think about how short that is. Plus 175
is that the shortest
on the
you've
yes.
seen all year?
Under
plus 200 for a yes.
Yeah.
Wow, I don't think I've seen shorter.
And Luka Doncic did not get there. He had 27 points, 6 assists, 6 rebounds, and the Mavericks lose by 31 tonight. This is a Mavericks team, a lot of buzz, and we know that they were banged up, but there's something up with this Mavericks team this year, Matt.
But
9
now
and
3
14
straight games at 100% health, and they're 1-2 in those 3 games.
Yeah, and they went off as a 4-point favorite tonight. They lost by 31, and Steph Curry was not the leading scorer for the Golden State Warriors tonight. It was Kelly Oubre.
Wow.
Finished with 40 points. Oubre, 7 threes. And because he's Steph Curry, guess what? Under 3-pointers for Steph Curry, only 4, a pedestrian effort for Steph Curry tonight. He had 28 points, which fell under the DraftKings total at 28.5. So a couple player props that are in the books, both unders on Luka and Steph Curry, both going under 28.5 points. Steph Curry with 28 and Luka Doncic with 27. Golden State, a monster win, 147-116. I want to take a look at another game that is going to go final here in just a moment. And this was a spot where I imagine everybody under the sun was laying the points with the Philadelphia 76ers, right, Matt? Damian Lillard has been a one-man band on this road trip with Nurkic out, with C.J. McCollum still out, and then we get news that Damian Lillard's out. And this line, where did this line go off? 10? Went off 10 at Philadelphia, and the Portland Trailblazers, folks, are up 115-90 right now. This is a stunning result, and the Portland Trailblazers here at circa plus 423 on the money line to come home.
Yeah, and everybody in for Philly tonight. This isn't one of those games where, suddenly, and we've seen these with Philly a couple times where you get late injury announcements. They were as healthy as they have been, and all of us, they just completely laid an egg tonight. I mean, it's not close. It's 119-90 with 3 minutes to go.
The Portland Trailblazers and Sixers were tied at the half. They were tied at 57 at the half. And if you said, you know what, I like Portland in the second half, well, in the third quarter, you were rewarded as Portland outscored Philadelphia 40-19 in the third quarter. Gary Trent Jr. has 24 in this game. Carmelo Anthony has 22. It's been a balanced scoring attack for the Portland Trailblazers. Joel Embiid has 37 points, folks, and this has been a beatdown by the Portland Trailblazers tonight as they lead 119-93. Just to give you an update, we're keep on monitoring the number one team in the country, the untouchable Zags, down 36-33. And, we thought about it. I ultimately didn't do it. But thought about, what was the halftime line?
It opened 16, but they bet it down to 14 and a half.
Yeah, I would have thought about playing that, and ultimately I did not. And we'll see what happens. We know how hot this Gonzaga team obviously can get, and this is quietly, as Gonzaga will ultimately win this game. Don't you think this is one of those moments where Mark Few is saying, "Good, we needed something like this," because look. All we've been talking about, and we're guilty of it. You turn on CBS Sports Network, ESPN, whatever it may be, and what are they talking about? Gonzaga, Baylor, untouchable. Just get them right to the Final Four. And moments like this, you hear it all the time, but coaches quietly love situations like this. Look, Gonzaga's going to win this game. They're going to pull away. Will they cover? No, because it's 24.5. That would be quite the stunning turn of events. But, here we go. Pacific now up 5.
Yep. Look, you have to get punched in the mouth and deal with adversity at some point during the season, and Gonzaga has had such an easy road. Not to say they played easy games, because they whipped Kansas and they beat up Illinois, but you have to get punched in the mouth at some point, and here they are tonight. They're playing a Pacific team who didn't want to have to turn around and play Gonzaga again already, but they are. And they are coming out and punching Gonzaga in the mouth. They look like the team that wants it more. And it's amazing all three teams that were involved in that rumored Saturday game. Houston didn't look like they had any attention to pay to East Carolina.
No.
They were certainly looked ahead, although how do you look ahead to Lady of the Lakes? Villanova, they were certainly looking way past St. John's. And tonight, Gonzaga looks like the last thing they were thinking about is how are we going to handle Damon Stoudemire's Pacific squad, but they have come out to play.
And a team that we just beat by
40-something.
95-49. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on all throughout the evening, as we will also keep an eye on our rollover parlay, which is getting a little hairy, as you would expect. This game is going to be close. We got Wyoming plus the points tonight, plus 8.5 against Colorado State. Wyoming is home, and we got 15 minutes to go in the second half, and it's a 3-point lead for Wyoming. It is the nightcap here, and we take a look at games that have concluded, especially to start the show. And the big game of the day in college hoops was Iowa hosting Ohio State. This game went off, Iowa laying 5.5, Matt. The money line for Ohio State plus 210. Total was 156.5, and defense was
optional.
Yeah, not mandatory in this one, as Ohio State wins this one 89-85. And Matt Humans joined the show late last night. He didn't he didn't say he was firing on Ohio State. I was texting with him earlier, and he said he did end up playing Ohio State a little bit, and I think he might have given it out on My Guys in the Desert earlier today. But one thing he did say, and I tend to agree, is that this Iowa team is not a legitimate championship contender. At least that's the opinion I hold, just because their defense is so poor.
Yep.
And Ohio State, Matt, tonight really got whatever they wanted, especially in that second half. Iowa had a lead of 3, and look, this team can get red hot and can run you out of the gym with their offense. But when you punch them, they take a step back. And Luka Garza really struggled tonight. Had just 16 points, 6 of 13 from the field. A tough one for Luka Garza, and a really, really impressive win for Chris Holtman's squad going into Iowa City and winning by 4.
And we talk about 16, so people say, hey, 16 in college, that sounds all right. But his point total, I think, on the props was like 26.5. That's right. So over 10 points under expectations. That's why we say Luka Garza with a bad game tonight.
Yeah, and really balanced scoring attack tonight for Ohio State. E.J. Liddell didn't go crazy. Still a solid game for him. 16 points, 7 boards, a couple of assists, couple blocks. And interesting stat here, when Liddell scores over 16. I don't know if this is 16 and over, but they're 8-0, now 9-0 straight up, and 7-2 against the spread. But his over-under tonight was 9.5. If you played the prior player prop, the only player prop that went over, Joe Wieskamp for Iowa, he had 17 points. You could have got that at even money I saw earlier today. But a really nice win for Ohio State. And this is a Ohio State team right now that's getting hot. You think about their last 4 games since their loss to Purdue. And if you even go back, prior to that,
what is it now? 6 out of 7 or 5 out of 6?
It's 7 out of 8.
Wow.
Wins over Rutgers, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa. All 4 of those folks, Rutgers, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa, coming on the road.
Wow.
Think about a resume boost. And Ohio State is a 2 seed. And with that resume, I'd be talking potential 1 bordering on a 1. Heck of a win for Ohio State. We'll get you updated on the number 1 team in the land. They are struggling. Gonzaga. Could they go down tonight? Stick around. It's the Nightcap here on VSiN. Maybe you're on the East Coast, folks, and let's just say you fell asleep. I am guilty of that. My wife gives me grief all the time. I fall asleep on the couch. I could fall asleep on a bed of rocks. I could fall asleep anywhere. So let's just say you fell asleep and you got these two jokers waking you up, and your eyes are a little groggy, and you look down at the score and you say, wait, that can't be right. Pacific 44, Gonzaga 40? No, that Gonzaga was a 24.5-point favorite. Gonzaga is unbeatable. Gonzaga is beat this Pacific team 95-49 a couple weeks ago. Oh, it's real. And, well, depending if you had Pacific on the money line or just Pacific, it's real and it's spectacular because it is happening right now. I still would say, at what point, and you've got the Holy Grail over there, at what point do you fire on a Gonzaga in-game? Because I still, at the end of the day, and this is, we talked about this, I don't know if it was off air or on air last night, because of Villanova playing St. John's, Creighton playing Georgetown, East Carolina, Houston finished before our show, but still, imagine the mindset of most bettors. It's probably like what we think right now with Gonzaga Pacific. Well, Gonzaga's going to ultimately win. Well, it didn't happen last night because there were huge upsets all over the place. Is there a spot, Matt, where you would fire in-game on Gonzaga?
So right now, the odds in play on Gonzaga that I'm seeing are Gonzaga -7.5 still, and they are down 5
to win. So it's not only from here on out. So to win by 7.5 or more.
Yeah, and that feels steep to
Yeah.
me. So I just think the respect that they get from the odds makers, and rightfully so, but how could I have Gonzaga? I mean, they have to win by 13 the rest of the game, and I just don't know that I'm comfortable with that the way that they're playing. And as fired up as Pacific is, they're getting all the loose balls, Pacific. I mean, they are out there fighting and scrapping. Whatever Damon Stoudemire said in the locker room tonight before the game, it has worked.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. 45-42 right now, 13 and change to go. This one, and Pacific leading Gonzaga. Pacific plus 1,800 on the money line.
That's amazing.
Taking a look at our rollover parlay, which started a couple nights ago with Edmonton on the puck line, plus money there. Winner last night, massive sweat. UVA does get home, and now we've got Wyoming plus 8.5. We have already taken out what we put in.
Yeah.
So we each put in $20. We took out the $20. We reinvested the $180.55, and we put it on Wyoming, and we're at a media timeout in Laramie, and Wyoming leads 50-49. So we are, I mean, look, I would like a little bigger lead, but we are in good shape.
We are in it.
We are definitely in it. 50-49, 11:32 and change to go. Minnesota and Rutgers. This is an unranked game, but a game I am interested in, and it's not trending under very well right now. 50-46 is the score with 12.5 minutes to go. So not in a great spot as the offense really has started to go. Honestly, the reason I
Gonzaga about to take the lead with a 4-point play.
Is that Corey Kispert?
Yeah.
Man, he's unbelievable.
And he got drilled. I mean, he just, watch how he hits this despite getting, I mean, he didn't just get fouled.
Yeah. I mean, he just heaved that.
Yeah.
Corey Kispert, I can't wait to watch him in the NCAA tournament this year. He is deadly from three. And he's a guy I truly believe, look, Jalen Suggs for Gonzaga is going to be probably a top 5 pick, maybe even top 3. He's a stud, freshman point guard out of the Minneapolis area. But I think Corey Kispert's going to be one of those guys, Matt, that he's going to be in the league for 10, 12 years.
Come off the bench.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's going to be one of those sharpshooters. He's going to be around for such a long time. The Lakers and Nuggets game is underway very early. Lakers went off as a 5-point favorite. You could have found 4.5 if you like the Lakers in some spots. Yeah, 4.5 here. And the Nuggets lead this one very early. But the Nuggets do lead 12-7 with 8 minutes to go. Minnesota, as I mentioned, beating Rutgers 50-47. Got some Pac-12 games going on. We have a Pac-12 game. I'm excited. Going to start at 8 o'clock our time.
Love those late night
Beautiful.
Pac-12.
And it's Washington State going up against Oregon. I want to dive into that game a little bit later on in this hour, maybe in the final segment of this hour, because that's an intriguing game where I think the dog might be live, and I think I've convinced you to maybe play a little bit on the dog in that
You got
spot.
me on it.
All right, so we have some team synergy on that one. We got a lot going on. 52-48, Minnesota leading Rutgers. Gonzaga has the lead in Pacific. Nope, they've now lost the lead. So we'll keep you updated. Also, some big bets coming in on the Super Bowl. Where is that money being laid? We'll discuss that next. Stick around. It's the Nightcap on VSiN. They don't call him Mighty Mouse for no reason. Damon Stoudemire. Yes, Damon Stoudemire. He is the head coach of Pacific. And going to break, Pacific looked to have tied the game, maybe even an and one situation. Yeah. But an offensive foul was called, and we were watching it. Damon Stoudemire, he got his money's worth, and he eventually did get teed up for Pacific. And Gonzaga now with a 4-point lead. You wonder if they're going to put the pedal to the metal here, but Pacific certainly deserves to be applauded for the effort that they've put out today. A 51-47 lead right now for Gonzaga over Pacific with 11 minutes to go. And we're keeping an eye I need to just pull this game up and keep it on my tab here. Our rollover parlay. Another official TV timeout, under 8.
Yep.
Wyoming up by 4, and we're getting 8.5 points here with the rollover parlay. So this is day 3 of the rollover parlay for the crew. This was the team decision to go with Wyoming. I do want to tip my cap. We're going to get some NFL stuff here in just a little bit. But I got to tip my cap to you because last night, your alma mater, we saw the opening line was sitting there. Morehead State was it +2.5, +3? And that line, actually, I want to say opened around 1 and got bet up. And you were 100% on the money with this game. So we go in deep a little bit here on the nightcap. And you said, look, Murray State is basically getting bet on its name.
Yep.
And Morehead State has been red hot. They're 10-2 in the OVC. They had already beaten Murray State on the road, and now they're getting points at home. Morehead State, 66-56 winner. And I just said, I trust my partner. I took the points. I put a little on the money line, and it was a good start to the evening there with Morehead State.
Yeah, absolutely. And that happens in these smaller conferences in college basketball. When you historically have one team that dominates the conference, they just tend to get bet on name, and that's the history of Murray State. If you remember, Murray one year, had the undefeated season or going into the tournament, and that's just historically been Murray or Belmont every single year, and they're betting them on name. But this Murray team isn't very good now, a 500 team in the conference. And Morehead State 11-2 now in the OVC. That one almost seemed too easy, but it got there.
It did get there. One hockey note to bring up. The Ottawa Senators, who we have all been about, fading the Ottawa Senators, they went off here at Circa +279 on the money line in Montreal, and the Ottawa Senators got it done tonight. A winner.
And they won the first period. So someone was telling me that they had lost the first period every single game this year. They won the first period, won the game, broke that 9-game losing streak tonight. So there you go, Ottawa.
So a lot of buzz today about Mattress Mac. I don't want to give them too much time because people need to recognize this big bet that was placed by Mattress Mac at DraftKings in Colorado, $3.46 million on the Bucks. It's a hedge.
Yes,
it's a hedge for him and his business. Look, I'm not knocking him for doing this, but it's a hedge. He runs promotions. He did this all during the World Series, so. This isn't sharp money. This is just a businessman hedging his bet and getting some. Look, he gets the publicity, and that's totally fine. But people need to recognize that that's what he's doing here. He's hedging a bet for his business.
Yeah, and not just the business on the promotion. It's not just a straight hedge on the promotion. The amount of free marketing that he got from the World Series ones. I mean, he got more than his value in the marketing. So I'm with you at this point. And it doesn't even have to be sharp money. If you told me any average Joe off the street, whether he's rich or not, walked into a sports book and bet $3 million on any game, I'm like, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's great. But to the point that this is a straight hedge of a promotion, to me, makes it's starting to be a little less exciting.
Yeah, and when the Astros were making their run, I think it was 2 years ago when my Nats were able to take care of them, which was exciting. So, that was a double victory. But yeah, I mean, he gets tons of promotion. It was on ESPN, so
didn't that feel better? Because at least it was a Houston furniture store owner, betting on Houston and hedging off that. Now that it's off Tampa Bay and it certainly lost its luster in my eyes as well.
I want to bring up something because I made this bet on my way in today, and I like Kansas City. It does feel a little square. I haven't bet it yet. I haven't bet the side. I'm waiting for the money line to come down. I think that's ultimately going to be my play. The lowest money line, you can find some offshore shops at -160, but most shops in town -165. But everyone believes it will continue to go down as the public starts to come in. They're going to fire on the Bucks on the money line.
I don't think it ever sees 150 though.
Yeah,
you agree?
That's my dream. I want it 150.
I'm not sure.
I don't think it will. At this point, if we could get it down to 160 here in town, would be nice. But DraftKings, as we show it right there on vsin.com and for wherever you're tuning in, -159 at DraftKings. So they obviously might be helping themselves out with the big bet coming in from Mattress Mac. But if you like the Kansas City Chiefs, and we heard Chris Andrews talk about this a couple nights ago, Matt, here at the Circa, and I haven't seen better odds than this. I played it walking in. Patrick Mahomes to win MVP is plus 120.
And I thought that, look, we've talked through it enough now, and Chris Andrews talked through it, that the more you talk through it, the more sense it makes. And at this point, let's face it, any stats accumulated by by Hill or by Travis Kelce are likely also going to be attributed to Pat Mahomes. And unless Hill gets a punt return or a kick return, basically, I think, again, their touchdowns and their yards also are become Mahomes yards. So at that point, really, it would have to be a running back. And Kansas City just doesn't run the football enough for a running back to have over 100 yards and multiple scores. So now it's like if Kansas City wins, it's either Pat Mahomes or some miraculous defensive performance that led to points. I think it's a great bet if you like Kansas City. Why lay $1.60 when you get Mahomes at plus 120? And there's probably like an 85 to 90% chance if they win the Super Bowl, he wins the MVP. I thought it was a beautiful correlation that you put together.
Yeah, so plus 120 here at Circa. I thought anywhere above even money. And there's other spots. I looked at the Westgate earlier today. I think that was plus 110. So, it was trending towards odds-on situation.
I thought even was maybe going to be the best you could get.
That's what I thought, too. And when I saw plus 120, I felt like that was a play you had to make. And I still will bet. I think I'm ultimately going to bet the Chiefs on the money line. I'm like I said, I'm still going to wait. But where are you on the Super Bowl?
I'm with you. I like the Chiefs on the money line as well. I had the same dream, 150, but it's becoming less and less likely.
I was asked on a couple radio interviews today, about that. I said, I hope it gets to 150. That was my dream. It started trending a little bit south, but now it's starting to revert back up. So we'll see. Maybe 150. But I don't know if that will come home. We'll get some updates and also a preview. We got college basketball tipping off top of the hour. Oregon and Washington State. Stick around. It's the Nightcap here on VSiN. We are a new show, so that means new viewers. And hey, while you're here enjoying the nightcap, and hopefully a nightcap of yourself, of course responsibly, take a minute and start your free trial on the all-access VSiN subscription. March Madness right around the corner. Oh boy, we're going to be sweating a lot of games during March Madness. And the football betting season keeps on going even after the big game with free agency, the quarterback carousel, and the NFL draft. Of course, our experts are handicapping games in every sport every day, so you have an edge all year round. VSiN gives you everything you need to improve your sports betting IQ with daily insights and analysis. So sign up now to get our daily emails with the best bets from our hosts and guests, 24/7 video streaming, and our Point Spread Weekly betting guides. Check out all our membership options starting at only $3.99 per month at vsin.com/subscribe. Then start your free trial today. It is the nightcap, wrapping up hour number 1 here. Brad Evans at Noisy Huevos on Twitter. He is loves to fade the noise. That's what he calls his podcast. He will join us. He's sweating out some bets right now, and I think he might be on Gonzaga. So that's something that's probably not going all that well. I'm sweating out a total. Maybe we could start getting a rock fight here. Rutgers and Minnesota tied at 60. Matt, not feeling super confident here.
I actually like your spot. We'll have to see. If it stays tied, you probably won't get as many free throws.
That's
and
true.
threes, so
need the pace to slow down a little bit. No fouls. I think Rutgers is going to go to the free throw line here. But another game we were monitoring early was Gonzaga, the number 1 team in the land, taking on the University of the Pacific. Head coach Damon Stoudemire. Pacific had a 32-31 lead at the half. They were a 24.5-point dog entering this game. And now Gonzaga starting to separate itself. Just had the under 8 media timeout, Matt. And, you mentioned it. In-game was as low as Gonzaga -7.5, which now looks like a bargain of all bargains.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And it all turned on that Corey Kispert 4-point play. They were down 3. He hits a 3 where he just got hammered. They go up 1, and since then, he made another 3 that bounced off the rim, went up in the air and went in. Then the technical foul on. Look, I clearly thought it was a Pacific was going to get an and 1. Was very surprised it went the other way. Not only do they lose the 2 or 3 points there, but Damon Stoudemire gets teed up. And at this point, great effort. They really put forth a great effort, but I certainly doesn't look like they're in the game anymore.
End of the first quarter in Los Angeles, and this was a play that I liked. I think both of us liked the dog a little bit. Didn't ultimately pull the trigger, and the Lakers trail the Denver Nuggets right now after 12 minutes of hoops in Los Angeles. Still, as you know, the viewers out there, NBA, we are far, far ways from this game being over. But the Nuggets have a 30-27 lead. Jamal Murray has 8 points. Nikola Jokic, we took a look at his props entering this game. 4 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound so far. LeBron James, 9 points, 4 boards, and 1 assist in the first quarter. He did hit his lone three-pointer. I'm going to check my notes here and see what his over-under for threes was. I believe it was 3.5 for this game. LeBron has really been shooting well this season. And right now the Nuggets, which were a 5-point dog, are right now leading 30-27 after 1 quarter. You might be wondering how our three-way, our parlay going, and we've got the live stream here on Matt's computer. We have Wyoming tonight, plus the 8.5 against Colorado State. We're watching this on our computer, thanks to the Mountain West website, and we've got the Wyoming Cowboys plus 8.5 and under 4 to go. And we're feeling okay. Yep. Colorado State is taking the lead, but we got the buffer there, the great equalizer. So Wyoming plus the 8.5 as we hope our rollover parlay goes on to a 4th day.
And we'll be going to the free throw line when we come back from the under 4 break. So hopefully Wyoming makes a pair, goes back up 1, and we have plus 8.5.
All right. So that is that's where we were. We were sweating last night, and a little bit of a sweat, but not so much. I do want to get a little bit of a preview because on this show we don't get an opportunity to preview too many games, Matt, because most games tip around 7 o'clock Pacific time,
Yep.
and right when we jump on the air, if it's a night game, and we had that with Denver and Los Angeles. But we've got a late night Pac-12 game, and I've got a little action on this one. Washington State is visiting Oregon, and this game going to tip off at the top of the hour. This game, 11 across the board. DraftKings is actually bumped up to 11.5, so don't love that this number is actually going in the other direction. But the reason I ultimately took the points with Washington State here, the Cougars have played pretty well this year. They are going to be in Eugene tonight. But this is an Oregon team, and Dana Altman, I was reading, quotes from him. He expects a poor shooting night from the Ducks. They just got back on the practice court on Tuesday.
Yep.
They're going to be winded. This is not one but two COVID breaks that they've had as a team. The coaches in this most previous COVID break were allowed back in the offices, but the players were not allowed to practice. They had to isolate. There was the COVID situation within that team. The only game that they've played since January 9th was a loss against Oregon State on January 23rd. Now, granted, I throw that game out. LJ Figueroa, Chris Dwart, their two leading scorers, did not play in that game. But they're going to be without Eric Williams, their third leading scorer. So I just felt like 11 points was a lot of points. And, Isaac Bonton, you mentioned him. He was banged up, but
he missed 2 games ago, the loss to Colorado, but came back last game, and they won by 15 with him back in the lineup.
Yeah, and he had 25 points in that game. So we're getting some points to play with. Washington State plus the 11, the Cougs. That one coming up at the top of the hour, so that will be a fun one to watch. Another game that I've got action on, and good job, Grizzlies, finishing out the half there. I've got Montana minus 1.5. And they lead at Portland State 26-25. I think there might be some people rolling their eyes.
You know what's amazing is Gonzaga may cover the original point spread on this game. They are just rolling now, up 14, 68-54, make that 70-54 in the breakaway dunk. There's still 4.5 minutes to go. We were talking 10 minutes ago, would they win tonight? Would they possibly get upset? Now, suddenly, they may cover the 24-point spread.
That's really that is what this Gonzaga team is all about, right? And it's 4:24 to go, a 16-point game. If they cover this spread,
oh my
Matt,
gosh,
that would be unbelievable. And if you had Pacific, my
god,
you would think, because not only a 32-31 halftime lead, but even about 8 minutes into this second half, Pacific was right there.
Yes.
And I'll be, you mentioned the Corey Kispert 4-point play. Sometimes you see coaches get technicals and it fires up their team.
Yeah.
I think it deflated Pacific tonight. Damon Stoudemire gets the technical. Look, he's defending his team. I'm sure his players loved it, but it gives Gonzaga 2 free throws and the ball.
Yep.
And that's
had a huge swing moment down 2.
That's the fine line you have to walk as a coach, when to push, because, we were watching it, we were in a break, and the refs were giving him the leniency.
They did.
And you can tell, and anyone who's played basketball or watched basketball, refs, sometimes when they know they make a mistake, they'll say, okay, we'll take it for a little bit.
Yeah.
But Stoudemire wouldn't back down.
That's right.
And they had to
He
ultimately
had to be held back multiple times, and you could just see he was on fire.
Yeah. Another game we were thinking about putting in for the rollover parlay was Stanford at Cal, and Stanford doing it again. This Stanford team,
they're gritty.
I'm really impressed. Once again, Zaire Williams not there tonight. This is a Cal team that's down, but you mentioned last night they got some reinforcements. They're starting to play a little bit better. This is a Stanford team, folks. Without Oscar, without Dejon Davis, without Bryce Willis, without Zaire Williams, and they're finding ways to win. And they're going to cover tonight. They should. They're up by 11, under 3 to go. This is a Stanford basketball team. I think gritty's the right way to put it. They're a tough out, man. They're a tough out, and they're right now winning by 11 and should cover the number in Berkeley tonight against their rival Cal. And as you mentioned, that is going to be a highly bet game on Sunday after the Super Bowl.
After the Super Bowl, I'm blown away at how much potential handle that game may do.
It is a brilliant decision by the Pac-12. Let's quickly run down. Brad Evans going to join us top of the hour, go through some prop bets for the NFL. So, yes, we will get to the Super Bowl, but with so much going on every night, then this show just flies when we're looking at scores. So let's take a look back real quickly at the association. Quick update with the Nuggets and the Lakers. This one 8.5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Nuggets clinging to a 5-point lead here. Jamal Murray has 8 points. LeBron James 9 points. The Rockets bounce back opportunity here tonight against the Grizzlies. The Rockets were blown out the other day, and they are up 17. They went off as 4-point dogs at Memphis tonight, and they're up 17 right now on Memphis.
Yeah, big response for Houston. They were on such a big run, and then we saw that line get a little too inflated on Houston, and they got throttled. Nice bounce back performance tonight for the Rockets, who are up 20 right now, 90-70.
No Damian Lillard, no CJ McCollum, no Nurkic, no problem for the Portland Trailblazers. A healthy Philadelphia 76ers team. Everyone on the floor. Joel Embiid had 37 points, folks. And the Portland Trailblazers go into Philadelphia and win by 16 as a 10-point dog. And, once again, dogs barking in the NBA. The three finals, 2-1, outright wins for the dogs because the Golden State Warriors 147-116 win over Dallas today. Dallas was a 4-point favorite.
Yeah, they're 1-2 since they got their full team healthy, and at this point, they're going to have to make some adjustments there in Dallas.
We'll keep an eye on our rollover parlay. Wyoming plus the 8.5. Gonzaga, could they possibly cover this game? And also Brad Evans. You won't want to miss that. Prop bets for the Super Bowl. It's the Nightcap on VSiN. it is. It's never easy. It's never easy, and we will see what's happening. Once again, the rollover parlay for the crew here of the Nightcap is on Wyoming plus 8.5 against Colorado State. It is 70-66 now. Colorado State is increasing their lead, and a very frustrating situation just unfolded, and bad for the backers of Wyoming, because Wyoming down 3 with 50 seconds to go, play defense, you don't need a foul, and a very poor decision. You could see the Wyoming coach was frustrated with that situation. A very poor decision to foul, but we do get, my feed is a little faster. Wyoming does get a bucket here. So there you go. A little bucket from Wyoming. So we're feeling all right.
Oh, and one.
Ooh, okay. So we're sweating that game out. Brad Evans is going to join us in just a handful of moments here. I'm sweating out a total that is pretty much dead on arrival right now as the 3-pointer's up, and there it goes.
You called it.
So Rutgers.
Nothing like calling your own funeral.
You have Rutgers in a money line parlay.
Yeah.
So this is good for you. Now I'm on Team Rutgers. If somehow we could just end the game at 71-70, that would be amazing. But I would say the odds of that are very slim as Minnesota goes to the bucket, and we got a minute 19 to go. Not impossible. Not impossible, but unlikely, certainly.
Boy, this game has been a dogfight
Yeah.
all game, back and forth.
The Big Ten today, really, with Iowa losing at home to Ohio State, and now Rutgers and Minnesota. Minnesota, give them a lot of credit, folks. Minnesota coming into today 0-5 ATS and straight up on the road, and we're going to get a foul here and free throws. So this will pretty much put an end to my situation with the over here, or the under. Update on Gonzaga, number 1 team in the land, 24.5-point favorite. We're trailing in the second half to Pacific, and they will win this game and not cover the number, but in-game number you could have got as low as what?
7.5?
7.5. Gonzaga's up by 15 with 1:21 to go. I know our next guest has been firing away on Gonzaga in-game. I've been seeing his tweets about it, so he's got that going right now. The Lakers and Nuggets game. Nuggets continuing to have the lead here, folks, in a pretty big game. Rematch of the Western Conference semifinals, and this was a spot. We talked about it before the show, or right when we jumped on the show. I think both you and I liked the Denver Nuggets in this spot, but didn't ultimately fire on it. And right now, the Nuggets 45-40. You just have to think about sometimes motivation. Long 7-game road trip for the Lakers. This is the first game back at home. You're playing Denver. You know Denver's going to be fired up for this opportunity. Western Conference Finals rematch, and the Lakers win that series in 6 games. So.
And Denver's just playing good basketball, period.
Yeah, they are. And this is a really talented team, and we'll keep an eye on those prop plays as well. And my over is officially done, so now I'm cheering for you in this spot because Rutgers 73-72. Minnesota went off as a 5.5-point dog. A good friend of mine was on the dog in this spot. We will keep an eye on our rollover parlay with Colorado State and Wyoming. Day number 3. And we're hoping
Day 3.
27 seconds to go. We probably will see a foul here, so this could be a bit torturous down the stretch for this spot. A couple other NBA in-game situations. The Rockets up on the Grizzlies 98-79. Rockets went off as a 4-point dog in Memphis tonight, and the Houston Rockets now up by 19 on the Grizzlies. Earlier finals, the lone favorite to come away with a win and a cover was the Utah Jazz in Atlanta tonight. Utah Jazz, you talk about teams playing well, Matt.
Yep.
17-5 now, 112-91 win. The Warriors manhandled the Mavericks, 147-116. They were a 4-point dog in that spot. Kelly Oubre Jr. had 40 points. And the Trailblazers, led by Carmelo Anthony and Gary Trent Jr.
Enes Kanter, 18 and 17 tonight.
Unbelievable.
Crazy, yeah.
They beat no Damian Lillard. They go into Philadelphia, beat the Sixers by 16. Nightcap here on VSiN. Tim Murray and Matt Holt with you. It is a Thursday night. A pretty good crowd here behind us at the Circa, taking in some late night action. We're about to get a Pac-12 game. Might have tipped already. Both Matt and I've convinced my partner in crime, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, to take the points with Wazoo tonight against the Oregon Ducks. I've got a loser on a total. I need to stop playing totals. I don't know. I got too cute. Sometimes you get too cute, man.
Yeah.
Got too cute. Thought this was a spot to take the under in Minnesota Rutgers. The over has hit. And it's a good game. 73-72. Rutgers with the lead over Minnesota. A lot to get to with our next guest. Fired up to have him. One of my favorite dudes out there when it comes to betting. High energy guy. I mean, Matt, you think I have high energy. Brad Evans brings it every single time. And Brad, how many bets do you have on Gonzaga right now?
Oh, God. Too many. Too many bets that I have on Gonzaga at the current moment in time. Look, guys, I got to be honest with you. I didn't see this one coming. The fact that they were down at halftime. Now, I did smash the live line twice. I got it at 10.5. Then I came back to the well at 12.5, and it looks like I'm going to hit on those. But I had it in a couple of money line parlays, and I had that one teased up on an alt line, so that's a huge fail. I had it at the 23.5. That's a huge fail. So ultimately, it's going to be a little bit of a wash. Going to lose a little action here on the juice. But I'm with you on Wazoo, man. I locked and loaded as soon as the line came out last night at 12.5. With Oregon coming off its second COVID pause, and Dana Altman with some very pointed commentary to the media yesterday saying, yeah, we've had like 5 practices in a month. Yeah, I think we're going to be a little bit rusty.
It has gone final. It has gone final in Laramie, Brad. So we as a team here, we have started a rollover parlay. It started on Tuesday night with Matt here. Great decision. We put in $20 each. We took Edmonton on the puck line on Tuesday night. That comes home. Last night we were sweating it out with UVA minus 6.5. That comes home just barely on our skin of our hair on our chinny chin chin. And Wyoming, we took the points tonight against Colorado State. Colorado State a winner, 74-72. So we are on to day 4, boys.
Day 4, baby.
We are on to day 4. So we have survived and advanced. The rollover parlay lives to see another day. And all right, Brad, let's get to some Super Bowl props.
Let's do it.
You are all about the props. I'm going to throw out some of mine later on, but let's get yours first, the ones that you like. And I'm with you on this one. We got Gronk. And once again, you say it on your podcast and wherever that you talk to folks. Make sure you're shopping around depending on what prop you like. Yep. If you like an under, find the highest out there. It's pretty simple. But what about Gronk do you see coming on Sunday?
I see unders. That's what I see. I see Gronk tied to the line trying to protect a 40-something sloth-like quarterback from keeping his beautiful white jersey clean and free of grass stains. And that's kind of been the MO for Gronk here over the last 6 weeks. Look, this Tampa offense is based a 12 personnel, so it's a 2 tight end set with him and Cameron Brate. Well, Cameron Brate's kind of playing the traditional Gronk role, breaking off the line, being that safety valve between the hash marks for Tom Brady. Over the last 6 weeks, he has run, I'm talking about Brate, 113 routes. Gronk, 20. That's it. 20. He's only gone over the proposed 30.5 receiving yards number once since week 14. I know he's, kind of towed the line a couple of times with 29 yards here or there. But if you look at Kansas City in the last game in the AFC title game, they brought duress. They brought pressure on Josh Allen on just over 41% of his dropbacks. So I think it's integral. It's imperative that Gronk is going to be lying tied in this game to make sure that his quarterback isn't in a body cast come the end of the fourth quarter. So I'm on the under there on the 30.5.
So we talked a lot about the running back situations here for Kansas City. And do you go with Williams? Do you go with Edwards-Helaire? Do you have any opinion on the running back situation for either of these teams and any props that you would prefer on either of these 4 running backs, I guess, the main 4, the 2 for Kansas City and the 2 for Tampa Bay?
Well, let's start with the Kansas City guys, unders. That's what the formula of success is going to be. If you want to stuff some $100 bills in your pocket, I would highly recommend the under on the CEH line at 30.5. It is a full-blown time. timeshare, and let's analytics metrics that are out there. Darrell Williams is out playing the first rounder, who has been largely ineffective here, over the second half of the season. Of course, he had the high ankle sprain, returned from that last week, but I think it's going to be split right down the middle. It was a 32-30 snap advantage for CEH in the AFC title game, and I think it's going to be a very similar split here in the Super Bowl. And you can't run on Tampa. Vita Vea is a whoa, here he comes. He's a man eater, and guys got one of the highest run stop percentages in the NFL. And he's just such a difference maker. And even in the regular season, when he was off the field, they were still giving up just 3.6 yards per carry the running back position. So I think the unders on CEH, rush yards. Darrell Williams has seen it at an identical number at 30.5. I take the under there. I do like the Darrell Williams over on 12.5 receiving yards, but I do like the under on CEH on his 18.5 receiving yards. He's just not running that many routes, even when he's on the field here over the last 6 games he's actually played. Now, completely different story, night and day difference. Oh my God. I have way too much action on every over tied to Leonard Fournette. It's a little bit disgusting, but, you put it in front of me, I'm going to take the over. I got an anytime touchdown at plus 120. Check. He scored in 3 consecutive games, 9 red zone touches over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers stirring run to the Super Bowl during the playoffs. I am over in the high 40s, kind of the varies where you can shop around. I've seen it like 49.5. I think as high as 51.5 for rush yards, whatever. Over on that, because I believe the Bucs are going to have a lot of success around the football as long as they remain competitive in this game, which I foresee will indeed be the case against a defense that has given up 4.4 yards per carry to the running back position. And I, in particular, love the over on his receptions. I know it's been juiced up at some of the books that are out there on the 3.5, but pay it. If you got to parlay it with something, get a 2-legger, reduce the juice, get seduced by that juice in the end on plus odds, by all means go for it. But I honestly believe, Fournette, who's gone 4-4-5 in terms of receptions here in these playoff games, seen 18.8% of the target share, even with Ronald Jones in the field, he's going to have a field day. So, God, I love me some Leonard Fournette. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I'm backing him.
He's playoff
as inefficient
Lenny,
as he
Brad.
was last year.
He's playoff Lenny.
He's glorious. And he's the nickel back. And this offense, the band sucks, but he's really good on the field.
You just don't like Canadians. So let's be honest. You're just anti.
Hey, I do. Hey, well, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, that's true. That could be valid.
Brad, what about one that I've been staring at, and Bruce Arians. It feels like it's first down, run, first down, run.
Yeah.
What about over 11.5 rushing attempts for Leonard Fournette?
Sure. Listen, man, you don't have to convince me. You don't have to convince me at all. Hell, DraftKings even offers fantasy points on a PPR, points per reception format. I took the over on that at 14.5 at plus 100. Why not? I'm all in on Leonard Fournette. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, when you break it all down, Matt, the secondary for the Chiefs is actually very strong. Slowing down receivers, but out of the backfield and the tight end position, I like Cameron Brate. I played over 3, so I get that buffer. If it does fall 3, we get our money back. Minus 115 here at Circa on receptions. But what about the other tight ends? Travis Kelce. He has been unbelievable this postseason. We know that the Buccaneers are very, very weak in the middle there. How much? You're going to have to pay the price, right? 8 or 8.5 receptions, receiving yards around 100, minus 170 anytime touchdown. So what do you like about Travis Kelce, and what can you and what will you play on Kelce?
Well, I have, truth be told, I've locked the over on the yards. I got it at 94.5 when the line opened. I thought that was, somewhat, there was still some built-in value there at a minus 112 juice, and now that line is shifted. I think, like you said, it's all the way up to 98.5 at some of the sports books out there. I did take the over as well on receptions at 8.5. Look, he's only gone over this number 3 times this season, but I don't know if you guys have noticed it. He's wide-ass open. Pretty much every play, the entire playoffs. I don't know if he's got like really bad BO. I don't know if people think he's got like leprosy or something and he's highly contagious. But there is nobody within like 2 to 3 yards of him on almost every single route. And when you have a generational arm talent in Patrick Mahomes, who can obviously deliver the ball crisply and accurately across all fields, and the weakness of this Tampa Bay defense, it's in the secondary. The first matchup, he went 8 targets, 8 catches, 82 yards, and oddly didn't find the end zone in Kelsey. But Mahomes still threw for 462. Remember, the cheetah, Tyreek Hill, had one of the greatest single-game performances in NFL history that time. So I think you're going to see some of the defensive attention try to shift to Tyreek to prevent some of those, enormous chunk gains down the field in which he just, burned Carlton Davis like a creme brulee in that game for 13 for 269 and a hat trick of touchdowns. And I think you're going to see a lot of nickel diming across the middle of the field with Travis Kelce, and he's just going to stack up those receptions. So I think it's realistic he get to 9 or 10. I got it at plus 115 on the over. Pretty much everywhere it's at plus odds right now, and I think that's manageable for the premier pass-catching tight end in the NFL.
We're talking to Brad Evans. You could follow Brad on Twitter at Noisy Huevos. And in the NFC Championship, right down the field went the Buccaneers, and they throw a touchdown to Mike Evans. I think he had 45 or 51, somewhere in that ballpark, receiving yards on that first drive. I had under 64 and was not feeling great, Brad, but ultimately it came home. Crazy enough. But what about Brad? What about your cousin Mike Evans here in the Super Bowl? Is he gonna catch a touchdown?
Yeah, we're not related, and if we were, he'd have all the athleticism in the family. I think over generations of Evanses for sure. I think he's going to find the end zone. I got it early when the line came out at plus 130. You could still shop around and get it at plus odds pretty universally right now. I think the lowest I've seen is plus 105 all the way up to plus 125 at all the various legal sports books. And by the way, you can use the FTN Bets prop-shop tool. It's free. It's the Google of player props to get you all the best values across legalized sports books in the country. He's got a major height advantage on Bashaud Breeland. He caught 2 touchdowns in the first matchup for 50 yards back in week 12 against this secondary. And I know Breeland is quite respectable. He's only given up a 58.8 catch rate to his assignments. I would be under on a 4.5 receptions prop for Evans. I think the receiving yards is priced exactly where it needs to be, anywhere between 62.5 to 66.5. Not touching that, but he's going to find the end zone, man. 36.7 red zone target share on the season. That's the second highest for any wide receiver in the league with at least 50 snaps played. So, again, he'll use that height advantage. He was a high flyer and a dunker in high school on his basketball team, and he's going to dunk all over Breeland for at least 1 TD there in the end zone.
One of the props I'm a little bit interested, or at least, group of props, is the Tom Brady interception props. We saw him throw, 3 interceptions against Green Bay. He had 2 against New Orleans that were called interceptions on the field that ended up being overturned. What do you think about historically, Brady doesn't turn the football over. I actually like 0 interceptions for Brady here, but I know a lot of people expect him to throw at least 1. What are your thoughts on the Brady interception props?
Yeah, look, I would say over on that. I think he will throw 1. Bashaud Breeland's actually had his number. I believe the last 2 times that they have faced, Breeland has picked him off in each of those games. So, if he does have a slight underthrow to Mike Evans, which is really hard to do when a guy's like, 6'5" and has got a 40-some-odd inch vertical leap, but it's possible. He's made some very poor decisions. We saw it with a hat trick of INTs last week at Lambeau Field. And obviously he's got to make some adjustments. He's been as his 10th Super Bowl for crying out loud. So, there is no, if there's any pressure, it's self-induced pressure, more so the environment around him, which is going to be odd anyway. There's only going to be 25,000 fans in the stands. And then again, you might say to yourself, well, that's more than anybody's seen this season. So it may be more of a natural environment for a game of this highest stakes. But I think he's good for a pick. I will say that much. This Kansas City secondary is talented, though they will be pushed to the brink by the electricity that this Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense possesses.
We're talking to Brad Evans at Noisy Huevos on Twitter, ftnbets.com, and the Fade to Noise podcast, which is a great listen every morning, him and Nate Lundy. Last year, this time, Brad, myself, Nate Lundy, we're getting some drinks down in Miami. And, Yeah, not the case this year, but we'll reunite soon enough. We got about a minute or so, Brad. Just side and total on this game. Have you played anything? And ultimately, what are you looking at for side and total in this one?
Oh, Captain Hook, yar, made an appearance in the line, and I went after it. I took Tampa and the plus 3.5. I got a little action sprinkled in the money line as well. Total, I like the under. I got it under 57. I know it's at 56.5. Hell, I saw a Tipico in New Jersey. It's at 55.5, which is an extraordinary value if you're looking for an over wager. But I think this game will be kind of close to what it was in the first matchup, 27-24 finish for Kansas City. I actually, if you got to put, my huevos on a line here, give me Tampa Bay 28. Kansas City 26, gentlemen.
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
28-26. I'm with you on the under. My really one of my few plays so far on side or total, we and you are on the same page. Under 27.5 first half, Brad.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I mean, I saw an astonishing statistic out there. Tom Brady in his previous 9 Super Bowls, only 3 combined points in the first quarter. So I like that first quarter under a 10.5 as well.
All right, well, I'm glad some of your Gonzaga bets came home. We were able to make the rollover parlay live another day, so we're happy and appreciate it, man, and we'll have you on again soon.
Go Washington State Cougars! Bring it home for us, baby!
We need those Cougars. Off to a good start. We'll update you on Washington State. The Lakers, we got a lot going on. We're just getting started. It's the Nightcap on VSiN. Brad Evans, he's the best. He is he's a lot of fun to talk to. You know what? I'm fired up. You're not going to be here tomorrow. I'm not fired up about that. but I'm fired up to talk UFC.
I'm fired up.
I'm fired up. That's gone.
That didn't last long.
Get this guy out of here. 4 nights. We're done with
That
Matt.
was it.
But you're out tomorrow. But there is a fight night coming up on Saturday in UFC here in town. And a pretty good card. So we're going to get to that.
Yeah.
And you've got some plays that you like. So I'm going to get my pen out, and I'm just going to circle the plays that you like, and we're gonna get it rolling, like the rollover parlay, which is on to another day.
Day 4, we're
Yeah.
going to be up to.
So Matt's not here tomorrow, so we will cash this ticket tonight. We'll hold it, and then we will have a ticket for Monday. We're not going to play anything over the weekend. We think it's just synergy here.
Yep.
Aaron, our producer, is a Bucks fan. You and I like the Chiefs, but I don't want a bad mojo there. So
No.
we're just gonna hold it till Monday, and we're feeling good. We've already made some money. We started with $20 each, and we're feeling good. Three for 3 to start this thing, and on to Monday. We will go. Johnny Avello from DraftKings is going to join us later on in this hour, sportsbook director there. Let's get some updates of what's happening. And we've got ourselves this is one of those games, and look, it's a long way from over, but this is a spot, Matt, where we talked about it before the show started. I didn't pull the trigger. The Nuggets are up on the Lakers 58-46 at the half. This was a spot I kept going back and forth, do the Lakers, does LeBron James in a potential showdown, MVP showdown against Nikola Jokic, does he go nuclear? He still had a great first half, 13.7 boards, 2 assists, but the Nuggets up 12 at the half and looking strong going into that. Do we have any updated lines right now on that spot?
Yep. Second half lines, Lakers a 6.5-point second half favorite, total 105.5.
All right, Lakers 6.5. I don't know if I love that, because you do wonder, do they, they just had
They're
a
going to
long...
make a run at some point. Even at that point, they still lose by 6.
That's true.
Yeah.
That might be an interesting play there. So Lakers minus 6.5. Let's go back to the
105.5 is pretty light too.
Yeah. College basketball tonight. We had a scare. If you are a Gonzaga fan, I know Danielle Alvari, part of our staff, My Guys in the Deserts and Primetime Action, big Gonzaga fan, and I'm sure she was a little worried. But the Zags do come home. They don't cover the 24.5, but they were in-game spots. I know we had a couple people watching. Our guy Brad Martin said he took the in-game Zags minus 13.5. That's a winner.
Yep.
So a winner for Brad there.
As low as 7.5 in play on that game.
Wow. So
Yeah.
and so we the Zags, the under hits with ease. If you had the under, and it's been a market early on in the year. They opened the year right with that 102-90 win over Kansas.
Yep.
Auburn the next night, the Iowa game, the Virginia game. They have gone over. Tonight they held to 76 points. I think that's their lowest of the year. It was a dead under the entire game.
And you have to imagine their emotions have been played with a little bit this week, as in the last 24 hours they've been rumored to play Houston and play Villanova and trying to get all these big games booked. They haven't been able to do it, but you have to come out tonight and play a game. And we saw Pacific off that embarrassing loss where they lost by 40 plus. Really come out and play with a ton. They were the team winning every loose ball, getting every rebound, getting every 50-50 board. But at the end of the night, Gonzaga's Gonzaga. And what's amazing is, they were down with, 10 minutes to go in this game. They went on a run. It looked like they might have a shot at covering 24 for a minute.
Earlier tonight, the biggest game of the day was Iowa hosting Ohio State, a top 10 matchup in Iowa City, and Ohio State is a 5.5-point dog, gets the victory outright against Iowa, 89-85. Optional defense in this one as 174 points scored. That one sails over the total of 156.5, and so an impressive win for Ohio State, who continues to really roll here, Matt. But this is an Iowa team that people think could make a run and maybe cut down the nets in Indianapolis in April. I just don't see it happening with this defense.
And when do we start talking about Ohio State as a potential 3 seed in the tournament, who's maybe a sleeper Final Four contender?
I think with their resume right now, wins on the road, Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Rutgers. And Rutgers a winner tonight, you're looking at a 2 seed at least right now for Ohio State. Talk some UFC next. We got a fight night here in town. It's the Nightcap on VSiN. Very rarely on this show, Matt, are we going to be able to preview a game and really give analysis and thoughts on a play for our viewers to watch. A lot of it is reacting to what we've got. Now, we turn the page at the end of the show and we give our thoughts. And, you know, if you were listening last night, you knew that Morehead State alum thought the Eagles were in a good spot, and they came home 10-point winner tonight. Winner there. And, you know, we had Matt Humans on yesterday. He said he liked Wyoming. Boom, 2-point loss. That's in the window, 8.5-point spread. So, you know, later in the show, but today, prior to tip, we said we liked Washington State getting 11, and still a long ways to go. I despise fouls on three-pointers, but we had a bit of a replay. Washington State up 19-11. Now, this could be a bit of fool's gold, right? You've got a team coming off a COVID break. Sometimes they find their legs later on in the game. But Washington State has come out really shooting the ball extremely well. 10.5 minutes to go in the first half, and Wazoo up 8 against Oregon, and we're playing with 11 points here. So we will keep the folks posted on that one. NBA real quick, the only game still on the board. Halftime, Nuggets and Lakers. Nuggets up 58-46, and once again, the halftime line?
We were actually seeing some sevens pop now. Lakers now a 7-point second half favorite, total 106.
So you could have got it at 6.5, but now looks like some sevens out there as the second half about to tip. LeBron James, 13 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists. And his prop bets today, he was sitting at 24.5 points. Nikola Jokic was sitting at 23. Jokic just 7 points, has 6 boards and 2 assists, though, in that first half. While we have you, and Matt won't be with us tomorrow, so we wanted to get your thoughts and analysis on Fight Night this weekend, and the headliner is Alistar Overeem versus Alexander Volkov. Volkov.
Like the old wrestler in the WWF.
Volkov is the favorite here at Circa. We're just going to use Circa lines, but once again, as we always say, shop around. So, what are your thoughts on Overeem and Volkov? Overeem plus 170 here at Circa. Volkov minus 195 favorite. The rounds over under is 1.5. Juice to the over minus 200 on the over.
Yeah, Overeem, a former UFC heavyweight title challenger, getting a little long in the tooth now at 40 years old, and I think that's probably the biggest factor in this pricing. But he's won 4 of his last fights, and the only loss to Rosenstruck, where he got knocked out in the last seconds of that fight. He was winning every round of that fight, so really could enter this fight on a 5-fight win streak. So a lot of momentum for Overeem. I think he's probably, if you force me to pick a side on the main event, I would definitely take Overeem here at the plus price. Alexander Drago Volkov, who is 6-2 in the UFC, stands 6'7", will certainly have big height and reach advantages here. But we have seen him fail and when he stepped up in bigger fights, lost to Curtis Blades, lost to Derek Lewis. Some of his wins, not so impressive. Beat Stefan Struve, beat Roy Nelson, beat former NFL star Greg Hardy. So I would lean slightly toward Alistair Overeem, but I don't really have a play in the main event. I do like 2 plays on this card. Starting on the main card here with a big battle of ranked lightweights here. I like Beneil Dariush taking on Diego Ferreira, and I think it's minus 105 right here now at the Circa, but it's probably around even money on Dariush. And this is a rematch from a fight 6.5 years ago in which Dariush won the first fight. Since that fight, Dariush has fought 14 times, going 10-3-1. He's on a 5-fight win streak, and I thought Conor McGregor put it perfectly after his loss to Dustin Poirier. Inactivity is the biggest enemy of an MMA fighter. There's so many disciplines you have to train and practice and stay sharp on that you really just can't afford to be inactive. Here we have a 36-year-old in Ferreira who hasn't fought in 13 months, has only fought 7 times since these two originally fought 6.5 years ago to Dariush's 14 fights. He just received his award this week for Comeback of the Year for a fight that he had last year. Dariush, I think at 31, is just hitting his prime now, trains at one of the best gyms in the world. I like Beneil Dariush, minus 105 against Diego Ferreira. And then I like a total on the main card as well as, again, another battle of ranked fighters. Manel Kape making his UFC debut, coming over from Rizin in Japan, where he was a star over there, 3 straight wins, some big knockouts over there, but it's a whole different ball game, and we've seen a lot of guys come over from other organizations and fail dramatically under their first time making that walk to the octagon under the bright lights. It's a whole different ball game, but I like the over 2.5 rounds here at plus 125. This is a situation where Kape, the power puncher, who scored a lot of knockouts against different guys, is going against a guy in Pantoja who's never been knocked out, and that includes fighting the reigning UFC flyweight champion of the world, Figueiredo, who knocks everybody out, basically. He went the distance with him, so at the end of the day, I think this one, first of all, flyweights at 125 pounds tend to go to the judges' scorecards about 58% of the time, and we're getting plus money on only over 2.5 rounds. rounds here. And we have a guy who's never been stopped in his pro career. I think he's going to be tough enough to handle Cape's punches early on. And then this one becomes sort of a dogfight later on. I'm going to go over 2.5 rounds. Plus 125.
All right, so just to recap here, you like Dariush? If you could find plus money on Dariush, go for it. So you are on Dariush in against Diego Ferrara, and you're on over 2.5 rounds on the Cape Pantoja fight.
Yeah, that's right.
Cool. All right, there it is. Anything on Frankie Edgar and Corey Sandhagen? This is the co-main event. Edgar is plus 320. Sandhagen is the pretty significant favorite. I believe on the card that we have on Saturday, a total of 7 fights. Sandhagen is the biggest favorite.
Yeah, and look, Frankie Edgar is a future Hall of Famer in the UFC, a former lightweight champion of the world. This guy's career has been amazing. He's fought in so many title fights, but he's almost 40 years old now, and 40 years old at these lighter weights is really detrimental, where you have to have that speed and precision. It's not like 40 years old at a heavyweight where that power can continue to carry you through your career. I just think Frankie Edgar a little too long in the tooth. And Corey Sandhagen fighting out of that Elevation Fight Team gym in Colorado, which includes Justin Gaethje and so many great champions. I know the price is so big. And, again, I love Frankie Edgar. Congratulations on an amazing career. I just don't see how he gets it done here. May want to take a look at the under 2.5 rounds at around plus 200. Frankie Edgar's been durable throughout his career, but guys' chins tend to go. He's almost 40. Maybe he doesn't make it this time. Maybe look under 2.5 rounds plus 200.
Yeah, nice plus price there on the under. Johnny Avello, the sportsbook director at DraftKings, is going to give us the latest on Super Bowl 55 next, right here on the Nightcap. Kentucky Derby qualifying points are there for the taking in New York and Florida, and the Ron Flatter Racing Pod previews both of this weekend's races. Trainer Harry Weiner talks about Wither Stakes contender Capo Kane, and Mike Henry of Tampa Bay Downs previews the Sam F. Davis Stakes. And Paul Zilm of Circus Sports handicaps both preps. The Ron Flatter Racing Pod will be posted on Friday. Download the Ron Flatter Racing Pod now at vsin.com/podcast or wherever you get your podcasts. It is sponsored by First Bet. The Lakers making a little bit of a run here. 64-59 is the score. Lakers trailing the Nuggets, but trailed by 12 at the half. And the second half line was Lakers -6.5. So it could have been a spot to get. I think our not our next guest, Johnny Avello, who we'll get to in just a moment. Our following guest, JVT, Jonathan Von Tobel, wants a Nuggets 1 to 4 point win. I think he laid the 6.5 in the second half with the Lakers.
Really?
So,
Okay.
And Washington State, who both I convinced. Look, Matt gave me the Morehead State tip. I said, let's take Washington State. Let's a little team synergy here.
Yep.
Washington State up 7 with about 5 and change to go, getting 11 at Oregon. Super Bowl 55 coming up on Sunday, of course. And one of my favorite guests, I've been chatting with him for quite some time. Everybody knows him. It is the DraftKings Sportsbook Director, Johnny Avello. Johnny, I appreciate you coming on, and it's always great to talk to you. I had a visit from your good friend Mattress Mac today, huh?
Yeah, he gave me a phone call and said he was interested in making a decent sized bet. So what do you have? Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, when I call Johnny, when I say, hey, I want to lay 346, it's usually $3.46, not $3.46 million. I'm just curious, how does that conversation go? I know you had a relationship with Mac for quite some time. He's been making these big bets, and look, we've talked about it. He does it. He's hedging his bets for his business. But yeah, how does that the discussion go? Does he ask how much can he lay? Did he know he was going to lay this amount? How does that whole thing go down?
Yeah, he said he wanted to make the bet. He said, what price he was interested in. He said, then I come back and when you want to do it, and where can we get you to our closest jurisdiction? How are you going to get there? I'm going to jump on my plane. Okay, great. When you get there, how long are you going to be there? Just long enough to make the bet. Okay, that's good. Let's figure out how to fund your account with the money. And, pretty much that's how it went.
So, this is the biggest bet reported now, Johnny, and as well as I do that a lot of times, you have to chop these, a lot of books make you chop these bets up. They'll take $1 million, then maybe another $1 million, then maybe $500,000. I think at this point, that bet is the overwhelming favorite to be the largest bet placed on the Super Bowl. Is that kind of the feeling you have as well as we get closer to the weekend?
Yeah, it's a pretty good sized bet. There's not too many people that bet that kind of money. The bets that we're taking these days, Tim, are just really huge. It's not uncommon for us to be taking. And you remember the bets we took at the Scarlet Pearl, on the World Series and to win the World Series. So they are becoming more commonplace. I wouldn't disagree that this prop may hold up as the largest.
We're talking to Johnny Avello from DraftKings. There's so much to get to, and I'm always so impressed by DraftKings. We use so many of their odds with the offerings you guys have for even college basketball games, Johnny, player props in college basketball games. One novelty prop that you guys do have up there. How many jurisdictions allow you to have the Gatorade color bath to be bet on?
A few, yeah. Probably half.
Okay.
Not everybody's interested in offering that. And that's the way it is with a lot of things we do. This weekend we're doing a professional cornhole. And we're doing a professional eating contest. And not all jurisdictions allow it. So, we go out and ask who will take it. And whoever does, we put the odds up there. And that's the beauty of the DraftKings app is we can do that. We can segregate by putting, certain props in one area, not in another.
Johnny, Matt and I were talking about it prior to the show. Both he and I are eventually going to play a money line on the Chiefs, and we're just hoping with the foot traffic in town that ultimately that money line comes down like it has historically, where people just want to take the plus money. I'm seeing right now DraftKings, you guys have it at minus 159. Do you think this could get as low as minus 150?
It could, if the point spread's going to hang around where it is now, 3 or so, it could get to 150. That's not unusual. If it goes to 3.5, then 150 would be a little light. But I've seen this before, where a point spread and the money line are just not in correlation. That happens sometimes, and especially on this game right here. We know that the underdog's going to be played. It happens every year, and it could be a little out of whack. Maybe not too much. I've seen it where the line might be 7, and which equates to a $3 money line. The money line's 220 or 230. So this one at 3, it may be skewed a little, but it probably won't be horribly bad.
So you guys have some amazing promotions going on that are really unique for the Super Bowl, and I think one that you wanted to talk about that we were really interested in was the fourth quarter $1 million pool. Why don't you tell some of the listeners about that, because I think it's a great promotion.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I'm really excited about it, because it's a fourth quarter pool where we're paying $1 million free. Anybody can play it in any jurisdiction, even if sports wagering is not legal in your state. It's about 10 props, all pertaining to the fourth quarter. Now, it's up there right now for anybody to play it, and there's about 500,000 plus users in there right now, participants. Wow. But we're doing 2 nationally televised commercials on the Super Bowl during the game. And one of them's going to hit somewhere around the third quarter or so. And that commercial pertains to this pool. So I am so interested to see how many people that are watching the game are going to see that commercial and jump to our site and enter that pool. So I'm so looking forward to it.
That's a great idea. And then now, look, I'm going to intentionally look for that commercial as well in the third quarter. So now you got me excited for it.
Great.
We're talking to Johnny Avello, sportsbook director.
Jump on the pool.
Let's do it. Yeah, we'll be all in it. Johnny, when it comes to the props, you've been doing this a long time. A lot of overs, I imagine. What have been the most played props so far for you guys at DraftKings?
I could tell you that the most played props are the first touchdown scorer. That one's getting played pretty heavily. Some other ones that are getting bet that are handling a lot of money. First scoring play being a safety. That's some exposure for us because we opened that at 120 to 1. People love to bet. That did happen one time. I don't know if you remember, but we got burned. I was out 6 figures plus on the first play of the game. How's that?
Peyton
not
Manning.
a great way to start the game.
Come on, Peyton Manning, jump a little higher. Come on.
Patrick Mahomes, the MVP, that's getting bet pretty good. Any quarter to end scoreless, that one also is taking some action, and so many more. It's the Super Bowl. We got to let them bet.
Speaking of Patrick Mahomes and the MVP, we've been talking about that a lot on the show, that, there's probably a pretty good sized correlation if you like the Kansas City Chiefs, that, betting Patrick Mahomes to win the MVP makes a lot of sense. And we're starting to see some plus monies now on Mahomes to win the MVP. Where are you guys at on odds on that prop? And do you also think that if you're going to, if you like Kansas City, maybe rather than betting the minus 160 money line, you just go ahead and take a shot on Patrick Mahomes at maybe even money or maybe even better at some places, just because that correlation of the amount of times the Chiefs will win, that he wins the MVP, is so high?
Matt, I agree with you. We opened up 1 + 110 and we're at minus 106.
Wow.
If you look back on quarterbacks that win the MVP, I think I looked at it. I think 10 out of the last 14 have been quarterbacks. And I didn't go back and look through all the years, but I'm sure the majority of winners are the quarterback. Now, let's say guys like Kelsey has a good game or Hill has a great game. Let's say they catch 10 or 12 passes and they score 2 or 3 touchdowns. Well, who threw the ball to them?
Yep.
So that's why the quarterback's always in play. And if the Chiefs do win the game, there's a pretty good shot that Mahomes would win MVP. So that's not a bad bet, rather than lay the juice on the significant juice, 160 or higher on the money line.
Yeah, I took it here at plus 120 here at the Circa. Hey, Johnny, before we let you run, you got any golf tickets in your pocket for the Waste Management?
No, well, I bet there's a girl, and her and I usually bet a little bit. I know we've got Koepka this week. I'd like Schauffele, but he was too short a price. So yeah, I didn't unload this week. It's just kind of a casual week.
Schauffele, good play today. 5 under today, tied for 6th. Johnny, always a pleasure catching up with you. Enjoy the Super Bowl, and I don't know who you need ultimately. I guess you're going to need the Chiefs after that Mattress Mac bet.
I don't think so. So we'll see. There's a lot of money to come in. Yeah, the weekend's not here yet. There's a lot of money to come in yet.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That is Johnny Avello, one of the best in the business, the sportsbook director at DraftKings. Johnny is gone. Jonathan Von Tobel, he's next. Talk some NBA on the Nightcap. and this is another level. I have Pluto TV on my computer right now, man. I don't know what that is, but I'm watching it. And Montana just hit a three-pointer at the buzzer to force overtime, and I laid 1.5 with Montana. And now we are headed to overtime, where hopefully it is where the dog goes to die tonight. Portland State is at home. Maybe just a deflating end of that. I thought I took the advice of my former co-host here at VSiN, Matt Humans. Just give up. I gave up on this game. I said, it's over. It's done. And we get a buzzer beater. Now we go to overtime. But not many people care about Montana and Portland State. Maybe there's one of you, maybe. I don't know. But other games going on. How about the Lakers right now, Matt? They are coming back, and you made a good point. You said, look, they can lay 6.5 in the second half and still lose by what, 6? That was that would have been a good play, and right now it looks pretty good. The Lakers, it's a 75-71 game, so the Lakers have battled back here in the third quarter with 2.5 minutes to go in the third.
Yeah, and we knew they'd make a run. Whether or not they end up winning this game or covering or even covering the second half, we knew that this team was at least going to come out and make a run, and they're doing that right now.
Jonathan Von Tobel, by the way, going to join us in just a couple minutes. JVT, I believe, did just that. I think he has multiple. We'll get it from him. I know he's hoping for a Nuggets 1 to 4 point win, is the way he put it. Another game that we are keeping a very close eye on here on the show. We got a tip off in show. It's very rare.
Yes.
And Washington State and Oregon right now. And Washington State taking on Oregon, who was on really has been off for about a month due to multiple COVID breaks here with the team. And Washington State with a 7-point lead over Oregon in the final closing seconds here. We'll see. This could be a spot, and you mentioned it, Matt, to maybe middle. Washington State, both you and I have the points on Washington State. Oregon's starting to make that run, and this is making me nervous. This has been a very strong end of the half here for Oregon. Washington State did have a double-digit lead. This could be a spot to play Oregon in-game as they start to get their legs back here. Haven't played very much. Dana Altman with some interesting comments yesterday. He said, we're going to miss a lot of shots. It's going to take a while for us to get in shape here. And this could be a spot to maybe grab Oregon in-game.
Yeah, especially with the way that Washington State has shot threes in this first half. Rodman 3 for 4. Bonton, their leading scorer, he's 2 for 4 from 3-point range. I mean, Washington State is just drilling threes. That's probably not sustainable. I think there's a good chance for Washington State to cover this full game, but maybe get a little Oregon second half.
Yeah, Oregon, it has gone to the half in Eugene. Washington State up 36-31. So I would say a good spot for where we stand with Washington State plus the 11. Our rollover parlay lives on. Colorado State, a winner over Wyoming, but only by 2, and it was an 8.5-point spread. And we gave that one out last night. Actually, Matt Humans, I'll give him credit. He gave that one out last night, and I think all three of us after the show said, I think we like that play. So that was the spot. Just a couple running down the go ahead.
I was going to say, and that's the fun of the rollover parlay, is the three of us threw in $20. We're now at $344 just that fast, 3 days in. And it's been a blast.
And we can take out $20 again, and now we're in the green or in the black, and we're feeling good. We'll get to these NBA games with JVT, but just to run down the board, it's once again been a dog day. 3 for 4, 3 outright wins for the Dogs. Portland, without Damian Lillard, C.J. McCollum, and Yusuf Nurkic, beats Philadelphia despite 37 points from Joel Embiid, covers the 10, obviously, and wins outright 121-105. How about Golden State tonight? Kelly Oubre, 40 points, 147-116 win over Dallas. Dallas went off as a 4, or in some spots, 4.5-point favorite. Utah, the lone favorite to win tonight. They were laying 10. They covered the number down in Atlanta, 112-91. And Houston, this one just went final not too long ago. Bounce back spot for Houston after losing to OKC yesterday as a 4-point dog. Beat Memphis, 115-103. More NBA next right here on the Nightcap. As you are all waiting to hear an update from Portland State, Montana with a 3-point lead over Portland State right now. So I know you're all
in overtime.
You're very worried about that. We're in overtime, and someone on this desk, not named Matt, has Montana minus 1.5 midway through overtime. I know our next guest, Matt, has got some action on this late night game, which is seeing a comeback from the Lakers, who have now just taken the lead, folks. 76-75. This has been a dominant third quarter for the Lakers, and even in a dominant overtime period for Montana as well. JVT, what's up, man? What do you got going on right now at this Lakers and Nuggets game?
So I'm involved in a couple of ways. Pre-flop, guys, I went in on Denver +5 and on the money line at +185. And at halftime, I laid 6.5 with the Los Angeles Lakers. So I'm hoping for about a 1-2. I think I sent you 1-4, Tim. I think if I'm not good at math, I think it's a 1-5 point victory for the Denver Nuggets. It would be a very nice night for me. But regardless, yeah. So I'm in a comfortable position either way, just sitting back and now watching to see what's going to come in.
Well, you must have known for sure that Philly was going to get waxed tonight because Melo was going to go off for Portland. Right. I'm sure you saw that coming.
Right, 100%, man, which is actually, like the other night, too, when I totally foresaw 41 total made three-pointers in a game that I bet under between the Rockets and the Grizzlies. Look, it's the NBA. It's weird, right? The one thing, though, is bettors, and I actually wrote about this today, and I said it on a couple of the spots here. We can talk about the spots, right? And we can talk about, how much a player is worth to a point spread. But when you're looking at playing Philadelphia today, you were buying at the tippy top of the market. You're buying where everything is baked into a number like this. And they could go out and they could have won this game by 12, but it didn't make it a very valuable bet for you because you were getting no value in a number like that. And sure enough, if you swallowed those points, you ended up, throwing them back up because it wasn't a very good performance. And I don't really think much of Philadelphia, any less of Philadelphia, I would say, after this. Again, the NBA is kind of weird. Second leg of a back-to-back. And you saw the cracks in the second half last night, I should mention, too. Remember, they were outscored in the second half. I think it was 69-56, somewhere in that range, by Charlotte in the second half last night, too. So
and a big fourth quarter by Charlotte.
Right. And remember, too, in that one, by the way, important in the number, they were laying 7, and they were covering the entire way until they blew it in that fourth quarter, and they ultimately didn't cover. So, you kind of saw it with Philly, but it's a pretty poor loss on the surface.
Yeah.
Just an update on what's happening in Los Angeles. It has been an absolute dominant third quarter. I got the lights in my eyes, and it is the
37-17 Lakers in the third quarter.
83-75 after three quarters.
15-0 run, it looks like.
Wow. And this is, you mentioned, and Matt, I should have taken your advice. You said, look, 6.5, and you're getting Denver to win still by 6 points. They had a 12-point lead, and that is all gone. 83-75, Lakers now leading the Denver Nuggets. A couple more thoughts on what we saw tonight before we look ahead a little bit to tomorrow. What's going on with Dallas? Dallas is fully healthy. They had a win last night, back-to-back here, and they just get hammered. Kelly Oubre Jr. goes for 40 tonight. Steph Curry was solid, right? But not unbelievable. Not the vintage performance we saw against Boston where he dropped 39. If you have Dallas and a Luka MVP and a lot of people were all in on Dallas, JVT, you gotta be. I know it's just February 4th, but you certainly got to be worried.
Yeah, throw out the MVP ticket for Luka. That's not happening, right? Points per shot attempt are down this year. 3-point percentage, he is under 30% still on the season. Another poor shooting night tonight. And I have to tell you guys, look, I was down on Dallas just in the sense of, I didn't understand the thinking behind this is going to be a top 4 team. This was a 7 seed last year that brought everybody back. And actually, they just lost a guy in Seth Curry and traded him in, not literally traded him, but made the shift on the roster to allow Seth Curry to go. And they brought in Josh Richardson instead. That's a net negative, right? His shooting was absolutely necessary. This is now a team that is dead last still in 3-point percentage. This is a team that last year finished 18th in defensive efficiency, and this year they continue to fall on that side. But their offense isn't making up the exact slack. So they have a lot of issues. But I got to tell you, tonight, guys, and I was on Golden State catching points here, But this is, to me, one of the more embarrassing losses that you'll have in a regular season. Today, when the Golden State Warriors guys have nobody playing in the front court, right, have essentially me. I think their two best players, at least in terms of the options in the front court, were 6'6" and 6'5", that you're playing at center at this point right now. And you as a team in Dallas shoot under 50% at the rim. And not only that, you only take 17 attempts at the rim. Only 17 attempts within 4 feet of the basket tonight, despite the fact that your opponent had no true centers, really had no front court members whatsoever. 17 attempts at the rim compared to 33 for the Golden State Warriors here today. I thought this was a terrible loss, like on multiple levels, right? This team is now 1-7 in their last 8 games. Yes, they get off the schneid last night against the Atlanta Hawks, but the market was a little gung-ho to lay points with them, just given the injury situation for Golden State. This is a team that has nowhere to go but up, but they don't seem to be finding their way in that direction. It's an overvalued team, and I think you're seeing it in almost every single night now with this market and the way they're handling them.
Talking about a team finding their way, the Milwaukee Bucks have scored 130-plus points in back-to-back games. They're on the road at Cleveland tomorrow, laying 10. Have the Bucks started to figure this thing out? Because their offense has really been red hot. And they've scored 130-plus the last 2 games without Giannis going over his point total in either game. So, it's a diverse amount of guys scoring points. So what do you think about the Bucks tomorrow, laying 10 to the Cavs?
So I'm not sure if I'll get involved, Matt, but I did try to get in front of the train yesterday with the Indiana Pacers. And boy, it was a train. It didn't really go well, but it was a no sweat, right? I didn't even have to worry about it. In the first quarter, I got to change the channel and move on. You know, the thing with Milwaukee, and this is maybe a mistake on my part when it comes to the handicapping. You know, if you guys know, I'm really big on numbers. I like the statistics, the analytics. Statistically, analytically, the Milwaukee Bucks were the 17th rated defense. Statistically, the Bucks are still defensively the dead last in terms of opponent three-point shooting. But if you look at some of the other metrics, which I don't have access to, but guys over at ESPN like a Zach Lowe and a Brian Windhorst do, and you listen to some of the podcasts, and they've mentioned that Milwaukee, just from the standpoint of the three-point shots that they're giving up, they're not giving up anything different, right? They're not giving up more open looks. Their defense hasn't gotten worse. It's the shots that weren't going down last year are going down this year, which is why they're giving up 40% or more from three-point range on the season. So you would expect some negative regression, or however you want to phrase it, to the mean there for opponents in terms of three-point shooting. And Matt, if that starts to regress and they start to perform better defensively, you said it, their offense isn't missing a beat. Like Drew Holiday is good. Bobby Portis is a fantastic bench scorer when they need him to be. Bryn Forbes is a very good shooter, and Giannis can do what he wants when he wants at certain times, especially in transition. You saw that multiple times against Indiana. So I would say, look, if there's going to be some regression to the mean here for opponent three-point shooting from Milwaukee, this is a deadly team, and one that, I think in the upper echelon of the NBA guys, I still have them power rated, slightly below teams like the Lakers, the Clippers, and, other big boys in the Eastern and Western Conference, namely just the Nets, I think, in that regard. But I think overall, this is a team that's maybe slightly better than I gave them credit for, because I bought too much into the defensive numbers.
Well, you mentioned Indiana, and I'm a fan of Indiana. I didn't ultimately play it. I'll be honest. I don't play a ton of NBA at this point in the season. I'm too busy sweating out Montana and Portland State, right. JVT. But to me, it feels like tomorrow is, as you've talked about so many times before, is tomorrow a buy low spot on Indiana. They're playing an overpriced team in New Orleans who's coming off a nice win. Indiana just got hammered. So Indiana right now here at Circa laying 2.5. Is this a spot to buy low on Indiana tomorrow night?
Yeah, it could be, and I can't wait to see what the market does with this, Tim, because there's a 3 out there, but the Pelicans are coming off of their own buy low spot the other night, right? The Suns closes a 3.5-point favorite on the road against them. Pelicans blow them out. Now you get to take on Indiana, who over the last few games has not performed well, especially defensively. It's been relatively poor, but they have the presence in the front court to deal with what the New Orleans Pelicans want to do, right? Zion has been much more of a front court presence. Obviously, Steven Adams there as well. They've been a slower paced team under Van Gundy. So I think just from a build standpoint, I do think Indiana matches up well with the New Orleans Pelicans. But I want to sit back and wait. I want to see what the market does here, because it's funny, the market almost every single night, guys, has been on the New Orleans Pelicans, except for last night where the Suns opened up 2 and closed 3.5. And when the market finally turns their back on them, right, they go out and they blow an opponent out. So I wonder if maybe the market starts to come back here, and come back to come back. We'll take care of you type of deal. And maybe you see this number dip a little bit because there hasn't been a lot of respect for Indiana market-wise, right? There has been, a lot of the games which the market has pushed against them. And in this spot, to your point, Tim, where you have such a public team in New Orleans, I would think that potentially you'll start to see this dip closer to about 2 or something like that. Maybe you do get a discount. But I would say yes. On the surface, this looks like a buy low spot for the Pacers.
You talk about a team not getting any respect in the betting market right now, the Orlando Magic, who have lost 4 straight, 6 of 7, and suddenly find themselves as a home dog tomorrow to the Chicago Bulls. I mean, what is up with Orlando? We know the Aaron Gordon injury is devastating to their ability to defend, and they're already missing Markelle Fultz. And what's up with Orlando? And can they right the ship tomorrow? Because, I mean, this is a big turnaround for this team to suddenly be a home dog to the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, but Matt, I'm not sure entirely like how big of a shock it is, right? Personally, for my ratings and my numbers, I've been handling almost every single one of these home courts as neutral courts, right? They're playing in just these big empty arenas for the most part. Some arenas have a smattering of fans, but they're not locked and loaded and ready to go. In Orlando, we can, even talk about even when everything's fine, how strong their home court really is. But when I look at it from this perspective, 2 actually might be a little short. You mentioned it's not even just Aaron Gordon. This is a team that has been ravaged by injuries. Al-Farouq Aminu, like Markelle Fultz, Aaron Gordon, Jonathan Isaac, Marco Carter-Williams, all of these guys who either haven't been on the court or are missing time due to an injury suffered this year. Guys, they have the worst offensive rating in the NBA in the month of January because they just have no shot creation whatsoever. They're 26th in defensive rating over that same stretch because they've lost some of their best defenders. This is just a team where I find nothing in terms of value in betting on them. Now, Chicago is not the best team whatsoever, right? They split a 2-game set with the New York Knicks. Offensively, don't do much against that Knicks defense. That's a top 10 defense in terms of efficiency. I wouldn't be surprised to see this number start to climb by the time, we get into the day tomorrow, by the time we get closer to tip-off. To me, Orlando might be a purely fade team until we see something differently because we have seen nothing from them, Matt, as of late to make you think otherwise, especially with such a short number.
Chatting with our senior NBA analyst. He'll join us every Tuesday and Thursday in this spot here on the Nightcap. Recap the day that was and look ahead to tomorrow. And right now, the Lakers leading by 7 early in the fourth quarter over the Nuggets, outscored the Nuggets by 20 in the third quarter. Well, in this same time slot tomorrow, JVT, it's a great one. I'm fired up to be watching it on the show tomorrow night. We've got Boston visiting the Clippers, and right now I see 1-6 out there, but mostly 5s in town. The Clippers laying that 5 against Boston. It's been an extensive West Coast trip here for Boston. Anything you see? I know you're early in your research looking ahead, but with Clippers in Boston, with the Clippers laying 5, anything you see in this one right now?
Yeah, I think 5 short, Tim. I think the 6 is a little bit more accurate. And so I wouldn't be surprised if those 5s eventually turn to 6, and the shops that don't have 5s or anything up at all would eventually maybe open up 5.5 or 6. Look, Boston does have some problems. Boston, from an offensive standpoint, has some limitations. They're still missing one of their best on-ball defenders in Marcus Smart, who's not going to be available now for what seems like another week or so. This is a team that I think is in a tough spot. It's a team that I'm relatively low on, right? I have an under on their win total. I think there's been some times where I've had my numbers at least conflict and haven't really had a good read on this Celtics team. So I would say take this with a grain of salt. But the Los Angeles Clippers offensively have done extremely well this year. They're the best team in terms of offensive rating. If you look at cleaning the glasses metrics, they're the best shooting team in the NBA. And I just don't know if the Boston Celtics have the firepower to keep up with a team like the Los Angeles Clippers. I think they'll be able to exploit Boston defensively. And I think this is just about whether the Celtics can or can't offensively kind of keep pace with the Los Angeles Clippers. And you know what? We talk about buy low, sell high, all of these things. I'm not sure where the market is on the Los Angeles Clippers, right? We saw the market overreact to a second leg of a back-to-back after losing to Brooklyn to Cleveland the other day, right? And that number got to as low as 7. It closed as 9, and the Clippers blew out Cleveland. It wasn't even a sweat. So I do wonder where the market might go. My numbers say this is just over 6. So we'll see how the market responds in kind. But I think if it's 5, that's a play on the Los Angeles Clippers.
Well, one thing's for sure. If Jaylen Brown ends up missing tomorrow's game, it'll at least be 6, probably closer to 7. And right now, Brown questionable with that knee injury, and that's why we see this game off the board at so many places. Jaylen Brown averaging, just one of the best players for Boston this year. So that's one to keep an eye on. They will get Kemba Walker back, who rested last game at least, but they need Jaylen Brown at this point with Marcus Smart out.
Oh yeah, 100%. And by the way, he's the third option for most improved, right? It just speaks to how good he's been. Jaylen Brown, he's absolutely fantastic. But you're right, man. Like, this is a team that came into this year, Matt, really thin. And so when you lose guys like Kemba Walker to rest, or Marcus Smart to a calf strain, this is going to be an issue. Like, every injury is going to impact you greatly, especially on the offensive end where you already struggle.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown averaging 26 points per game already this year. I mean, to your point, they are thin, and if you take that out of the lineup tomorrow night, I don't see how this line doesn't go to 7. And I'm with you. I think 5 seems a little light right now.
We're talking to Jonathan Von Tobel, JVT. We've got a little under a minute. Just any thoughts on Toronto at Brooklyn tomorrow? Looks like 4.5 right now, the consensus for Brooklyn. We've got about 40 seconds or so.
You mean Tampa Bay?
Yeah,
Tampa Bay. Sorry, Tampa Bay at Brooklyn. Yes.
No, I'd say initial thoughts, Tim, are short. Toronto has been really poor offensively. They're heavily dependent on transition and three-point shooting. Yes, we could talk about Brooklyn and how bad they are defensively, but again, you go back to that Clippers game, doesn't matter. Fourth quarter, they averaged 1.4 points per possession. Clippers averaged 1.1. That's still pretty good, but not enough for offensive firepower like that.
JVT, you're the man, and I don't know what's going to come home for you in this Lakers game, but hopefully it's something positive. So we appreciate it.
Thanks, JVT.
See you later, guys.
There he is, at me, JVT. We got treats and beats coming up next. My mood was high during this segment, and it is starting to sour. We'll get into that next. It's treats and beats right here. It's the Nightcap. the Nightcap here on VSiN. That's Matt Hurt. I'm Tim Murray. Thanks to JVT, Jonathan Von Tobel, for joining us. He had a couple thoughts, a couple leans, I think early indications. He felt like the Nets line was a little too short tomorrow night against the Tampa Raptors. And what were a couple other of his thoughts looking ahead to tomorrow? He thought Orlando might be in a spot, auto fade for the Orlando Magic, and I know he thought maybe Indiana, one to keep an eye on there. And also the Clippers could be a little bit too short. So some thoughts there. Quick update, Lakers up by 14. Yeah. So Lakers went off tonight. They went off as a 4.5 point favorite here. There was steam on Denver. Looked to be the right side out of the jump, 58-46, the halftime score. But the Lakers dominant third quarter, outscoring Denver by 20. And that is where we stand right now in the final NBA game. We do have a college game going on. And
he's going to the law. That looks bad.
This is tough. We both have Washington State, but we're, overall, we're just college basketball fans, and you never want to see this.
No.
We've seen 2 injuries now on back-to-back plays. DJ Rodman, yes, Dennis Rodman's son, he plays for Washington State. Looks like he broke his nose.
Yep, it sure did. And he was 3 for 4 from three-point range tonight, having himself a wonderful game. And looks like he did break his nose. And then on the ensuing possession, literally coming down, Chris Duarte from Oregon, one of their best players.
Leading scorer.
Yeah, leading scorer, and certainly he got his leg tangled up, and it looked ugly, and they had to carry him to the locker room. And that, first of all, thoughts and prayers go out to that young man. Hopefully everything's okay, because that injury looked bad.
Yeah, it did. It's 36 all. Oregon headed to the free throw line here. We took Washington State prior to the game, plus the 11. And Oregon, this was my fear. And while Oregon did have a great end to the end of the first half, and they have come out with their hair on fire here in the start of the second half. They went on a 5-0 run to end the half, and right now, if you include that, they're on a 10-0 run, making an 11-0 run. So this is making me quite nervous backing the dog here.
First lead of the game here for Oregon.
And this is what we kind of were saying, this was the spot where you felt like a team like Oregon could get their legs. So we'll keep our eye on this. Game is tied back up. It is treats and beats, and I'll give you what we were sweating out just a little bit ago, and I always like throwing the curveballs to the production staff. There's no way they have this, so it's just gonna be me talking to you about Montana and Portland State. We had our pre-show plays. My total did not come home. Rutgers taking on Minnesota. I played the under 141. That doesn't come home. Rutgers wins that game outright, 76-72. And then Montana minus the 1.5 against Portland State seemed like there was no way that would come home. And Robbie Beasley, my new hero, hits a three-pointer off balance at the buzzer. Go to overtime, tied at 54. And overtime is where underdogs go to die, and that's exactly what happened. Portland State could not cover as they lose that game 70-64. So somehow a treat for yours truly as we get the victory there for Montana. And now we're sweating out Oregon and Washington State as Washington State just refuses to get offensive rebounds.
and how about the beats? If you had Denver plus 5.5 in this game, up a dozen at halftime, and they are just getting taken to the woodshed in the second half by the LA Lakers tonight.
Yeah, it is quite. That is a tough beat right there as the Lakers up on 87. And how could I not mention in our treats and beats?
Boy, that may be the best treat of them all.
It lives on. The rollover parlay, the now infamous rollover parlay here on the show. 3 days strong. We are 3-0. We've all each picked a winner. Mine was the most sweat we had of the plays, but I got home yesterday with Virginia. Started with Edmonton on the puck line against Ottawa, and then it rolled into Virginia minus 6.5. That gets home by a 0.5 point. And then tonight, Wyoming plus 8.5 as Wyoming loses to Colorado State 76-74, but Doesn't matter for us. The rollover continues. 3 games, and now we're on to next week, Matt.
On to next week, my friend.
We are rolling that bad boy over. We'll have to see what it is as we head into next week. Matt won't be here tomorrow, so we'll put it on ice until Monday's show. We'll take a look back at everything that has unfolded so far, get you updated on Lakers and Nuggets, Oregon and Washington State as well. Before we turn the page to close the show out, it is the Nightcap right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Show. It's called The Nightcap. We appreciate everyone who's been tuning in and all our new viewers as we've extended VSiN's lineup. And, well, now that you're here, why don't you take a moment and start your free trial of an all-access VSiN subscription. March Madness right around the corner, and the football betting season keeps going after the big game with free agency, the quarterback carousel, and the NFL draft. And, of course, our experts are handicapping games in every sport every day, so you have an edge all year round. VSiN gives you everything you need to improve your sports betting IQ with daily insights and analysis, so sign up now to get our daily emails with the best bets from our hosts and guests, 24/7 video streaming, and our point spread weekly betting guides. Check out all our membership options starting at only $3.99 per month at vsin.com /subscribe to start your free trial today. The Lakers are going to cover tonight. 2:53 to go. Lakers up 106-89, and I think that's a good spot to jump off with just taking a look back at the day that has been. And we're keeping an eye on Washington State and Oregon. Washington State with a 2-point lead. Washington State went off as a 2-point dog. But, you know, the game of the night in the NBA, certainly Lakers and Denver, Matt. And at the half, it was 58-46.
Yep.
Denver. Since then, it has been all Lakers. They have outscored Denver 62-31 here in the second half.
Just unbelievable turnaround in this second half for the LA Lakers, who we talked about have taken Denver to the woodshed, holding them to 17 points in the third quarter, and now they've held them to 14 in the fourth. There's only 2.5 minutes left. Wow, what a performance by this LA Lakers defense in the second half.
Yeah, and this game's going to be over. Oh, did we get a technical in the Oregon-Washington State game?
We did.
This thing has fallen apart. I hopefully this will stay home, but I'm getting nervous. But we got a graphic for the Lakers game, and take a look at LeBron's side, okay? 24.5 points was the over-under.
He's over on everything.
Over. Rebounds, 7.5 over. Assists, 8.5 over. And guess what?
Triple-double, 6-1.
Triple-double comes home. And LeBron James, I was texting with Doug Kazarian, who was on the show earlier today, and we were talking about this particular game, and I believe his best bet on Daily Wager today was over LeBron James points. And one thing we were talking about, I initially thought about playing the points in Denver, and I laid off because the point that he brought up was LeBron might go, hey, this is a MVP showdown, me against Nikola Jokic, and it's go time. Well, as we just showed that graphic for those watching on vsin.com, a triple-double for LeBron sweeps the board, over points, over rebounds, over assists, 6-1 bang on the triple-double. And you said it before this game tipped off. You were surprised that the odds for Nikola Jokic triple-double were shorter than LeBron, and LeBron brings home a 6-1 triple-double. What a performance for LeBron. What a performance in the second half for the Los Angeles Lakers.
And we talk about Jokic and all his props tonight. He's under in points, under in rebounds by a half, under in assists. So while LeBron swept the board and hit the trifecta, Jokic over.
Yep, and just taking a look at the over-unders for this game. Still some time to go, but the Lakers are just wrapping it up. Just emphatic dunk to pretty much end the game. 114-89. What a second half domination. 68-31.
Wow.
Right now for the Lakers over the Nuggets. What an impressive performance. We pull up the props. Anthony Davis, he goes under his point total, and I know a lot of people were saying that was a good play. 13 points, he had 9 assists. He does go over on his rebounds, which was 8.5. So that was even money at DraftKings. So LeBron over on points, Anthony Davis under. Kyle Kuzma just gets over. He was 10.5, and he goes over at it was set at 10.5, and he gets 11 points. Nikola Jokic, Matt, as you mentioned, under 23.5, well under 13 points. Jamal Murray does go over his total. He hits at 20, and Michael Porter Jr. under 14.5 as he finishes with 8 points. A dominating second half, and this game is wrapping up right now as we speak. The Lakers going to take care of business, cover the 5 or 4.5 in some spots as it went off. And the Lakers get an impressive win and going to improve to 17-6. And this is a team, you know, Matt, as you know, always overvalued. People want to bet the Lakers. Just now 13-14-1 ATS and 4-5 ATS when this thing officially concludes, as the Lakers have a 24-point lead in this one. A couple other NBA games to hit on tonight. Golden State on the road, dominating performance. Kelly Oubre Jr., 40 points. They cover the 4. So the underdogs, again, they do get 3 wins tonight, and if you played them on the money line, the underdogs take care of business. So 3-2 for the underdog. Portland wins it. Carmelo Anthony, Gary Trent Jr. having big games as Portland beats Philadelphia. Joel Embiid had 37 points in the loss, 16-point win for a banged-up Portland team. Golden State, as mentioned, wins by 31, laying the 4. Utah, a 10-point favorite, covers the number in Atlanta. They beat the Hawks 112-91. And then Houston bounce back spot as a dog in Memphis tonight. They win 115-103 after their loss last night to Oklahoma City.
And how about those Ottawa Senators breaking the streak?
Yeah, the Ottawa Senators, what were they, plus 245
I think
on the money?
295 here.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they get it done on the money line. The Ottawa Senators get the win. Wasn't fade Ottawa. Quick look at the college basketball slate tonight before we turn the page. Real quickly, Washington State under 12 to go, and Washington State clinging to a 3-point lead, which is just fine. We took them plus the 11. Biggest game of the night, Ohio State, 5.5-point dog, Matt. They beat Iowa 89-85. And then the number one team in the country, Gonzaga, was trailing Pacific in the second half. And Matt, how low did the in-game total get?
Got the
in-game point spread.
Yeah, down to Gonzaga minus 7.5 from a 24-point pre-flop favorite down to minus 7.5 in play, and they end up covering it easily.
They cover the in-game, but do not cover the pre-flop as Gonzaga wins 76-58. The under, an easy winner there, as this game here at Circa went off at 24.5. And those were the only two ranked teams in action today. Rutgers and Minnesota, a really good game. Minnesota covers the number on the road. Their first road cover of the season, but do not get the win outright. Rutgers, a nice win, 76-72. And for Matt, that keeps a open-ended parlay alive.
Yeah, and look, Rutgers suddenly won 4 straight again. This is a team that certainly had some ups and downs this year, on and up right now.
Yeah, Steve Peichel's squad lost 5 in a row, now have won 4 straight. Nice win tonight, but Minnesota does get the cover. We turn the page, look ahead to Friday night's action next as we wrap up the nightcap on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. We are wrapping things up here on the Nightcap. Man, it's a lot of fun. We have had some winners tonight. We've had some fortunate luck, and we are going to take a look at a tweet that I just got. I'll tell you about it here in just a moment. But the Lakers game has gone final. The Lakers and Nuggets has gone final. We alluded to it prior to the break, but it has gone final. You can now cash that ticket if you played the Lakers in-game, and we should have. We're kicking ourselves for not playing it in-game. The Lakers not only cover the halftime second half spread of 6.5, they win this game by 21. They outscored the Nuggets 68-35 in the second half. So the Lakers come home 114-93, and LeBron James a triple-double. And for those of you lucky enough on DraftKings, 6-1 on a triple-double for LeBron James tonight. But it's time to turn the page. We haven't turned the page completely yet on the day because we're still on Washington State, plus 11. They lead 52-49 with 10.5 to go in Oregon tonight. Some unfortunate news. We don't know the severity, but Chris Duarte, the leading scorer for Oregon, left the game with a pretty severe ankle injury, it looked like. So keep your eyes peeled on that one. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. But before we look to Friday's action, I do want to revisit the UFC card on Saturday, since Matt, you won't be here, and just quickly run down some of the favorite plays that you have or recommendations you have for Fight Night on Saturday.
Yeah, my two favorite plays are Beneil Dariush, minus 105 on the main card against Diego Ferreira. A rematch of a fight that took place 6.5 years ago. Dariush won that when he was only 25 years old. Now 31-year-old Dariush, right in his prime, taking on a 36-year-old Ferreira. Dariush fought twice as many times as Ferreira since the first time. Activity means something in the UFC. I'm going to take the younger, taller, longer guy who won the first fight in Dariush. And then I like Manel Kape against Alexander Pantoja over 2.5 rounds, plus 125. Look, it's tough for these 125ers to get finishes anyway. Manel Kape making his UFC debut, coming over from the Japanese organization Rizin. Pantoja has never been stopped in his professional career. I don't think he's going to get stopped here either. I'm going to go ahead and take the plus money over 2.5 rounds with Pantoja. And I do have a slight lean in the main event on Alistair Overeem, the former UFC title challenger, who has won 4 or 5, and when the one loss was a third-round knockout with 15 seconds left in a fight he was winning. So despite the fact that he is now 40 years old, slight lean on the plus price with Alistair Overeem in the main event.
All right, that's coming up on Saturday, UFC Fight Night. So I will Dariush over in the Kape fight, and a slight lean to Overeem plus the money there. I just want to go back real quickly. We had our plays that we give out, the plays that we're going to be sweating on the show. Loser for me on Rutgers, Minnesota under. And right now we're sweating out Washington State plus the 11. They have a 2-point lead, 9.5 minutes to go. And the other game mentioned there, Montana minus 1.5. And the reason I want to revisit this is there was a 3-pointer at the buzzer. Montana hits it. They're on the road. Off balance 3, 54-51. The reason I bring this up, a couple people have tweeted me, and I'll shout out Rob Elliott on Twitter. He had a 6-leg parlay tonight. $10 to bring home 643. He had Rutgers, Southeast Missouri State, Morehead State, maybe listen to you, Matt, on that one. Austin Peay, a good friend of mine told me to play Austin Peay. I took his recommendation and played it. Austin Peay won outright as a 2.5-point dog. He played Ohio State on the money line,
nice,
plus 220, and the final leg was Montana on the money line. Imagine sweating out a 6-leg parlay. I always say parlays are for suckers because, well, it looked like it was going to be a loss, and he had a hell of a night, right? He had multiple plus money, money lines come home, but in the end, he gets a little luck, 3-pointer, Overtime is where underdogs go to die. And Rob, props to you, my man. You just banked in a $650 parlay on a $10 bet.
Love that. Love seeing those. Great job, Rob. Congratulations.
And he said, I know you don't care, but my fiance and mom are both asleep, and I had to celebrate. And then Scott Sanders says that was quite a sweat. Couldn't believe he hit that shot at the buzzer to send it to overtime. So, yeah, keep those coming. That's the beauty of this show. All right, time to turn the page. We gave a little look at UFC and some college basketball tomorrow. Not the greatest card, but anything, Matt, catching your eye at first glance tomorrow on the college slate?
Yeah, a battle of some of the better teams in Conference USA tomorrow, North Texas and Louisiana Tech. And I like Louisiana Tech in this spot, catching 4.5 points. North Texas coming off several, postponed games. Their last 4 scheduled games were all supposed to be against Rice. So they haven't played anybody except Rice in almost a month now. And the 2 wins over Rice, one of them by only 5 points, not exactly super impressive. On the other side, Louisiana Tech's put a heck of a run together here. 14-5 on the season, 7-3 in conference. Haven't had any games postponed, playing in a great rhythm. On a 3-game win streak, they've won 6 of 7. I'm going to go ahead and take the dog here. I know that North Texas was the preseason favorite coming in and is 5-1, but I don't like all the inactivity. I don't like the fact that they haven't played anybody but Rice in almost a month. I'm going to go ahead and take the points with the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs.
A big game in the Mountain West tomorrow, and Boise State is visiting Nevada. And this spot, you've got Boise State laying 4.5 on the road at Nevada. This has been bet up. We're showing on VSiN.com the opening lines at Circa, and right now, looking at where we stand in the Boise State game, it looks like Boise State has been bet up here at the Circa to 5.
Yeah.
So there's money coming in on Boise State. Boise State has had an incredible run. Their only loss in conference play was against Colorado State. Nevada, this was a spot on Tuesday night. Nevada, you played UNLV in the first half, and ultimately Nevada runs away with it. Nevada's had a solid year, but against the stiffer competition, San Diego State, they got swept at home. They lost a game to Air Force. So KenPom right now projects this as a 3-point game. I don't know if I have a strong opinion. I would lean a little bit towards the road team here, but I'm not a big fan of laying 5 or 4.5 on the road.
Yeah, Boise. I mean, you knew Boise had to regress back to what expectations were a little bit at some point. But if you go prior to that 2-game set with Colorado State, I mean, you have to go way back. In fact, I'm not sure. You have to go all the way back to a win against BYU in December to find a game where they even won by single digits. I mean, they were whipping teams. Granted, it was San Jose State, it was Air Force, it was New Mexico, so it's hard to gauge. Okay, you're whipping the really bad teams. And they split with Colorado State. Colorado State handed it to them in the first game, but Boise State did bounce back and win the second. I'm with you. It feels a little steep on the price there, but I do also think it's a Boise's playing good. And Nevada, I mean, I don't know that they're as good as they looked against the UNLV team without their leading scorer, who's really struggling right now.
Yeah, another game. Once again, the Friday night slate in college basketball, usually not the strongest, but this is a pretty solid game. Some bubble teams here. You've got Maryland taking on Penn State, and Aaron Oster, our producer, is a Maryland alum, so he'll be sweating this one out. I think the official feel from Aaron was on Maryland in this spot. Maryland is getting 3 on the road at Penn State. Last time we saw Maryland has got to be one of the most bizarre teams when it comes to their resume, Matt. They've got really nice wins at Wisconsin, at Illinois, at Minnesota, a Minnesota team that plays extremely well at home.
Yes.
And they held Minnesota to 49 points at home.
Yep.
That's a team, I think, averaging 78 points per game at home this year, and they held them to 49. And then you got Purdue. They beat Purdue in a bucket towards the end of the game. I think it was Eric Ayala who got the bucket on Tuesday night.
And this is a huge game.
Really
Both
is.
of these
Both
teams are in, I think, Joe Lunardi's first 4 out.
Yeah, this is a very important game for both of these teams. Penn State, I think raised a lot of eyebrows on Saturday when they beat Wisconsin. But is Penn State ready, Matt, to be a favorite like this, to be a 3-point favorite against a team like Maryland?
I don't know. I mean, they laid an egg in the second half of that second Wisconsin game. I mean, that was a 2-point game at half, and I thought, wow, Penn State looks like the better team, even though Wisconsin was up 2 at half, and then Wisconsin just blew them out in the second half. And then some of their other wins, they beat Northwestern, they beat Rutgers when they were struggling. But they did play Ohio State tough on the road, only losing by, I think, 4 points to Ohio State on the road, 83-79. So, I mean, this is a close game. I think it's going to be low scoring, though. This one could turn into a rock fight real easy.
All right, I'll give you a very obscure game that I'm going to keep my eye on. This is going to be the added games. It hasn't even been added to the board yet. But we're going to the Northeast Conference. I've bet the Northeast Conference quite a bit this year. And this is the zigzag theory. Fairleigh Dickinson, folks, is going to be at Long Island yet again. This conference, I think one game separates first and seventh place. It's incredible. So Fairleigh Dickinson's starting to get hot. LIU entered today as the number 1 team in the conference, and Fairleigh Dickinson beat them 78-70 today. But LIU at home went 4 for 24 from 3.
Wow.
Don't see that happening again. They're going to be laying points tomorrow. I'm going to lay it with Long Island tomorrow against Fairleigh Dickinson. Feel free to join. Nothing like betting the added games. Montana came home.
Extra game in that one.
The extra game. Montana came home.
Yep.
Wyoming came
Roll
home.
over.
And Washington State, we're keeping an eye. The Cougs hopefully going to bring it home as well. Got some UFC plays that Matt gave out as well. Thanks to Aaron behind the scenes, everyone there. Thanks to Matt. I'm Tim. We'll be back tomorrow. It's the Nightcap on VSiN.
All right, here we go. It is Follow the Money on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Live in downtown Las Vegas from the Circa Resort and Casino. Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard. 3 hours of Super Bowl betting talk on tap here on a Friday morning. It's good to have you on board. Plenty of great guests on the show today, including Adam Chernoff. Paul Charchian is going to join us, Anthony Curtis, and we will have Chuck Edel to get his pick. He'll close up shop later on today in the program. Can you believe it, Paul? If you go back again to the summer months, and I know we've talked about this sporadically throughout the NFL season, I know that you were shy. You were a little reluctant to get down on any NFL futures because you didn't want to personally jinx it because you wanted the NFL season so bad, right?
Yeah.
And I can vividly recall going back to May, early June into July, how many times I was looking for stuff to bet in the NFL. And I was like, if they don't play, there's a chance I'm going to get a refund on these bets, but I want to have some future action. So we kind of took opposite approaches with that. But I have a gang load of, futures. Only one or two I bet to win the Super Bowl. Tampa Bay happens to be one of them, and a bunch of awards that I got down back in May and June. But just pretty much thankful that we had an entire NFL season that we could talk about and bet on.
Goodell was adamant this was going to work. And they were able to get this in, and he nailed it. You go back to August when there was no preseason, and to think that they're going to play all 269 games. What was the price on that? They had to get creative and move the schedule and tinker with some stuff with a couple outbreaks. But this is astonishing that they're able to do this and get every single game in. So A+ to the NFL, fantastic. And now here, there's so many keys to the game and so many things to look at and angles and guys out, maybe the weather. Who knows what happens with the weather? But with injuries and what happened in the first meeting and what's on the line, the repeat, or can Tom get number 7, come in right away and win with Tampa, all the props, and to think that you have a team here. I throw out Week 17 as always. I have to put that out there. But you have a team that's 16-1 with a quarterback who's won 25 of his last 26, and he's $1.59 at some spots on the money line.
Yeah.
It just seems like you have to take this. I mean, this guy doesn't lose big games. Or at least he doesn't. He always plays well in big games.
If they don't get shut out 2 years ago at home in the AFC title game, or if they win the coin toss in overtime.
Yes, it's going for the three-peat.
There's a pretty good chance they win that year. Who knows what happens in the Super Bowl against the Rams, but there's a chance here they're going for maybe 3 in a row.
Uh-huh.
And that was his first year as a starting quarterback in the league.
Well, not to mention, and this could go both ways, but how Brady lost both Super Bowls to the Giants. Welker's wide open. The Manningham catch. We know what happened with the Tyree catch. He sets the record against the Eagles. They have the ball with a chance to win the game, and then the fumble. Look at his losses. You could also come back and say Butler.
Oh, close wins, yeah.
You're right. Vinatieri bailing him out a couple times, the Tuck rule, all that other business. But there's a chance we're talking about God knows how many Super Bowls Brady could have if some other breaks went his way in at least the games he lost.
Mm-hmm. 43 years old, and something we're probably never going to see again. But if we do, it could be the guy that he's playing on Sunday.
Yeah.
And he's only 25 years old.
Yes, if there's anyone that can catch him, it's this guy. And even Tom talking about I can play till I'm 45 maybe, too.
Yep. All right, so up next, something to watch for, maybe in the second half with a bet or a live wagering opportunity after halftime. And we've spent 2 weeks talking about Super Bowl props. When it's all said and done, this prop draws the most action, and it's really not even close.
It's time to follow the money with your hosts, Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard.
All right, it's Follow the Money here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard here on a pre-Super Bowl Friday. Going back to, I think it was actually before last Monday, so almost 2 full weeks now, we've been talking about Super Bowl props, ideas that you want to see, get creative. We'll see if any books will put them out there. And it was fun. I love the idea of stuff that books can post for maybe the first time ever in a Super Bowl spot. But when it's all said and done, Paul, the most popular, this is hard to believe, but it's instant gratification at its finest. David Purdom had a write-up on ESPN Chalk. The most popular prop bet, usually every single year at almost every single book, and the handle and the action is unfathomable.
Yep.
Happens to be the coin toss.
It's a great article by David Purdom. Bookmakers stare at their computers, and executives pace back and forth, sweating through his Sunday suit. Bets are pouring in, millions of dollars on the line, nonstop action. Suddenly the room goes silent. Everyone stops to look at the TV as you look, and the coin toss happens. Heads or tails to determine which team gets the ball first and who gets to keep the money bet on the coin flip. Betting on the coin flip is silly, of course, and the size of most wagers reflect that. As wild as it sounds, 5-figure bets on the coin flip are practically a regular occurrence. Art Manteris, who spent more than 40 years running Las Vegas sports books, remembers at the old Hilton, a guy put $100,000 on the coin flip. He came back hours later to bet the other side for $200,000. Changed his mind. Yeah, had a feeling. And it worked out. One story.
Think about that.
Wait, what? What had to happen? What happened? Did he talk to his wife? Was there? Wait a second. You bet heads? What do you do?
He was really crunching numbers here on the coin flip?
Yeah, right. There's a great part of the article where it says they set the over. I think it was Sherapan who said it. They set the over-under every year at 18.5. How many times a customer will say tails never fails when they're in line and they make the bet? It might be the greatest 2 seconds in sports betting, and the amount of money that changes hands on it is ludicrous. An employee also, when they grade out the bets, takes a deep breath and replies, we're stuck 38,000 already. 38,000, we're down, and the game hasn't even started. The boss says, what the bleep? What's going on? And Sherapan, the coin flip prop is the most bet-on prop of all the props every year.
Every single year. And so I'm glad Purdom did this as well. It's not only a U.S. thing, because he talked to Andrew Menino over at PointsBet. He goes, nope, same thing in Australia. Who's doing this for a long, long time down under. And then Bogdanovich from William Hill's in the story. I'm startled every single year by the dollars.
Yes.
They pound it. I'm utterly amazed every single year.
Yeah.
On a literal coin flip.
That's the funniest part about this for 2 weeks and when they're ready to go. Hey, you'll see once in a while you'll hear, hey, we need heads big.
Yeah, right.
We could use heads.
38,000 decision at that one book. Yeah. And again, the guy who Manteris referenced, wouldn't you like to talk to him? Get that story? You put $100,000 on the coin flip, came back a couple of hours later, doubled down on the other side, changed your mind?
Well, he's lucky he won. He'd be a sick man if he lost, which I guess if you're betting that kind of money on a coin toss, who really cares?
It doesn't mean anything to him.
Right. But you're never supposed to void a ticket if a writer makes a mistake either, or there's miscommunication. But to change your mind on, oh, wait a second, I got a feeling now.
Yep.
I'm going to come back and do 200,000 on the other side.
Yeah. So, by the way, a lot of times with the Super Bowl, you kind of form an opinion as soon as like the championship Sunday is done, and you can kind of like visualize in your head and start to look at numbers, who you're going to like right away on that Sunday night or Monday morning. And, a lot of times you might change your mind or think, you know what, I thought about it a little bit more. I've looked at more stuff, and I'm going to back off what I originally thought. And when going back to 2 weeks ago, my initial reaction was I have to bet Chiefs money line to win this game because I think it's going to come down to like around $1.50. And at some spots, like you said, at the Atlantis in Reno this morning, it looks like it's $1.58 on the money line. And here we are 2 weeks later. I feel the same exact way. I'm just going to keep waiting this weekend for as long as possible, Paulie. If it comes down closer to 150, and that's when I'm going to hop in on the Chiefs money line.
First game, quarterbacks combined 800 passing yards, 6 touchdowns. Hill had 270. We talked about all week how it was a misleading score. Watkins dropped an 85-yard touchdown. They kicked a field goal at the 1. They fumbled inside the 10. If Watkins catches that ball, Mahomes has like 560 passing, okay? And then what Tampa did, most of it was in garbage time. Some takeaways from what's happened the last couple of weeks and the injuries to the offensive line. And Bill Barnwell had a good write-up. Will Tampa, they will run the ball. Will they be effective running the ball? Kansas City's 31st against the run in DVOA. That's number one. Will both teams blitz? And who gets pressure on the quarterback? We've been saying this for 43 years, but it has happened against the Giants in the 2 losses, especially in 2007 season, 2008 Super Bowl, when the Giants got pressure on Brady rushing 4. They harassed him. Held them to, 14 points, and Spags was a defensive coordinator for that Giant team. In the first meeting, Kansas City blitzed 47% of the time, and they brought pressure and did a great job against Allen, and I expect them to do that too. As Barnwell points out, when Brady was pressured, his QBR was 6.4. That was 30th out of 33 quarterbacks, tied with Nick Mullins. When he wasn't pressured, he had the 5th best QPR. That's the biggest drop-off in the league. And then what do you do if you're Bowles, considering you want to play with fire, you want to blitz Mahomes, that could backfire. But Barnwell said, look at what Raheem Morris drew up and the game plan that Atlanta had, of all people. Atlanta in that game. Atlanta was the only team to hold Kansas City under 20 points this year. And what they did in that game was rush from the second level. And if they could do that, will they get creative with kind of like a late zone blitz scheme type thing, if that will work. But you also saw in the Buffalo game when they lost Fisher and they've had guys out, well, I would think Reed and Bieniemy know what's coming and what Bowles would try to do. So it's bam, get rid of the ball. Bam,
That's
out.
exactly what they're going to do.
Get short, sweet, get rid of it, and be, because they've had 2 weeks to prepare for this too, which will help. So Spags beat Brady when he was undefeated and shut him down. And I would also expect him to dial up the pressure again. And this, the other thing we've talked about, even at his age and the no risk it, no biscuit, Brady has been great throwing the ball down the field. And in his 21st season, from Next Gen Stats, he led all qualified quarterbacks in air yards per attempt. And deep pass rate, 15% during the regular season. Will they be able to hit some of these big shots down the field, which they will take? And they should have had numerous opportunities, but they should have cashed in on a lot more against Green Bay. Evans had 2 drops. The one, he's also open. It wasn't that long of a pass, but he's open inside the red zone off his hands. Johnson wide open. That was over a 15-yard pass. Huge play. Could have been 14-0. Evans with a deep ball down the sidelines, dropped it. Those opportunities will be there. Will they be able to take advantage?
Okay, so with the Kansas City defense, yes, the Buccaneers are going to take their chances deep. And I'll expand on Brady's numbers that you brought up here in a second. But with Mike Evans, and I'm betting him under for the player props, Pro Football Focus points out, and I don't think a lot of people realize this, that the Chiefs actually do a great job defending opposing offenses and their wide receivers. Only the Rams allowed fewer yards to opposing wide receivers in the regular season than KC. That's it. Now, Brady taking shots down the field. A great breakdown from Next Gen Stats. And think about this. He's 43 years old, and he got better doing something he's not supposed to do.
Yes.
Right? In weeks 1 through 11, down the field, and I get it, the defenses, and the teams that he played late in the season, they weren't exactly great, but it's continued into the playoffs. Weeks 1 through 11, he was 14 of 58 for a completion percentage of 24.1 for 505 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 INTs. If you go weeks 12 through 20, he was 48%, so he doubled up on the completion rate. He had 859 yards, 10 touchdowns, 3 INTs. So at his age, again, the Saints never really took a lot of chances deep this year because Breeze's arm is just not what it used to be. We saw this with Peyton Manning, fell off a cliff. He could not throw the ball. With Brady, we saw this maybe a little bit to begin the season, but he kept getting better. That doesn't really happen that often. And so if he does throw it deep, I think the Chiefs are going to handle a couple of another thing I'm waiting for is to find out, and I think now after we got the news yesterday with Antonio Brown, he was a full go in practice. That was a good sign for the Buccaneers offense, but also what that might mean for his player prop compared to Shelby Miller. And I'll break this down later on in Pocket. If Brown didn't play, or he doesn't play,
Miller.
What did I say?
Shelby, the pitcher.
Okay, yeah, Scotty Miller. If Brown doesn't play, the targets for Miller go up.
Yeah.
His game log before Brown was actually on the team was quite impressive. And the day that Brown got there, it was the Saints game, was his first game when they got beat 38-3. Miller's targets and his numbers went off a cliff. They were no good. So that changes things maybe a little bit with the player props from that perspective.
6 different Tampa players have caught a touchdown in the playoffs, too. So he spreads it around. And the other thing, they're the 11th team to score 30 points in 3 straight postseason games. 9 of the previous 10 won the Super Bowl. No team has scored 30-plus points in 4 playoff games. They're 8-0 all-time in the playoffs when they score 20 points. They're the 5th team all-time to win 3 road games to get to the Super Bowl. 85 Pats, 05 Steelers, 07 Giants, 2010 Packers. They would be the second 5 seed to win a Super Bowl. There's been 13 rematches. The winner of the first matchup, 6-7. Kansas City, 250 passing yards, 100 rushing yards in the last 5 playoff games. That's a record. Also, Mahomes has won 12 in a row, road neutral. And this could be decided also in the red zone. With Mahomes, they score a touchdown in the red zone 63% of the time. But in the playoffs, it's 80%. That's from Yahoo Sports. This guy takes it to a whole nother level in the playoffs. He's 80%. Scoring touchdowns in the red zone. That'll be another key, too. And going back to maybe, can they run the ball, time of possession, run on Kansas City, 31st DVOA, keep Mahomes in that offense off the field. Kansas City's the worst team in the league on defense, 3rd and 4th and short. So look for that as well.
Well, and we saw, by the way, how great the Buccaneers were on third down and third and long against Green Bay 2 weeks ago when Green Bay could not get off the field defensively to save their lives.
Yeah.
I was looking for angles, maybe like in-play opportunities, quarter betting, that kind of deal. And this is going to come down to, obviously, who wins the coin toss, who's going to defer, who's going to get the ball in the second half. Both offenses are really good in the first half and the second half. Looking at defenses, the Chiefs' first half defense, points allowed per game, they're 9th best in the league. Second half, that flips a lot of times because they're going to have leads, they're going to take, prevent defense, whatever.
Tampa's a slow starter, if I recall. I think we discussed that.
Well, and on defense, they are actually, they allow 11.2. They allow 13 points in the first half, which is 21st in the league. Not a great defense overall. In the second half, they only allow 9 points per half, which is 5th best. And then when it comes down to quarter betting, in the third quarter, the Chiefs' defense is 2nd best in the NFL, only allowing 2.1 points per game. Buccaneers' defense in the third quarter, they allowed almost a touchdown per game at 20th in the league. In the fourth quarter, again, Chiefs are going to be up a lot in this spot. But the fourth quarter defense for the Chiefs, they allowed 9 points per game, 9 points per quarter. That's 28th in the NFL. But look who's number one. The Buccaneers throughout the year only allowed 3.7 points per fourth quarter. That's first in the entire NFL.
Fascinating matchup, and also what they're going to do, too, right? Because Mahomes is fantastic. He's number one against the blitz. And what's Bowles going to dial up? Can you take anything? Good point by Barnwell. Deep dive, deep digging. Can you find something with what Atlanta did and the success? And certainly it's can you run the ball on them. Kansas City allowed 100 yards rushing 9 times. They gave up 112 to Cleveland and 129 to Buffalo, although 88 of that was Allen. So I would throw that out. Special teams, right? It could be, point spreads 3. Could be a close game. Yep. We could have a goat. We could come in Sunday night. We could talk about another Norwood situation. Butker, 48 of 54 on extra points, 25 of 27 on field goals. In the playoffs, 6 of 7 on extra points. He missed 1 field goal. Suckup, 52 of 57 on extra points, 28 of 31 on field goals. He missed 1 extra point in the playoffs. He's 8-8 on field goals in the playoffs. That could decide it too. You never know.
And Pro Football Focus made a good case for Mahomes to go under his passing yards prop. I think they found 330.5 right away, but they said it's still good under 325.5. Trying to find paths to this prop bet cashing. The possibility here for passing yards in this game, Sean Murphy-Bunting was the only player in the Bucs back 7 who was flagged in the first matchup. But Bunting, Davis, and White combined for 16 penalties this year.
Oh, there's a good prop I saw.
Yeah, and after the AFC and NFC title games, they point out when they swallowed their whistles, we might get a correction here.
Oh, really?
And with both quarterbacks again, I like Human's angle on that with the roughing the passer.
Well, they could let him play, but also it doesn't like there's a prop under longest penalty, 19.5. Still, they could let him play, and it's just, I don't know, late in the game, there's a PI something. Same thing. It's a blowout or not much has happened, and then it's a roughing the passer, right. But Tampa 26th on special teams, Football Outsiders. You saw how bad the punt coverage was against New Orleans. Kansas City went from 2 to 17 on special teams. So they were nails 2 years ago. Well, I would trust Kansas. Well, kicking, he's a mixed bag. He can hit a 55-yarder, no problem. But you saw the yips from 33, what he did against Cleveland. But I would trust Kansas City here with the special teams, especially on kick coverage. And that could be a big moment or turning point in this game.
Well, and I know the Buccaneers, we talked about the kickoff props a lot this week. The Buccaneers kicker has been brilliant at kicking the ball out of the end zone and resulting in touchbacks. He's one of the best in the entire NFL. So that could be a thing where the Chiefs might not have an opportunity to even bring it out. By the way, shop around on that. We talked about how 3.5 kickoffs might be a good bet. Saw people not in Nevada, outside of the state, they were finding over 2.5 plus money. That's the bet you need to make.
Oh my God!
Don't worry about the 3.5.
Oh wow!
Take the 2.5 if you can find it.
Oh,
because that was also like plus 5 cents or plus a dime. That's kickoff returns coming out, whatever, bringing it out. So.
And you're going with what? I got Kansas City by 14.
I got him by 7. 30-23.
Okay. I like Johnny Avello's prediction. 30-28 Chiefs. Oh, man. That's what he's rooting for hardcore. You know that.
Yeah.
Chiefs win and don't cover. My God.
So there
won't be anybody in line.
He's rooting for the over? 30-28. Yeah, by the way, how often does that happen in Super Bowl history? Well, we talked about that.
Favorite wins but doesn't cover.
That's not very often. Yeah.
This would be great.
Well, we finally get it, though, coming up. And we are going to be on the air on Sunday night recapping the entire Super Bowl from a betting perspective. We'll be on at 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Pacific, right here on VSiN.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Great. Ryan's terrific here. Works at Circle. The whole staff's great. Ryan, help me out. I bet some more squares. I can bet some more squares. I can't stop some of these. Sean Harnish won to 2-0 on one of them, 150-1. How great is this with the squares, huh?
Did he bet it both ways on the 2-0?
He does, yeah.
Yeah?
He's got the 2-0 both ways. He took a shot there, 150-1. I mean, these are great. Good job by Bennett putting this together, and great staff here helping you out. Oh, man.
I can't imagine. I could be dead wrong on this, but I can't. It's got to be a headache booking that. But I can't imagine that Circa is ever going to not offer that.
No, come on.
They're going to have to.
Yes.
Right? All right, so more on this coming up in about 15 minutes. As Next Gen Stats tried to bust some narratives that you've heard probably for the last couple of weeks. Up next, Paul will run down the bad beats and the betting moves from last night in Win Some, Lose Some.
Time to follow the money with your hosts, Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard.
Sign up with BetRivers yet. Now's the time. BetRivers Sportsbook's got a great deal on the big game, giving you a chance to unlock more than $500 in bonuses when you make your first deposit with the code BIGGAME500. You must deposit at least $100, and it must be your first deposit on the site to be eligible for the offer. Visit the BetRivers site of your home state for the promotion details. Valid in Colorado, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Virginia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Also available at PlaySugarHouse.com in New Jersey. Time for win-lose.
Night? Good night? How does it make you feel? Follow the Money Looks Back so we can learn for today in Win Some, Lose Some. Let the education commence.
It was 1-0 Montreal, Ottawa with 40 seconds left. Well, under 2, under 1.5, but definitely under 2. There were 2 goals in the last 40 seconds. And Ottawa won the game. What happened? What was that in play? Montreal scores the first goal. I mean, they went up throughout. More on that coming up. Panthers, I had a minus $1.15. They led 5-3 with 2 minutes left. I guess I can't complain. I had the Bruins the other night, but they got beaten overtime. Lose some. Montreal 280 up to 335. That's why we love sports. Ottawa lost 9 in a row. Montreal number 1 in goals per game. They've been on fire. They lead 1-0. They lost. It's at home.
Remind me to never bring up the P word ever again. Parlay.
Sixers under 227 down to 223. No good. Grizzlies 1 up to 4. Lost to the Rockets. Blues 1. What was that? Ranta played for the first time in a long time. He had 40 saves out there. Something crazy.
Paul, did you see the beat with the total?
Yes,
4 goals in the final 3 minutes.
Yeah, good point. That was a tough beat. I forgot to mention it. That was 3-1 late. 4-1, and then St. Louis scores twice at the end. 150 up to 170, no good. Iowa, Ohio State under 160 down to 156. 89-85. Temple plus 2.5 went off a 3-point favorite. Lost by 3 to Cincinnati. And bet for the books, Portland State, Montana over 131 up to 135.5. It fell 134. All right. So some win some and some videos. You had our Express Bet gave out. That was good. My man, Pots and Pans won. Jeremy did a great job with that. That was a $14 horse that he gave out yesterday. That was very good. Let's look at some other jackpots around town. How about the 5 aces? I'm still waiting to hit this on PieGal. This cashed around town. I think it was on the strip with the 5 aces. And this was $80,000. That was a nice hit. The 5 aces. Let's go to the videos. How about, there you go. I love where they just put, throw all the chips on the table. Let's throw it all. That is sexy. God, look at that. That Paulie Does Vegas on Instagram for the dog videos. Look at this guy. I'm gonna give the hula hoop a shot here. Try to pick it up. I know, I've seen you do this. I know how it works. It's
close.
Yeah. Right. Come on, give it a shot. Yeah, he's in the ballpark, right. How about this every day? Dog waits. The dog knows. The dog knows what's going on. Waits for the kids to get off the bus. Be careful, though. You don't want to take the guy out. It's like the dog who gets the newspaper every day and the dog who greets the mailman every day. Yeah. Here it says, look at that. Hey, you're home from school. I know I got... My dog, when I was 10, knew when passed away after that, but the dog always knew when I would get home from school and I'd be waiting outside. Springer Spaniel. Very smart dog. And then look at this one. You might get one. You should. The Husky. Look at this. Full card Monty at Times Square. Reminiscent. Where's the treat? What cup has the treat in it underneath?
He's not even looking.
He's like, yeah. Like, what is this? What kind of?
I got you.
Get out! There you go. Takes the paw, knocks all 3 of the glasses down, and knows it's going to be under one of them. Why are you wasting my time with this? I'm hungry.
He's like, look, pal, you can do this all day long. I don't care.
I never thought of that.
Yeah, get as cute as you want, because here's what I'm going to do.
Remember the Bulldog, who got it every single time.
Yeah, I do remember that Bulldog.
We'll show that. That video is unbelievable. There you go, win-lose. But the French Bulldog, where the guy's doing this for 5 minutes, and he got it right every time with the paw.
How about Gonzaga last night? They trailed at halftime. In-play dream there to catch them, I think, 11.5 or something like that.
How about the Mavs? They had 70 points at the half and lost by 30.
Yeah, it's one of the only times that's happened. 74, 75 points at halftime.
You figure.
Oubre goes for 40 last night, and he couldn't miss.
I could beat that guy in horse, and he had one of those nights. Right. Yeah, that's why we love sports. Stuff like last night in Ottawa, and Oubre goes off. Look at the 5 aces. Nice. I mean, that's just...
How about that, yeah. I bring up parlay one time on the show. Canadians along with the Hurricanes is a possibility. Now, both teams lose. Big favorites. But the Canucks is the gift that keeps on
right,
giving.
there you go. Yes, good point. How fun was that? Matthews, everyone was getting on the phone with Toronto.
It's bedlam every time they take the ice.
It is.
This Vancouver outfit.
You got to put up a 7.
They're going to have to.
You have to put up a 7 with Vancouver.
All right, follow the money here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Busting Super Bowl narratives from Next Gen Stats. Why blitzing Mahomes might not be a good idea for Tampa. From the OddsTrader.com studio here at Circa Resort and Casino. OddsTrader.com. Download the free OddsTrader app right now. Start winning with up to the second info that you need. You can also compare sportsbook sign-up bonuses, get in-game tracking tools, all at the website, OddsTrader.com. We'll get into some creative, fun, entertaining props, the oddball stuff, coming up in about 10 minutes here on Follow the Money. I thought this was a good story, well written from Next Gen Stats. We did reference the Brady deep passing in the first segment of the show, how he's actually gotten better throughout the season. I thought this was really well done. And they said, we're going to bust narratives you're going to hear on this game. The second one they brought up was the Buccaneers defense should blitz Patrick Mahomes. They want to bust that narrative. And as they point out, obviously down a couple of tackles. Eric Fisher tore the Achilles in the AFC title game. Mitchell Schwartz has been out since week 6. And because of that, Against the Bills, Mahomes compensated by getting the ball out quick, average time to throw 2.40 seconds. The Chiefs already utilize the widest O-line splits in the NFL by a considerable amount, with an average width of 7.04 yards from left to right tackle, almost a full yard wider than the league average. Wide splits, especially on passing plays, could help compensate for the loss of Fisher, as this approach forces pass rushers to take a longer path to get to the quarterback. Since 2016, Todd Bowles-led defenses have finished in the top 6 in blitz rate every season. However, in their Week 12 matchup against the same Mahomes-led offense, the Buccaneers blitzed on only 17% of dropbacks, the lowest rate a Bowles-led unit blitzed in a game over that time span. Bowles would be wise not to blitz too often on Sunday. No one has been better against the blitz over the last 3 seasons than Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes has been blitzed on only 20% of his dropbacks since taking over as a starter in 2018. The lowest rate in the NFL, is for good reason. Mahomes has generated plus 150 total EPA, expected points added, versus the blitz since 2018. He's the only quarterback over 100. So not only does he excel when you blitz him, he is by far and away the best quarterback in the league facing the blitz.
A great chess match on Sunday, and what these guys are going to dial up and do, and the creative. And plus, they've had 2 weeks to think about it and tinker with things. Now, we keep talking about Mahomes, and Tampa's red hot as well. Since the bye, they've won 7 in a row. In the last 6, they've scored at least 30 points. They had that funky game against Minnesota, where that was the Bailey game, kept missing kicks. Tampa was lucky to win.
Yeah.
They beat Atlanta 31-27. They were down big at the halftime. They were great in the second half. They routed Detroit. That was the no-coach game. And 44-27 against Atlanta, 31 against Washington, top 5 defense, 30 against the Saints, 31 against the Packers. But although, listen, they're good, no doubt, but they're also lucky. They keep taking it away.
Yeah.
And not only they're forcing these 7 turnovers so far in the playoffs, they've cashed in with the short fields on all the turnovers, all but one. They've scored a touchdown on the turnovers.
That's
with the
remarkable,
takeaways,
Paul.
right?
Yeah.
And the other one, they ran the clock out. But this kid's not turning the ball over, rest assured, on Sunday. You're not going to see hot dog arm Drew Brees business with this guy. You're going against the best, okay? And I can't get that first game out of my mind. It was a misleading score. He could have had 550 yards passing. So I think they will have the correct game plan. Bam, get it out. Here comes Watkins. Watkins is back. Mix it up to Kelsey and Hill. And I wouldn't even bother to run the ball. I wouldn't even try.
No, it doesn't even matter.
No need with that guy. He's so good. He says the toe's fine as well.
Here's one more narrative that Next Gen Stats wanted to bust. The Chiefs' offense is all about the vertical passing game. It has actually been the short, quick passing game that's been the key to the Chiefs' offense during the postseason run. Mahomes has averaged 6 or fewer air yards per pass attempt in back-to-back games. 6 in the divisional round, 5.8 against the Bills. His 2 shortest games by air yards since Week 1 against the Texans, which was 4.7. They point out that the true strength of the Andy Reid Mahomes brain trust is a willingness to adapt and take what the defense gives Kansas City. The threat of the vertical passing game has forced opponents to play deep against the Chiefs' offense. As such, KC opponents align their safeties at an average depth of 13.8 yards, deepest in the NFL, and showed 2 high safety shells on 52% of snaps this season, 3rd highest in the league, to force the Chiefs to throw underneath. In response, Mahomes has thrown deep less often in each season as a starter, with defenses positioning their safeties farther away from the line of scrimmage. He's focusing on stuff that they're going to give him underneath. And that's why Mahomes, what you just said a little bit ago, when he admits that he's gotten better reading defenses, this points to that, right? How defenses have adjusted. They don't want to get burned by Hill or anybody else over the top. They're playing safeties deep. Mahomes and Reid, they recognize this. So, okay, we're going to do a quick passing game, get the ball out of my hands, and it's going to be short underneath stuff. That's generally how it works. Mm-hmm. And that can open up stuff that's going to be down the field. Right. That's when they can take their shots.
I think that's what that will happen. Yes. Right. And they have to be scared to death because of the first meeting, what Hill did in the first quarter. I mean, my guy finished for 270. And then it wasn't just him. Then he had Watkins, too, in the third quarter with the drop.
Yep.
But Kelsey had a big game, and they buried him in that first meeting. Totally misleading score.
Oh, I mean, what's scary here, by the way, for those of you who are watching the show, the receiving leaders on the team, like Kelsey and Hill, they get all the attention. Like Hardman is a complementary piece on the offense. He's the 3rd, 4th option as a guy, and he's he's maybe faster than Tyreek Hill, or he's as fast as him.
He was the guy on the pitch against
He
Buffalo.
was, yeah,
right.
all the way
that
around.
was beautiful. Stuff like that, so hard to stop.
Right.
The gadget stuff. Just give it to him. End around that, pitch play, whatever.
Oh, they can kill you in so many ways.
Yeah. You're right. Good point. All the talk, Kelsey and Hill, but all these other guys, there could be an unsung hero.
Oh, they're capable, yeah.
Maybe bring the Paul Charchian angle coming up in 45 minutes. Sure. That's great.
Yeah, he's all over Pringle. The Watkins thing could be, I know that one bettor, I think it was back east, who was betting everything on Watkins.
Well, yeah.
He's actually, his game logs in the postseason, he shows up when he plays, when he's healthy, he puts up good numbers.
The other thing is we talked about, we've been blessed, and I hope it happens Sunday. Again, this game used to stink when we were growing up, and we were born in the 70s. You go back 49-26, San Francisco, 30-13, 52-17, 55-10, 42-10, 39-20, 46-10, 38-16, 38-9. Games were horrible. Games were over in the second quarter. You're just watching for the commercials. But 31-20, 13-3, 41-33, 34-28, 28-24, 34-31, 21-17, 31-25, 27-24, 17-14, 24-21, 21-10, 20. I mean, with the exception of Denver, Seattle, we've been on an incredible run here since 2003.
Yep.
They've all been good theater, great television, good drama.
By the way, I'm looking at Sammy Watkins' postseason game log with the Chiefs last year in the playoffs. 5 for 98 against the Niners, 7 for 114 and a touchdown against Tennessee, 2 for 76 against Houston the year before, 4 for 114 against New England, 6 for 62 in the win against the Colts. Shows up when he's healthy. He's got Mahomes, obviously, so that certainly helps. Up next, oddball props during the game. Color of the weekend's jacket. Will Andy Reid say burger during a post-game celebration? And will any game records be broken?
marquee viewers, watch our entire 24/7 VSiN lineup for free now through the big game. Just visit vsin.com or get the VSiN mobile app. Tune into all the shows, including Betting the Big Game with Brent Musburger. You got the halftime show live from the Pool Stadium Swim with Mike Palm. And we wrap it up with a special Follow the Money postgame show, 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. Great week to experience the full VSiN lineup. Check it out right now for free at vsin.com. Thanks to Michael and Drew at Hamilton Farm Golf Club in New Jersey as well. Beautiful hats. And thanks for the card. And they watch and listen every single day. Thank you, guys. Very kind of you.
And thanks for the invite. It's unfortunate that Paul and I never took golf seriously.
Oh, it's Don Zimmer. It's Don Zimmer when he charged Pedro, and afterwards, I'm embarrassed. I embarrassed myself. I can't play.
I hate myself for it.
Butch Harmon. I interviewed Butch Harmon once. She goes, hey, why don't you come down? I'll teach you. Help you out once in a while.
Yeah, free lessons from the best.
You think I took him up on it?
Yeah.
It's like, Picasso telling me how to paint. I'm good, Butch. Butch, I'm lazy, I got to tell you. Butch Harmon wants to help you out. I told Brian Blessing that one time. He loved the look on his face. I mean,
sure. He wanted to punch you right in the noggin. Yeah.
He did, yeah. Butch Harmon reached out, sure.
Yeah. No, I'm busy. I got Grand Theft Auto fired up at the house. Maybe next time, huh? Some of the props that you can find, globally speaking, these are fun. And we'll talk about these on Sunday night if any of them come in on the special show that we're doing here. Will the Super Bowl combined team record of 75 points be broken? Yes is 8-1. The Niners and Chargers have that record 49-26. How about the single team record of 55 points is 12-1. The Niners have that record against Denver.
Super Bowl that was over early. Terrible.
Yep. How about the Super Bowl field goal record of 54 yards be broken? Steve Christie owns that.
I was not aware of that.
Neither did I.
Yeah, 2-1. I could see that. Butker's got a big leg.
Could this go down? The Super Bowl passing record, 505 yards. Brady has that against Philadelphia.
There's a path.
It's plus 550.
21-0 Kansas City early. 17-0 Kansas City early again, like the first meeting. Tom's just throwing nonstop in the second half.
Yeah.
Or Mahomes goes crazy. I mean, Mahomes should have had 500 yards in the first
time.
So, right.
How about 215 receiving yards? Jerry Rice against Cincinnati. The yes on that is 5-1. That's good. Again, Hill went ballistic in the first game.
The plus 550 is ridiculous, though.
Yeah.
That is 16-1 at Bet Rivers. I think will someone have 500 yards?
Okay.
Whatever it is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Super Bowl receptions. The record is 14. Will that go down? The yes is 5-1. That was James White in the Atlanta game when he should have been the MVP. Jersey number stuff. You can find this pretty much anywhere, though. Player of the first touchdown, over under 17.5. Is it going to be odd? Will it be even? This is good. Total combined yardage of all TDs in the game, 97.5. If you get one long one, if you get a 68-yarder to Hill, I would think 97.5 is going to go over. But you need a long one, right?
I got a juicy one for you. Sarah Thomas mentioned during the broadcast. First half $3, second half. They're gonna that's a big story. They're gonna do that right away. Nance, remember Nance doesn't talk any gambling. Spreads nothing. Nance is I think he'll do his homework. It's not even a deep dive. Nance is aware of that. Nance will mention that and get that right out of the way. Nance will mention Sarah Thomas right off the bat.
Think so?
Yes.
CBS made a point this week to come out and say we are not touching gambling on the broadcast at all.
Yeah, he's a drip. Yeah. Queen Latifah, over under 1. Equalizer, new show. How many times does he read the promo? It's like the Clarice prop. How many times will they promote Clarice? Their new show. I mean, this is it. Everyone's watching. You got to work it in, right? Here's the Richard Deitch. In terms of sports gambling content, CBS says do not expect any during the broadcast.
All right.
You're making a huge mistake, guys. Huge mistake. You're late to the dance. You're stuck in the dark ages, as Brent Musburger would say.
I'm actually, with the personnel they have on the broadcast, I'm glad they're not going to force it, though. They need to address it by bringing on the right people who can actually talk gambling.
Okay, right, yes.
I would rather have that than have, and I got to be honest, I don't even know who's on the CBS crew. I know that Nance and Romo are doing the game. Who does the in-studio stuff? Gun to my head, is Phil Simms still doing it?
Yes.
Okay. Other than that, I have no clue. Don't watch. Have no idea.
Yes.
So I'd rather have them not force it than if they're going to be patient with it and eventually bring some guys on that talk about gambling or are bettors, whatever, do it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because the Fox stuff they do is completely forced, like Tony Gonzalez or whatever. It's silly. There's no need for it.
Boomer's good. All those other guys, you can have them.
Boomer's good, huh?
Right.
Okay. Coach to have his nostrils seen first during the game. That's interesting. Arians is minus $2, by the way. Which coordinator is going to be shown first? This is good because Bieniemy is plus 150.
Well, he's the big story.
But Spags has been the DC twice against Tom Brady in the Super Bowl.
That's a tough call.
This is awesome. Will Burger be said by Andy Reid during a post-game celebration? Yes is plus 250.
Yeah, it happened last year.
What do you want to do to celebrate?
A couple cheeseburgers.
Eat a cheeseburger. Out of breath. I like the guy a lot, but man, that is kind of funny.
Yeah.
The color of the Weekend's jacket first seen.
Sorry, you know the Eagle story. He interviewed for the job and he ate 2 steaks during the dinner.
Oh, during the dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah, I recall that.
What?
It's like having 4 beers out here in Las Vegas when you're interviewing for a job for lunch.
What's he doing? Andy, I know you can put it away, but geez.
How does that go, by the way?
How did you do that? He ordered 2 steaks during his interview.
No, I know, but does he order 2? You know what? Give me the bone in, and while you're at it, I'll take the porterhouse as well. Yeah. Or do you eat, do you get the 16-ouncer? Are you like John Candy in The Great Outdoors? They bring you the old 99er. It's not enough. No, but does he eat the first steak?
Chris Farley, what would you have? I'll have this side.
Yeah, of the menu. And then he says, you know what, guys? You mind? I'm a little hungry. I need one more. Hey, bring it back. I'll take it medium rare this time.
Well, I mean, aren't you taking advantage? Listen, I know. We worked with a guy who used to do that. Wait a second. It's comped? Well, let me get stuff to go. And order the more. Not only will I order the most expensive thing, I'll get stuff to go. Yeah. Well, what are you doing? You're running the score up on the guy. I'll take another steak. Oh, you're paying. That's right. Can't believe he got the job.
Well, it goes back to Jim Nantz, actually. Jim Nantz has talked about that story. He keeps a picture of toast in his wall.
Well, I respect it.
Exactly how he wants it burnt. I think that's awesome.
It's a brilliant move.
Like, if you specifically want to have burnt toast, people are going to be like, okay, well, what are you talking about? Burnt. How burnt? Here's how burnt. I have a picture for you. I know people who will send back bacon if it's not crispy enough. Or hash browns. And they will order, they will make a point to say, I need extra crispy bacon, extra crispy hash browns. If it doesn't come that way,
okay.
Sorry, not
jacket.
what I ordered.
You were saying jacket?
Yeah, the color of his jacket. Red, black, white, blue, purple. I still can't get over the fact that he's spending, what was that, $7 million of his own money?
$7 million.
So everything's perfect?
He wants to hit it out of the park. Big moment for him.
Will he first be seen with gloves on his hands? Yes, minus $3. No is 2-1.
Well, it's kind of, I don't know what the term is. If it's a correlated parlay or what, it's just he's going to get it back. He's going to make so much. His record sales and whether Google, YouTube hits are going to go through the roof once his set's over.
For sure.
So that's.
Is he going to have sunglasses on when you first see him? Yes is even money. And then is he going to perform with bandages on his head? 6-1.
Bandages?
I think he recently had some surgery done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What, hair restoration?
No, I think it was like a no. I'm not going to comment. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Nose?
Yeah, I saw. I don't know. It looked like, possibly.
Okay.
Yeah. I found a book where you can bet on other entertainers that are going to take the stage with him. I know Ariana Grande's on there as
Drake,
a potential.
I've seen Drake.
Drake is another one. I saw like 2 or 3 others.
There's a Michael Jackson hologram thing
I saw that one, yeah.
Like 12-1 or something. I saw that in faraway places.
You get excited for the halftime show?
No. Last year, yes. Yeah, I was. Oh, that was good. J-Lo and Shakira delivered. I was very surprised that they brought it, and they were aggressive. It was very good.
I think they get a bad rap for the most part. Like, nobody, it doesn't matter who they bring out.
They blew it.
Nobody's ever happy.
No, but the NFL blew it years ago when it was in the Bay Area and you didn't have Metallica. How could you not have Metallica do
as part of it?
That was terrible. You know, where was Guns N' Roses? I think, did Axl Rose ever make an appearance? You had Petty, you had U2.
They had the Who, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
The Who.
They blew it when they didn't invite Metallica when it was in their backyard. Massive mistake.
But I think for the most part, the halftime shows have been pretty good. I thought Gaga was good.
Yes.
I thought last year was obviously really good. I watched the Beyonce one, got retweeted into my timeline.
Good, yeah.
I watched that. She was pretty good.
Katy Perry,
Yeah.
The highlight of Katy Perry was the shark. The one shark didn't know what was going on.
Right.
Out of sync.
The commercials have gone downhill.
Yep.
But I think the one halftime show that everybody could agree on that they liked was Michael Jackson. Other than that, again, it doesn't matter who you trot out there. People, I can't believe they're bringing this person out for the halftime show.
Okay.
Bruno Mars was great.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big pop guy. Whatever.
Chili Peppers, I forgot. Chili Peppers did it one year.
Yeah.
But look what you have to work with. You got to go a mashup. They give you, 10 minutes? Whatever it is?
Yeah, and every song's going to be like 30. I mean, think about it like this. The Weeknd, you can bet on how many songs he's going to perform. It's 8. And you have like 10 minutes.
Another one, Maroon 5. Get out of my life. What was that? Maroon 5.
That was one of the easiest bets of all time, though. That wasn't. I was listening to. I think can't remember who it was. They said he's absolute. You can bet whether or not he was going to take his shirt off. He goes, it's an absolute lock. The guy loves himself. The shirt's coming off. Plus, evidently, he's like fit or whatever. So
like T.O. Love me some me. All right.
Yeah.
Good.
Media's here. Come on, watch me do sit-ups in my driveway. Yeah. How many props do you have as of right now? Including the squares.
You want to count the squares?
Are you up to like 60?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I might be at 60 with the squares.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is the longest shot that you took 2-0?
I didn't do it. That's Sean Harnish.
Okay.
But that's the biggest one on the board might be I'll have to look. There's probably a 90-1 on there. I really like the 6-3 though. That's 65-1 first quarter.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
I mean, it has to be funky. A lot can happen, but
that can go two different ways.
Well, the Tim Fitz angle is 7-6 too.
7-6.
You got to miss extra point.
Yeah.
With the first quarter angle, which is juicy.
I like the no lead change in the first quarter. That rarely, if ever, comes in during the Super Bowl. Up next, in about 10 minutes, Adam Chernoff's going to break down what he likes in the game, his best bets. And Mattress Mac got down nearly $3.5 million in Colorado this week. We will have more on that story definitely on today's show. on board. This is Follow the Money here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, live in downtown Las Vegas, Circa Resort and Casino. Mitch Moss, along with Paulie Howard. Really good guest today on the program. Adam Chernoff coming up in about 5 minutes. His best bets on the game. Paul Charchian, half an hour. He'll give us some props that he likes. And we have Lou Finocchiaro in 45 minutes, a little UFC with him. I know when Anthony Curtis joins us next hour, Paulie, he'll give us the lowdown on the Mattress Mac betting story. There's more to it than him getting $3.46 million down at minus 127 on the Buccaneers.
Looking forward to that, right. And thanks to Matt, our producer, well, the thing that it changed everything. Halftime. The wardrobe malfunction. Janet Jackson and Timberlake. People losing their minds. But you had a great, I mean, that was, who saw that? I mean, it was like, wait a second. It was so far away. There was in real time.
In real time,
nobody knew what was going on.
I have to wear glasses nowadays. The vision's going away a little bit. I had 2015, 2010 vision my entire life. I was blessed. I could pick off Costanza, spotting dimes from anywhere, right?
Oh, sure.
There's no chance in real time you could tell what that was.
No.
During the live broadcast.
Right.
Zero. None.
Right.
You're lying if you think there was.
You are. And even if you were closer with the camera, it was like a Tyler Durden in the Fight Club where he would get creative with the editing when he was showing
exactly
the
right.
It was,
yes.
Wait, it's just been like, what did I see?
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
And the fake outrage was just absurd beyond
Changed
belief.
Everything. The wardrobe malfunction.
Yep, it did. It truly did.
I got one. I got two of them. You got two of them. It's a big deal. Everyone's got them.
Well, Matt was telling us that he knew the guy. He knew one of the guys that worked on it behind the scenes for MTV. They fired everybody afterwards. They had no idea it was coming. Evidently, that was between JT and Janet Jackson.
One 85-year-old woman in Minnesota would call in a complaint.
Sure.
You didn't see it, honey.
No, you didn't.
What are you talking about? Shame on Timberlake for doing it, but still. But do it on your own time, not on national television.
Right. They were dating for a while.
Which apparently he did. Right.
Yeah.
That was part of the game plan in other areas.
And thank you to Bill Hooker for reminding me on this. Mike Remmers is the Chiefs' left tackle for the game. But in the game a few years ago, it's actually more than a few years ago now, he was the left tackle for the Panthers against Von Miller. And he allowed 7 quarterback hurries and 3 of Carolina's 6 sacks in the 24-10 loss. He was on that team. He was playing for the Panthers. Von Miller had his lunch all day long. And now he's going against this Tampa Bay front, Guys are going to be lined up across from him.
What's the biggest surprise? 17-14, something like that?
Oh, yeah, 10-9, 17-13.
Okay, I would agree.
13-10.
Both quarterbacks struggle, unless the rain, unless there's a downpour. I would say, yeah. That would shock me if we get like a repeat. There's no way I see a New England Rams type scenario.
But
I can't see that.
I never saw that one coming, though.
Well, yeah. Some people did.
I mean, the Rams offense was like awesome that year. I know Gurley was banged up towards the end of the season, but Goff played really well that season. How about a Buccaneers blowout?
No, it's never happened. Mahomes has never happened.
That's what I'm saying. That might be the biggest surprise.
That's fair. Right. He's never lost a game by more than 8 points.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's wild. Adam Chernoff joins the show. He has every Friday throughout the entire football season. He breaks down games as well as anybody. What are his favorite Super Bowl bets? You can find out coming up next.
This is Brent Musburger, and here is your VSiN Action Update. Now, here are the latest lines from my guys in the desert.
Matthew Neesmith and Mark Hubbard share the lead after the first round of the Waste Management Phoenix Open at TPC Scottsdale, both at 8 under 63, both 22-1 to win the tournament. Nate Lashley and Sam Burns, one shot back at 7 under. Lashley 40-1, Burns 11-1. Steve Stricker 66-1. He is 2 shots off the pace. The favorite, Xander Schauffele's odds have shortened from 10-1 to plus 450. He's at 5 under par. Webb Simpson, who was 16-1, now 150-1. He shot 2 over. Chiefs remain the 3-point favorite over the Buccaneers in Super Bowl 55 Sunday. VSiN has all of the Super Bowl betting angles covered. The best place to start is with our big game betting hub at vsin.com/Super Bowl. While you're there, get the free big game betting guide with trends, strategies, and data to make the most of your betting decisions. Go to vsin.com/Super Bowl, vsin.com/Super Bowl. With your action update, I'm Mike Senna.
Get the latest VSiN odds at vsin.com. And remember, Cashing tickets is what it's all about.
It's time to follow the money with your hosts, Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard.
Welcome into the program. Today it is Follow the Money here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Mitch Moss along with Paulie Howard live at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. Our first guest today on the program has been with us every single Friday throughout the entire football season. He is a champ at breaking down games in the NFL. Adam Chernoff joins the program now. You can subscribe to his podcast called The Simple Handicap. Adam, it's good to talk to you again. How are you?
Doing well. We made it to the end. It was a long season, but we're here.
I think it was a dog, right?
Absolutely. To get every game in, Adam? I made it a big dog to get every game in.
It was, yeah, it was probably, I would say, a coin flip at death coming into the season, but considering that there were only a few games sort of delayed and messed up, I think everyone did pretty well.
Okay, before we actually have you dive into this game then coming up on Sunday, you live in Canada, and the lockdown there, I think, is much stricter than it is here in the States, in certain, of the 50. But you guys can't really do anything for the big game, can you? Like, let's say that you wanted to have a Super Bowl party at your house, that would not be allowed, correct?
Yeah, officially where I am in Alberta, the gatherings indoors and outdoors are not permitted. So we're still not going to restaurants. The bars are closed and everything like that for indoor dining. And so it's probably the quietest year, I would think, this part of the world in terms of Super Bowl weekend, most likely ever. Like already the grocery stores, the chip sections, the chicken wings, that whole, like the frozen foods, like went in last night and it was already like beat up already. So like people are still probably going to get together in a very small capacity, but yeah, it's pretty tight. So it's going to be a very quiet Super Bowl weekend for this part of the world for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, so then get into this then. Maybe like the top 2 or 3 things that you're looking for in the matchup between the Buccaneers and the Chiefs.
So I think there's things to mention about every Tampa Bay coach and coordinator, all 3 of them, that are going to really impact this game, how people handicap it, and how people bet it. And the most important of the 3, in my opinion, is going to be Todd Bowles. We know at this point exactly what Todd Bowles is. He's an extremely defensive-minded coach. He's extremely aggressive. He loves to disguise blitzes. He loves to do anything he can to generate pressure on the opposing quarterback. And if you look at the season numbers for Tampa Bay, that's very much true. He has the 4th highest rate of sacks in his Buccaneers defense. He brings the 5th highest blitz rate of any team in the league, right at 40%. The issue with this game is the quarterback on the other side, Patrick Mahomes, excels more than any other QB when he is blitzed. When guys bring extra rushers, Mahomes is brilliant at finding the space behind them or finding the single coverage somewhere on the field, because when you're bringing extra rushers, you leave yourself vulnerable in coverage. And I don't think that it's this foregone conclusion that the Buccaneers are going to blitz a ton and bring a lot of pressure, because what we saw them do in the first matchup was blitz at their lowest rate of the season and one of the lowest blitz rates we've ever seen from Todd Bowles ever. Just 17% of snaps did they try to blitz and bring extra rushers against Patrick Mahomes in that first meeting. And so to me, this is like the huge variance spot of the game. And it really depends on how Bowles is going to create this defensive game plan to oppose Patrick Mahomes. Is he going to do what was very out of character for him back in week 12, again, after getting burned? Or is he going to revert to tendency with this beat-up offensive line and do what he's done for his entire career, bring extra rushers, try to generate pressure on Patrick Mahomes, and leave them vulnerable in coverage in the back end? And remember, both starting safeties for the Buccaneers were banged up or left the game against the Green Bay Packers. So they're not still quite 100% coming into this game against these Chiefs weapons and wide receivers and all the speed they have on the field. So to me, like, depending on what you think Bowles is ultimately going to do, that's really going to dictate how you look at this handicap and what the Chiefs are going to be able to do. And in my opinion, being a Jets fan, knowing Bowles, having him as the head coach for all those years, seeing how he's handled this entire season, I have a difficult time thinking that he is going to go back to the game plan that was so out of character and got him burned so badly back in week 12. And so I think we see just a little bit more aggression, a little bit more risk taken, single coverage, some of these wide receivers. And I think there's a lot of potential for Kansas City big plays throughout this game.
Okay, fantastic. Now, what do you think Spagnuolo does?
So I think Spags is the one who's going to be able to get a lot of pressure. He's one of the best big game coordinators that we have in the NFL when it comes to putting together great game plans for these big games. He obviously knows Brady very well, but it's really Brady's numbers under pressure against the blitz, anything that we've seen declining for a couple seasons now. But this year, it has been no different. It's been an enormous step back for him again under pressure. And so I think it's a spot where Kansas City really can sort of get a lot more aggressive than we've seen them. I think they're going to bring a lot of extra rushers. I think they're going to do what they can to bring extra pressure. And they're going to force this Tampa Bay offense to, or rather than force, like sort of be willing to let them run. And the interesting thing about what we've seen from Leftwich down the stretch is really sort of a reversion to early down first runs. For the course of the season, they were running the football on first or second down at 57%. Since the bye, so the last 4 weeks of the season where they were speaking about an emphasis on ball control, that's dipped all the way down to 50%. And in the playoffs, Leftwich has called first down runs on 55% of first and second down. So, like, it's interesting to see how big of a step back this is. And, like, I was thinking that, okay, this is a first-time play caller in the playoffs. He's sort of succumbing to the pressure. We've seen a lot of coaches this playoff sort of crumble in big game scenarios and sort of just look uncharacteristic. But, like, there's been a lot of affirmation in post-game press conferences from Arians, from Leftwich, that this is what they want to do. And so the Buccaneers are very content within these third down situations and this newfound reliance on the deep ball, where they're completing a pass 15 yards or more downfield 1 in every 6 attempts, which is up from 1 in 11 pre-bye. So there's been this sort of shift within the team, and we've seen these first and second down runs somewhat burn Tampa Bay or put them in bad situations all 3 playoff games, but they've just bailed themselves out on third down. But like in these first 3 playoffs games, they played Washington, a very good front 7 in defending the run. They played the Saints, a very good front 7 in defending the run. And then they played the Packers, surprisingly, on first and second down, an above-average defense stopping the run. It's hard to believe with a Mike Pettin defense, but that's what the numbers show. In this game, they get Kansas City, who's 30th in defending the run overall, 30th on early down. So, like, if you're Spagnuolo, let Tampa Bay run on first and second down. Let them do what they want to do. Get them into third down like the Buccaneers are comfortable doing, and then take your chances on third down, where the Buccaneers love to push the ball downfield and take these deep chances. I think that that's the way that this game is ultimately going to play out. Like we've seen with the Buccaneers all season, there's just a ton of variance on this offense. They get into these third downs. They love to force the ball downfield. They love to take these deep chances. I think a lot of them will hit, but I think at the end, this is going to be a very competitive game. But that's really what I'm looking at, and how Spagnuolo is going to oppose the Buccaneers and what we're going to see from the Leftwich play column.
Okay, very good. Follow the money here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Adam Chernoff, our guest, subscribe to his podcast, The Simple Handicap. Do you think the money line will get down, maybe not as a consensus, Adam, but maybe at some books around Chiefs minus 150, or is that maybe a little bit too low?
I think 150 might be a touch low. Like we always see every year with the Super Bowl, that the favorite money line comes down late as money on the underdog comes in. I mean, that would be the absolute floor, I think, without any notable change to the point spread. But as long as this is sort of locked in at 3, I would say sort of 155 to 160 is the number we're probably going to see close.
What's your favorite bet on the game?
So just based on everything that I said, I'm going to play into what I think is going to be a lot of big play potential for Kansas City, combined with what we've seen from the Bucs the last 7 weeks, a lot of big play potential on their side. So I'm going to look to the over at 56. That's my best bet for the side. But sort of building off of that as well, a couple of props that I find very interesting. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to have little to no success running the football for the duration of the game. And I think very quickly they're going to realize, well, they know, but like it's going to be a shift like we've seen all season from the Chiefs, where they're like, okay, we're not running. no team is better at adjusting in-game for what they do offensively than Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs. I think it's going to flip to a much pass-heavier approach. And the interesting thing here is, like, if you think the Chiefs are going to be trailing, they throw the football north of 70%. So they're obviously going to be passing if they're down. If they're leading, we've seen them numerous times this season just continue to pass and take what they're given by opposing defenses. I don't think that's going to be any different in this game. So I think when we're looking at sort of rushing props and running back props, we tend to look at, well, if Kansas City is leading, that means the run rate goes up. I don't think that is the case in this game. I think regardless of where Kansas City is, they're going to be passing at a much higher rate than we've sort of been used to them doing, as high as it has been. So with that said, like, I'll be looking for Williams under rush attempts, Williams under yards, because now there's not only the question, will Kansas City be able to run, but now he's going to have to split carries and times with Edwards-Helaire. So I think Williams, anywhere that you can find it, is a great under. Also building on top of that, I think Mahomes over 40.5 passing attempts is going to be a good look as well. And if there's going to be any yardage from running backs or anything sort of trickling over out of all of that, it's probably going to be Edwards-Helaire, whose number is a little bit lower and older for his rush yards. He's at like 27.5. And so I think if anyone's going to get carries, if anyone's going to get to like that 40 to 50 yard mark, which is probably the top for a Kansas City running back, it's going to be Edwards-Helaire. So that's how I would play sort of the offensive pieces for Kansas City. And then for Tampa Bay, I think it's all about the tight ends. Kansas City, very good at defending wide receivers. Their scheme is very great at defending the outside, but they let any team get whatever they want over the middle to tight end. So I think Brate at 2.5 receptions is a nice look over, as well as 28.5 yards. Gronkowski's been used a lot in blocking lately, but I have a feeling there's going to be that big trust throw from Brady at some point to Gronkowski within the game. So if you can find like a Gronkowski longest reception and potentially look at that over, I think that that's a good look as well. But I think it's a higher scoring game that's very competitive. I think Kansas City struggles to run the ball. They rely on the pass. Tampa Bay finds a lot of success with tight ends. And so that's sort of how I would be looking at playing the Super Bowl and already have bet.
Adam, you're the best. I can't wait for this to clear up so we can have you get to Las Vegas again, take you out, buy a couple of beers, get a bite to eat, whatever, man. Thanks so much for coming on the show every single Friday throughout the season. Good luck on Sunday.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate the time all season and enjoy the game as well.
Yep.
Thank you. Biggest reported bets. $3.46 million on the Bucks yesterday by Mattress Mac. More on the story with Anthony Curtis in 45 minutes. $2.3 million on the Bucks plus 3.5 at MGM. $520,000 on the Chiefs lane 3 minus 120 at Caesars. William Hill. $200,000 on the Chiefs DraftKings. $180,000 Chiefs money line bet MGM. But bet it. What is it? Okay. He bet it. He laid 180. Is he leaving the country? $139,000 on the Chiefs lane 3.5 even money at Red Rock. $120,000 on the Chiefs lane 3 minus 120. That was within an hour of the game being put up the line at Caesars. $115,000 Chiefs 3.5 MGM. $110,000 Chiefs 3.5 MGM. $100,000 Chiefs money line 165. William Hill at the Venetian.
I like his angle with Williams under. I'm on that. I know one of Frank B's first bets was Cameron Brate over receptions 2.5. You can do well attacking this Chiefs defense with tight ends. And I like what he said there about Gronk. Because Brady, they have
the
that
trust factor.
Exactly right. They've had this rapport now for like a decade. And that goes obviously to Brown as well.
And he had the big catch against the Rams.
He did. That was a huge catch.
Huge play in the game.
But Antonio Brown living with Brady and his family throughout the season. Yep. We saw that at the end. He wanted to give Brown his incentives by going over. So we kept peppering him the ball with 3 consecutive passes on that one drive. It looks like Brown's going to play now. And that to me, and I'll have this a little bit later on again, the Brown potentially playing, I think, affects, a couple of different props, one in which changes everything with Miller.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The big catch was the I'm just referring to the Patriots-Rams Super Bowl. But
how about this? Will a wide receiver lead the Chiefs in rushing yards? Because they will try an end around. They're going to try a reverse, whatever. And I just the front four will not allow Williams or CEH to get going in this game. Mahomes actually could lead them in rushing.
That's interesting.
And then you got to have Hardman.
Look what Allen led him. Allen had 88 yards in the AFC title game.
That was it. Nobody else could do anything. Yeah.
Yep. Cleveland had 112. The Bills had 129, but Allen had 88 of them.
Yep.
But that was but Allen went. Yeah, Allen did it against Kansas City. With boy, I don't know. Could Mahomes do something here? I don't know. With Tampa, 'cause Tampa's number one against the rush. You can see fluky stuff happen. It's a Super Bowl. Happens all the time.
I don't think he's going to have design runs per se, but I think that when he's going to be scrambling out of the pocket, and if he has some heat coming and guys are covered, you can see him take off that way.
I could think you see an end around for Tampa over 3.5 guys with a rush. Brady, Jones, Fournette, end around Brown,
somebody else
like that.
A Godwin type. How many Buccaneers? You bet that over, right? How many Buccaneers are going to catch a pass?
7.5.
7.5. It's going to go over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got that. Yep.
All right.
Excellent.
Let's follow the money here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Email is always open, ftm@vsin.com. This part of the show brought to you by BetRivers. If you haven't signed up, now's the time. BetRivers Sportsbook has a super deal on the big game coming up on Sunday. BetRivers is giving you a chance to unlock more than $500 in bonuses when you make your first deposit with the code BIGGAME500. You must deposit at least $100, and it must be your first deposit on the site to be eligible for this offer. It's available in Colorado, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Virginia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. It's also available at PlaySugarHouse.com in New Jersey. action on DraftKings, the leader in daily fantasy sports. Download the app. Use the promo code VSIN when you sign up to compete for cash prizes every single week. Don't wait. Sign up now, and new customers get a deposit bonus of up to $500. That code again is VSIN when you sign up. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available to play in Colorado, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and West Virginia. Go to the website. It's DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. In 10 minutes, Paul Charchian is going to join the show. Been waiting 2 days now to hear his breakdown on Byron Pringle.
Yep.
For this game.
Yep. The most interesting prop to me continues to be, will the opening kickoff result in a touchback? Because No's on a 17-2 run. But you have two kickers who are top 5 in touchbacks.
Yeah.
But then you have the whole Pat McAfee angle that they use the K-ball, and it's like kicking a rock, he said. And then my angle is to think, yeah, some of it's Belichick, a lot of Patriot games. But with the 17-2 run, it's like, I'm going to start this game off with a bang, and I'm so juiced up, I'm bringing it out. I don't care.
Sure.
You know? So, and there's good plus, big plus money on will the guy bring it out? No, on the no.
Yep. So, for those who are just checking out maybe the show for the first time today, whatever, and people are in and out all the time, we get it. We did this probably 10 to 12 days ago. Thanks to Kim in New York, who said, and I remembered this, but after Kim told us that Hank Stram used to go on with Mike and the Mad Dog every single Friday before the Super Bowl, and how popular that segment was on WFAN. People would pull over their cars in New York because they wanted his criteria for winning the Super Bowl was gold over the years. At last check, it was like 40, 6, and 3 to pick the winner of the Super Bowl. And just what was most important for him. And last year, actually, it did stick out that the Niners should have won the game. They had a 20-10 lead late in the fourth quarter. They didn't, so that one was wrong. But here you go, the stuff that's the most important. And, you know, maybe this stuff would have changed over the years. I'm guessing some of it would have because he put a lot of weight into running attacks and that kind of stuff. But give 10 points to a team if they won a Super Bowl in the last 3 seasons. To him, very important. Chiefs did last year, going for the repeat. And teams used to repeat back in the day way more than they do now. But give 8 points to either team if their opponent is playing in their first Super Bowl in franchise history, not available. Give 8 to the team that has given up the fewer amount of defensive rushes, Buccaneers. 7 points to the team with the best straight-up win-loss record, including the playoffs. That's the Chiefs. 7 to the team with the most offensive rushes on the season. That's KC. 5 points to the team with the better defensive yards per carry average. Buccaneers. That makes sense. Can't run on them. That used to make sense anyway when running was such a big deal. 4 points to the team that has the best net kick punt touchdown returns. That's KC. And the list goes on and on and on. There's probably like 10 other things here. And he made this up. And this year's criteria has the Chiefs with 38.5 points and the Buccaneers with 31. Again, not the final score for the game in the Super Bowl, but just how many points are awarded to each team, you know, that fits his criteria in this matchup. So his going based on his numbers historically here, the Chiefs would be the play. But anything that starts 46-2 gets my attention.
Mm-hmm.
And that was after, I think, like a 3-game losing streak. So I think it was like technically, it was like 39-3-2 or something. Whatever. Weird. But
you know, Andy Reid's won 9 in a row in the state of Florida since 2010. How kooky is that? There's another one.
No, I had no idea.
There's another one. That's bizarre. But yeah, they can be the second 5 seed to win the Super Bowl. They're the 11th team to score 30 points in 3 straight playoff games. 9 of the previous 10 won the Super Bowl. No team has scored 30-plus points in 4 playoff games. They're 8-0 all-time in the playoffs when they score 20 points. Mahomes has won 12 in a row, road neutral. And pencil them in for 250 passing and 100 rushing. And they've done that the last 5 playoff. Well, that has been the case the last 5 playoff games, which is a record. So I don't think it's not. I'd be shocked if it happens Sunday.
You want to play some out Mahomes passing yards over? You have to lay gigantic juice.
Oh, those are great.
You can find us all
Rivers
the way
has
down,
that, yeah.
all the way down to like 200 yards.
Yeah.
Maybe even.
I love like the Kelsey against Gronk and Kelsey against Brait, 1,400.
Yeah.
But some of these have come in. Well, you see quarterbacks who couldn't get up there. Goff did it on a Thursday night game. Goff and Cam Newton.
Cam Newton.
Akers
Big
had
one.
more than Cam Newton. That was the Akers had more rushing than Cam Newton passing game.
I think the prop for Newton this year was will he throw for 100 yards? He never got there, or 150. It was a nice return on the under.
Brady had 199 against the Saints.
Huh?
That was a nice return.
All right, up next, Hall of Famer Paul Charchian is going to join the program. Been waiting now a full 2 days for his breakdown. He likes Byron Pringle in the game on Sunday. Got to find out why coming up next. The OddsTrader.com studio at Circa Resort and Casino. OddsTrader.com. Download the free OddsTrader app right now. Start winning with up to the second info that you need. Get real-time bet tracking. You can compare sportsbook sign-up bonuses all at the website, OddsTrader.com. Hall of Famer Paul Charchian joins the program now. We've been talking about this now all show. He was going to join us yesterday. Had a snafu here with the Skype system, but he's on the horn as we speak. Charch, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I am in fact on the horn, which I don't even know when the phone became a horn.
I don't,
but I guess
I don't know why.
We'll be on the horn.
It's probably something my parents said back when I was growing up, and it stuck with me.
It does sound like it does sound something like that, right?
Yeah.
I think your grandparents. That was back when they made the phones out of ivory. You can't do that anymore.
No, unfortunately. Okay, so I know that you called Mahomes last year first touchdown scorer, which was great. We're going to get into that, but we're all dying to know. We've pumped this up now all day long. You are high on Pringle for the Chiefs this week. Please tell us why.
Yeah, we're talking about Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Byron Pringle. I know many listeners don't even know who he was. Which receiver for the Chiefs played the most snaps last week? Byron Pringle. Which receiver played the most snaps 2 games before that? Byron Pringle. He had a 60-snap game 2 weeks ago, week 17, 3 weeks ago, week 17, a game with 52 yards and a touchdown. He played 59 snaps last game, and he's averaging almost 5 targets per game over the past 3 games. And here you've got Sammy Watkins coming into the game with who may not play. He's got an easily re-aggravated calf injury. Demarcus Robinson hasn't cleared the COVID protocols yet. Byron Pringle's going to be on the field a lot. Now, he's so nondescript. There's no yardage or reception prop for Byron Pringle, so we can't do everything I'd like to do with Byron Pringle here, but we have some exotic plays. I have 4 exotics for you with Byron Pringle. We're going to stack Pringles with 4 of these. Here we go. First, 400 plus 400 to score any touchdown in the game. If you think Mahomes is going to throw 3 touchdowns, which I do, then I think that's in play. He's plus 3,000 to score the first touchdown of the game. Now, 30-1 is pretty good for a guy who's going to be on the field as much as anybody for a Patrick Mahomes-led offense. You get plus 1,500 if he's the first reception of the game, which also, if he's going to be on the field this much, I'm very interested. And here's your real long shot, plus 5,000 for the most receiving yards. Now, I wouldn't break the bank on any of these, but I'd spread some beer money around on these, and I'd hit all 4 of them and just see if you don't get lucky on Byron Pringle. Lord knows the Bucs have got their hands full defending everybody else. Byron Pringle might be the path of least resistance on a lot of plays.
Okay, I like it. It's a good breakdown.
Did I sell you? Did I sell you on Byron Pringle at all?
I'm. You know what? I might be in for the full Pringle stack.
And you can't just have one. That's the other thing. You can't have one. That's right. Okay, so are you coming? You gave it, as Mitch said, you had it last year, too. Mahomes' first touchdown?
Mahomes' first touchdown. Now, we hit this last year, and really it's all the same reasons this year, but unfortunately we're not plus 1,900 last year. We're plus 1,200 this year, and it's the same reasons. Chiefs don't have a goal line back. Guess who leads the Chiefs in touchdown runs from inside the 5?
That guy.
Patrick Mahomes.
There we go.
Yep. Only Clyde Edwards-Helaire has more carries from inside the 5, but he was woeful at it. He converted just 2 of his 10 carries from inside the 5 into touchdowns. They stopped giving him the ball inside the 5. Mahomes' foot injury appears to be healed. And lastly, with these backup tackles that he's going to have, he's going to end up scrambling on a fair number of plays, and he might just scramble in for a score as well. He's going to have to be mobile in this game, and so the mobility might result in a rushing touchdown. We'll take Mahomes plus 1,200 first touchdown.
Okay, and Williams under 29.5?
My favorite play out of everything we're going to talk about, Darrell Williams under 29.5 yards. The Bucs have the number 1 run defense 3 different ways: rushing yards allowed, yards per carry, and they see the fewest rushing plays as well. So you put all that together, and Darrell Williams is already dead to us, but there's more. At this point, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is fully healthy. And when that happens, Williams gets ghosted by this offense. His average game in the month before Clyde Edwards-Helaire's injury was 2 carries for 10 yards. And here are some of the other backs who failed to hit 29.5 rushing yards against the Buccaneers this year: Alvin Kamara, Melvin Gordon, David Montgomery, Aaron Jones, Josh Jacobs, Cam Akers, Todd Gurley. I'm supposed to believe that the Chiefs' nondescript backup runner is going to hit 29.5 yards when those guys didn't as the starting back for their team? No chance. This is the easiest money of any player prop there is.
Wow, that's a great breakdown.
Sold me.
Yep,
good job.
I'm on it for sure. Okay, so you also like Scotty Miller, a prop for him. Now, is this correlated to Antonio Brown's health, or regardless of Brown and whether or not he's going to be playing?
Well, especially, I think it's twice as effective if Antonio Brown doesn't play. And at this point, we don't know. But we'll mention this: when Brown didn't play last week, Miller saw the biggest spike of his entire season in usage. He ran 27 routes last week. He's a deep ball specialist. Scotty Miller with amazing speed. He's a 4.3 speed guy. And the outside cornerbacks for the Chiefs, Bashaud Breeland is a 4.6 speed guy. Charvarius Ward is a 4.5 guy. And here comes Scotty Miller. He's got the 5th highest deep ball percentage. 35% of all of his targets were over 20 yards. His average catch is 16.5 yards. If he makes one catch, we're most of the way to our 20.5 receiving yards. So if you believe Scotty Miller's going to have more than one catch, that puts him at 32 yards on average right there. He's blown out the 20.5 receiving yards. So, again, I think a lot of it does hinge on Antonio Brown, but if Brown doesn't go, I think this is a very safe bet, and even if Brown goes, you could try it.
All right, excellent. We're down to a minute. What else do you like?
Tom Brady. DraftKings has got a bet for Tom Brady with 3 touchdowns and the win. It's plus 300. And the reason I like it so much, Patrick Mahomes has the same bet. Patrick Mahomes' 3 touchdowns in the win is plus 110. Brady is plus 300. If you think that if you think the Bucs are going to win, Brady probably got him there with 3 touchdowns. So plus 300 feels like a very safe bet for a guy who comes into this game with multiple passing touchdowns in 10 straight games. Chiefs have allowed multiple passing touchdowns in 9 of the last 10 games.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. And you also like Fournette under 48.5 yards rushing charge. We are up against it, but
Awesome.
you're the best. Hall of Famer for a reason. Thanks, pal. Good luck on Sunday.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
So good.
Some of the stuff on Williams, the Miller, the Pringle. Oh, man, love that guy.
Really sold me on the Williams.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
Lou Finicaro joins the program coming up next. We'll get his best bets for the big game and the UFC card this weekend as well. I think he's going to make the case for a $2 dog. We'll find out coming up next.
racing fan, First Bet's the place for you. How about Jeremy with the $14 horse yesterday?
Yeah.
Wagering on races at over 300 tracks, AI-assisted picks. Easiest way to bet on your favorite sport. Secure payments, great customer service, reliable website. All brought to you by ExpressBet. Sign up now using the promo code Vegas100. Get up to $100 match bonus on your first deposit. First.com/bet/Vegas100 for details. Promo code Vegas100.
Lou Finicaro joins the program now. Does a great job handicapping the UFC for every single card. You can read him in Point Spread Weekly as well. He's also a big NFL guy, NHL. Lou, good morning. Thanks for the time as always. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me on, and happy Super Bowl weekend to everybody.
Yep, back at you. Before we get your best UFC bets for the card coming up this weekend, how many bets do you have right now on the Super Bowl, and who do you like in the game?
I'm not as big a prop guy as most. For 40 years, I've been playing tails as well as the final score is odd, two of the squarest potential plays that you could possibly make. I kind of use the Super Bowl as a holiday. I tend to favor, I look at Super Bowl 36 when St. Louis's greatest show on turf came in flying high. And though I'm certain that Tampa Bay does not have Kansas City's plays in that particular Super Bowl, the Patriots won 20-17, and it was really a much more defensive, tighter game than many expected, and that's what I expect here.
Are you going to be playing with that in mind? Are you going to look for any alt-unders potentially?
Absolutely. I will look for all Tampa Bay under types of propositions. And when I say that, I'll have another 2 or 3 propositions total. I think what I'll do is invest mostly in the under, which I did as soon as the number came out, and maybe the weather helps a little bit or not. But I think whether or not, or even in a dome, that this particular football game does not reach 56 or 57 points.
Why do you feel Bulls is a big key to the game?
If you'll remember, Bulls and Arians go way back, way before the Jets into Arizona. And they took the Cardinals in an NFC championship game to have to face Cam Newton. So they've seen that kind of offense and this kind of a quarterback, very explosive running potential before. They failed in that game. I think the duo, as much as they both like to gamble, they both like to win. I think they've learned from that experience, and I think Bowles is a most underrated assistant coach. Yeah, he failed at his head coach job, but that's a coach that is going to bounce, no doubt about it.
Okay, UFC Vegas 18, Saturday. Overeem Volkov. That's the main event. As Mitch teased, you want to make a case. Great job last time you were on as well, but you're a dog player. You want to make a case for a $2 dog here, please, with Choi.
With Choi, yes, early fight. He fights a guy with a lot of flash. These are both kind of stand-up kickboxers. Zalal from Morocco, Choi from South Korea. The difference is Zalal is a little smaller, slighter, quicker, faster, flashier. Choi is a little more deliberate, but he's an ice-cold killer. And they've both failed against grapplers, but this is going to be a stand-up fight. Choi, the taller man, he's 28 compared to Zalal at 24. He's going to also have reach with legs and arms. I think Choi was undervalued at openers when he was plus 150. Now you're going to get plus 200 or better. I think it's a great opportunity on a ice-cold killer in Choi from South Korea.
What other fights do you like?
Another great fight, maybe the fight of the quarter, is Dariush and Diego Ferreira. That's really lined very close to a pick. This is a rematch from 2014 when Dariush went down to Brazil and beat Ferreira in his backyard. Ferreira's 36, a little older, and it's my opinion that the left-hander Dariush is just quicker and more skilled in every capacity of fighting than is Ferreira. Ferreira is the more aggressive man, so there's going to be some fire in this fight. Dariush tends to be and can be more a counterpuncher, but I think this is a very good spot for Dariush, who I believe is a top 10 fighter in the lightweight division.
Okay. Sandhagen is awesome. Can Frankie Edgar somehow go back to his prime and pull one out here and shock the world?
If Sanhagen was minus 200, I'd say that it's really doubtful. But eventually you get to a price where Frankie Edgar, and I think we're at that price. You're going to give me Frankie Edgar at 3.25 or better. The way I would play this is that I strongly feel that if you play this over or the fight goes to decision, that's the same as a bet on Edgar. While I don't know that he can win, I know how durable he is. And this is not going to be an easy fight for Sandhagen. I look for the over or the fight goes to decision on that fight.
Oh, okay. That's minus $2. Thoughts on the main event? The money's coming in here on Volkov against Overeem. The over 1.5 minus $2. I still have a bad taste in my mouth. I had Volkov against Lewis when he got knocked out with 10 seconds left and he was clearly ahead.
Yeah, and Lewis is more deliberate, not as fast as Overeem, although more powerful. Overeem's going to want to fight this in the clinch because Volkov needs space. The key to this fight is two things. Number one, it's in the small cage, and these are huge men. Number two, it depends how Volkov comes in the weigh-ins. In his last fight, he was 265, which told me he wanted to sit down and bang. At the end of the day, I look for this fight to go over 1.5, 2.5, and my bet is probably going to be goes to decision at plus 200.
Okay,
Ooh, all right.
That's you're going out on a limb on that one. Okay, I like it. What else do you like on the card? Anything?
There's a couple of flyweights on the main event. Pantoja is a Brazilian, and he's going to be fighting a man from Portuguese making his debut in Cape, K-A-P-E. Pantoja is a slight favorite here. They used Cape, the UFC did, as a stand-in replacement for Figueiredo and Moreno back when they fought in January. And that tells you how they regard a debut fighter to put him ahead of other flyweights in a capacity like that. He's a striker. He's fast. This fight's going to be like watching two flies in a mason jar fly around. But Cape is very, very prepared. He's a striker, and I think he has the edge here, and I'll gladly take him plus 100 or either side of pick 'em.
Great job, Lou. It was great to meet you a couple of weeks ago, and we'll talk to you soon. Good luck, friend.
You're the man.
Thanks so much, and good luck, everybody.
There it is.
Yep, you
Lou
too.
Finicaro. Definitely follow him on Twitter. He's fantastic. Again, to recap, Dariush, Cape, Choi, Edgar Sandhagen over, and you could see Overeem Volkov the decision, but over minus 1.5, $2 here at Circa.
So when you have a bad taste in your mouth from the Volkov fight against Lewis,
that was Larry Pepe. Remember we had Larry Pepe on with a great breakdown, and
it was so silly. It's like, dude, all you have to do is run.
Run away.
That's it. The
Why
fight's
would you
over with.
engage with 10 seconds? I've been so mad at the UFC. He's dominating the fight. There's 10 seconds left. He's engaging, and then Lewis caught him.
Yeah.
And that's it.
So that impacts you and how you want to bet on him moving forward.
I like over. I think there's value with Overeem anyway.
I would think so too. It's like but humans. He does not like Pat Reed, so he will not bet on Pat Reed.
Yes,
doesn't like the guy.
Yeah, well, listen to Indy Jeff. I know.
Listening to Lou right there reminded me of what
That's
Jeff.
fair though. I'm done with Adam Scott. I'm done.
That's fine. You can wipe guys off. Yeah.
He might win. I can't stand every hole with a birdie opportunity, and he's putting with a snake. I can't stand it.
Yeah. There are guys on the PGA Tour who I've burned tickets on enough where I'm just like, if they win, they win. I'm done.
And Matt has done that with Fowler.
He's one of them.
That's enough for Fowler.
Xander Schauffele. Okay. Unbelievable golfer. I've lost so much money on that guy. It's not worth it to me anymore.
Well, this is also a fun weekend, too. We continue with the golf, and the golf's been fun and profitable, and Indy Jeff is so good with 2 winners in the last couple of weeks. You got Premier League, full card.
Justin Thomas with a triple on 17 yesterday. Wanted to make me vomit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Get it out. You also have the Premier League and then the hockey card and what goes on Sunday. I mean, you have several hockey games that go at noon Pacific going right up.
I like what Jeff Davis told us on Wednesday. He's like, the real Warriors, they're not betting the NFL. They're not betting the Super Bowl on Sunday.
They're doing this, yes.
They're up at 7 o'clock betting the NHL, and they're taking shots on college basketball. They're done betting the Super Bowl at that point, clearly, right? Numbers have all moved and shifted around so much.
Lou, wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of ugly and low scoring. How about that?
I should have asked him. I'm guessing he cleaned house on the Patriots-Rams game from a couple of years ago. That's how pros bet this game. They want nothing to happen. And when it does, everything comes in for them.
Yep.
When it doesn't, they get carried out.
Yep. Yes.
I mean,
Frank B. I know Frank B.
The Eagles, that
Patriots.
Boy, that was a good game.
That game was crazy.
That was an awesome game to
I
watch.
couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that game. Brady throws for 500 yards and they lose. I mean, Philly wasn't getting a stop.
Falls up and down the field.
Oh, I know. Yeah. No Butler controversy.
Right.
Belichick atoned for it, though. Came right back and had a beautiful game plan for Goff.
Was it the referees allowed that touchdown to count? Was it the Clement or was it the Ertz one?
I could say both. The Clement was the Clement wouldn't have been a touchdown the year before.
Exactly.
During the regular season. During the regular season. That was not a touchdown.
Yeah.
And then it was what's his name? The guy in New York. Riveron went rogue. Riveron went rogue.
Yeah.
We'll call it.
They were looking forward to the rules for next year.
Yes.
Which the committee already put in place.
Asinine. Okay. But come on. Positivity. This is great. I can't believe it. Well, they got all 269 games in. Yeah. The price on that in August, no preseason. We'll give it a shot. And they got off to a good start. And then all hell broke loose about, 4 weeks in with Tennessee?
Right around there.
And Denver. They made Denver play a game with a wide receiver at quarterback.
Oh.
We had the Baltimore situation.
I thought
they
sure.
Did it. Good job, Goodell. They did it. I can't believe it.
In October, I thought for sure they were going to use that Week 18 as a flex.
I thought absolutely.
It was a favorite.
That's right.
Never got that far.
That's right.
And now we get the awards tomorrow night.
That's a big night for you. I know. Big night.
Yeah.
Herbert, Rodgers, right?
Herbert, Rodgers,
Stefanski. He won an award, right?
He did.
Someone gave it to him.
Yeah. Anthony Curtis and the Mattress Mac story coming up. Bet Rivers yet, now is the time. Bet Rivers Sportsbook has a super deal on the big game coming up on Sunday, Chiefs and Buccaneers. Bet Rivers is giving you a chance to unlock more than $500 in bonuses when you make your first deposit with the code BIGGAME500. You must deposit at least $100, and it must be your first deposit on the site to be eligible for this offer. Terms and conditions apply. Visit the Bet Rivers site of your home state for the promotion details. Offer is valid in Colorado, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Virginia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. It's also available at PlaySugarHouse.com in New Jersey. Anthony Curtis will join us from the Las Vegas Advisor coming up in about 5 minutes. He'll give us the entire rundown on what took place with the Mattress Mac big bet that came down in Colorado earlier this week and why the reported minus 127 is there's a little bit more to the story than minus 127, put it that way.
Can't wait to talk to Mr. Curtis. And here it is, our final hour here, and then we'll be back Sunday night for the post-game show. But just to go over some of the stuff and jam everything in here in the final hour as best we can. You know, we've been doing it for the last week, but the Matt Devine article on vsin.com, the 20 best Super Bowl props to bet on, we can run that down again before we get out of here. But the team that won the coin toss has deferred in 10 straight years, 2 straight years with a run to start the game after 4 straight years of a pass. Team to score first will win the game. No last year, but yes, 8 of the last 10. Team to score in the first 6 minutes. No 4 straight years and 8 out of 11. 2-point conversion attempt. Yes, 7 out of 11. Will at least one quarter be scoreless? Yes, only 3 out of 11. Shortest touchdown over under 1.5 yards, under 6 times the last 11. And they started at William Hill last Thursday. Some of the most creative props that I liked. Will a quarterback throw 3 interceptions, 6-1. Quarterback to have a reception, that's new, 6-1. Touchdown scored on 4th down, yes, plus 450. Will a penalty negate a touchdown, yes, plus 260. And Nick said they've done this, 4 years. It's never cashed, 3, 4. Will a team use all 6 timeouts? Yes, plus 175. Yeah. And the pros bet the no on that.
Well, see, the tricky part to that prop is getting the 3 in the first half. The 3 in the second half is no problem. Like that can get there. But for a team to use all 3 in the first half, that's where you're kind of up against it. And don't forget, we talked about this earlier, the most popular prop bet, no matter what they do, is going to be the coin toss. When you have longtime veteran bookmakers who tell you that the handle is absolutely staggering every single year, and Art Manteris going back like 30, 40 years, whatever it was, where a guy came in, he bet $100,000 on the coin toss. He came back a couple of hours later, changed his mind, went over the top and bet $200,000 on the other side.
Other creative props, points bet, and Bet Rivers. Yeah, you explain it, right. MVP losing team, 50-1. No turnovers, plus 650. A team doesn't punt, plus 650. Shutout, 50-1. 500 passing yards, 16-1. Non-quarterback wins the MVP, plus 220. DraftKings, ball off the upright or goal crossbar, 4-1. 2 missed field goals by one team, plus 475. Will a punt be downed inside the 5? Yes, plus 330. All these are very good. Great job. Field goal at the end of the first quarter with no time left, 40-1. Third quarter, 30-1. I've never seen that one before.
Any other score, not a touchdown, plus 195 at some spots. Field goal or a safety.
Start the game.
Yeah. All right, let's follow the money here on VSiN, the sports betting network. Up next, Anthony Curtis, Las Vegas Advisor, is going to be in studio. He knows all about the Mattress Mac bet, the true price they got, why minus 127 was misleading, and why Colorado and why at DraftKings.
This is Brent Musburger, and here is your VSiN action update. Now, here are the latest lines from my guys in the desert.
Milwaukee Bucks have won 2 straight. They're laying 10.5 of the Cleveland Cavaliers today. 228 the total, Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Indiana, the 2.5-point home favorite against New Orleans. Pelicans won 3 of 5 during their recent homestand. They're 8-12. 226.5 the total in Indianapolis. Big Ten basketball today. Penn State laying 3 at home at Maryland. 143 the total at the Bryce Jordan Center. Home teams have won 7 straight in the head-to-head series. In the NHL, the Tampa Bay Lightning laying $3.60 on home ice against the Detroit Red Wings, who have dropped 7 straight. VSiN has all of the Super Bowl betting angles covered. The best place to start is with our big game betting hub at vsin.com/Super Bowl. While you're there, get the free big game betting guide with trends, strategies, and data to make the most of your betting decisions. Go to vsin.com/Super Bowl, vsin.com/Super Bowl. With your action update, I'm Mike Senna.
Get the latest VSiN odds at vsin.com. And remember, cash and tickets is what it's all about.
hosts, Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard.
It's good to have you on board. Mitch Moss, Paulie Howard. We are live in downtown Las Vegas at the Circa Resort and Casino. This is going to be a lot of fun. Been looking forward to this all week. Anthony Curtis joins us here in studio from the Las Vegas Advisor. Good to see you again, AC. How are you?
I'm good. New digs, huh?
Yeah, first time you've been down here, right?
Yeah,
in the studio?
first time. Yeah.
Yeah. What's your first overall impression?
The studio?
The book and everything else.
Oh well, I've seen the book. I've been down here, and this place is gorgeous. It's beautiful. I mean, they make you pay for parking. I don't know about that.
Yeah, tough beat.
Yeah, I don't park here. Park across the street.
Valet across the street.
Hey, look,
come on
man,
over. It takes 2 seconds. Yeah, that's the play.
Hey, look, if you got, it doesn't matter how much money you got or don't have. If it's free in one place and you got to pay in the other, you go to the first one.
What is the town going to look like this weekend? Ballrooms, social distancing, parties, booths. Are you going to only have 4 people allowed in a booth? Take it away. You know everything.
Yeah, it's going to be different, I'm sure. We're already. I talked to a host last night. I was just having dinner. And a host friend of mine, I said, what are they doing? They're just truncating everything in terms of who gets invited, the VIPs and all. He goes, oh, yeah. They're going, just the top of the top gets invited because they can't have too many people in. So it's going to be, I think the sports books, I think, are going to be hopping and cool. It's going to be really hard to contain the enthusiasm and all. But the private parties and all, I wouldn't want to be at one, And I think the town's going to be pretty busy. I think people are going to come for this.
Think so?
Yeah.
Here's the question that we've gotten over and over, and I have no idea how to answer this. For the people that show up to a sports book on Sunday and there are no seats available and they're out of town, like, what do? I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea if the ballrooms are going to be open on the Strip. I don't know. I just don't know. I have no clue.
Yeah, well, there's never seats available.
Sure.
To sit down, people, they stake them out, early in the morning. Some of them come just at 7 and 8 in the morning,
or maybe even like the night before.
Yeah. Sometimes to camp out. I've seen it.
Yep.
But you're never going to get a seat unless you know somebody or you got it reserved or whatever. The good thing about it is it's just on all the screens, so you can watch it anywhere. You can stand at a bar, and I don't think it's going to be that packed. But I think we're going to see a good, fun Super Bowl Sunday. I do.
Since the last time we talked to you, and even what do you expect this weekend? What are your observations, and what do you hear from all your loyal fans out there, Las Vegas Advisor, about the Strip? Because I'll share some experiences in a second.
Oh yeah, I mean people hate the Strip, and I don't blame them, and it's a lot of it's due to short staffing everywhere.
Bingo.
And and it's
can't get a drink, can't find anybody.
You know what? It's worse than that. It's apathy. It's like they don't care. And I hate to say this.
Who?
I mean, the employees.
Really?
Yeah. And I hate to say this, and I don't mean everybody, and I apologize to those out there who do. And not even most of them, but there's so many of them just go, oh, screw it. I mean, this whole thing is so crappy, and I'm just going to go through the motions. And I've just seen a whole lot of that.
Oh.
I'm in these casinos almost every day, and I'm dealing with these people, and they just kind of seem to not care, a lot of them. And it's just, until this whole thing blows over, it's going to be that kind of a screwy vibe, especially out on the Strip where everybody expects, a higher standard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing I noticed, and I'm sure it's different because you go all over the place, and I've only been to a couple spots.
You only go here.
Yeah, right. But I was at Caesars, though. It was a debacle. The food was good, though. The restaurants are great.
The Bacchanal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right. But it's like every 6th machine was turned off.
Jeez. Yeah.
There's only like 2 machines at certain bars that are open.
Well,
you want to sit down and play blackjack or something?
Well, at the schedules they have at Caesars, that's a good thing. You don't want to play those games anyway. But I know it's. And everybody treats it differently, and they treat it. It's worse in the casinos where they're really, really stringent about the rules, which is good. I mean, that's a good thing. But man, I mean, you can't pull your mask down to take a drink. I'm surprised they're letting me sit here without a mask because they're so worried about compliance, and they don't want to get in trouble with the police. You know what I mean, with the COVID police, and they don't want to risk their license. I get it.
No, I get it too. I mean, it's like
but
they got to be careful
some of it's
here.
over the top. I mean, it's like if the mask is right here. They're sitting there dealing, and they're just up. I mean, it's just annoying.
Yeah, no,
it's like,
I know.
You just want to get up and leave. It's like right here on your nose, and they're pull it down, pull it up, pull it.
I know.
I mean, come on.
I had a talk with somebody, a friend back from Michigan, way back where I come from, and he's like, "Oh man, we're coming out for a wedding in June. Is it going to be horrible?" I go, "No. By June, it's going to start to be okay."
You think so?
But these first couple, few months of the new year is just like last year.
Is March Madness the signal that we're back? Do you think will that?
That's going to be a bellwether, man. It's going to tell us something. You know,
that's like 6 weeks from now.
Yeah, I think not. I think it's going to be. I mean, they're going to do it this time. I remember you, Mitch, last time, just listening to you crying on the radio because they weren't going to have March Madness. You know, that you weren't going to have the.
That was devastating.
I know you sounded. I could hear your pain right through the airwaves.
That was a crusher. Of all the events, and again, looking back now, obviously, probably, but that was devastating.
Yeah,
it really was.
That was things to come.
Yeah, that was the start of it. It's like we were all stunned. And I mean, I'll tell you, I famously or infamously now, 1 week before Vegas shut down, I told USA Today, I'll go, Vegas never shuts down.
Yeah, so we know you. So you said Frank B, the sharpest guy out there. I mean, your nails with that assessment. Your buddies with Frank, and you can't play blackjack. You know how smart you are. But you took a little beating on Twitter here. Explain what happened, the whole story with the mattress Mac bet in Colorado yesterday.
Well, I'm surprised you guys even let me into the studio. I'm such a rube. I mean, it's like I know nothing about what I'm doing according to what I read on what I've heard on Twitter. But Mac made the big bet, and in Colorado, and they put out a photo of the ticket, and you do some quick calculations, and you see -127. So immediately people start calling. What's the matter with you? Why did you do that? It's 115 down the street. You can do this, and this. and Frank and I would just look at him and go, "Really? Do you honestly think we did that? Do you really think that we took him there and said, go make a $3 million bet at 127 when you can get 115 over here?" So obviously, you have to look at these things, and there's something else going on. There's a lot of different things. This particular deal with Mac, and for those who don't know, Mac does this. He uses sports books to hedge promotions that he does in his furniture store, which I continually call Galaxy, but it's called Gallery Furniture. And he does these big promotions in Houston, and he does them on the spur of the moment, so he doesn't have time to go the typical route of getting insurance and all that. So he contacted me, his attorney contacted me a couple of years ago to help them hedge the Astros bet. And I said, well, if I can bring in my quarterback, we'll do that, and that being Frank B. And we did. We got a lot of money down for him. And the reports that they're putting out there are still below what we actually put down, which we haven't ever disclosed that number, but it was a big number. So this year he calls again and he says, he goes, "I have boys." That's how he talks, I have boys. I think about doing a promotion for the Super Bowl. And I'm like, all right, give us the details, right? And Frank's like, he's just like, he's liking it because he's like, we had to do this for baseball before. He goes, now we got the Super Bowl, the biggest game of the year. We're going to be, hedging a fraction of the amount. He goes, this is going to be a lark, a walk in the park. Uh-huh. And so he tells us, we're going to do it. And we're like, yeah, we're in. And we, waited to see what his situation was. And it's layers. It's layers upon layers upon layers of what's going on here. And we looked for the best opportunity. We got the best possible opportunity with the Bucks. His people need the Bucks to win to get all their furniture back. So he's going to be betting on the Bucks. They're the underdog. We can either take money line to get some of that off at more leverage, or we can go with the monster 3.5. And the 3.5 is just really strong. That hook on the 3 is just huge. And that's what the direction we decided to go. And the 127, we got it all down in one bet. That was one really good thing. But the 127 is just what the ticket price was. And anybody who's been following DraftKings and all of what's going on with all the competition with the new operators all around the country knows that there are incentives and, motivators all over the place. Bonuses being given to big bettors. Big bettors can get away with an awful lot these days. And we got the biggest guy on the street, man, So, yeah, it was a negotiated deal. And when you put it all together, we put all of these incentives and bonuses that he got for making this bet there into our spreadsheet, and we get to our bottom line, and it's actually a tiny, tiny fraction underneath 105. So we got him down at plus 3.5, minus 105, so actually slightly better than that. And, Frank says the other day, we're having a drink, and he goes, let's see, how dumb are we? He goes, we got the biggest bet in the world down at the best price. which is essentially what we did. And I mean, I'm not just sitting here to, gloat and blow my horn, but, just to tell everybody out there to shut up.
At the end of the day, a little bit less than minus 105.
Yeah.
There you go. Why DraftKings? He's bet there before. Why Colorado?
Well, DraftKings, good relationship. DraftKings was the one that broke through with the Astros bet and took the first $1 million from Mac, and then took several million beyond that.
And he's dumped some, right? Like, he hasn't won those bets.
No, he's lost most of those
there
bets.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Now, again, that's not a bad thing either, because it's a hedge. Yep. It's a hedge, so we don't care. When we get them hedged up, it doesn't matter what happens. We know it's almost preordained what's going to happen. Sometimes we're a little heavy on one side, heavy on one or the other, but it's pretty much we know where we're going to be. So if we lose it, in a way, that's really good, because he's going to make it back on the other side of the hedge. And now he can come back because they're playing with his money, the way people like to think. So DraftKings for that. Now, Mitch, you're the first guy to bring it up. Why Colorado? Now, why wouldn't that be a hint to somebody? The guy's, he's in Texas. He's closer to, Mississippi and other places where DraftKings are. Why would he go all the way to Colorado? There's all kinds of things. There's tax implications. Colorado's tax implications were better. So that's why we set it up and sent him to Colorado. And I'll tell you what, a lot of this is Mac. This guy is no dummy, man. I mean, he's thinking ahead, a step ahead all the time. And
there you go.
Making these calls. He's doing a lot of these negotiations. He's, Frank and I, he's doing more than negotiating than we are. And Frank and I are just analyzing it for him and saying, yeah, do this or go for that. And, we'll make this play.
You have any luck here?
We didn't try here. Last time we really had to bang on Vegas for not taking a bet. Yep. And this time we didn't even give him a chance. We didn't give him an opportunity because of the prior things. But I'll tell you, say one thing real quick. When I played with a lot of the tournament teams and all, I was playing with some of the greatest players in the world, and we'd all watch each other play. And you see somebody do something stupid, and somebody would, in the beginning, we'd bust them for it. We'd bust them for the move. And then we'd learn that there was a reason he made that move. And we had a saying, from that point on, don't judge if you're not in the seat, until you talk to the guy. And that's the situation here. Everybody was judging what they saw, and they didn't know what was going on. It sounds like I'm being defensive or something, but I'm not. I'm just going, everybody calm down.
You're telling the truth of what happened?
Yeah.
All the details.
It's taken care of.
Here's why are other business owners not doing this? They should be taking a page out of his playbook to copy this.
Well, he's unique, man. I'll tell you. I never seen a guy that can promote the way this guy can.
Well, who sells like him, though?
Yeah, that's
I understand it. This guy's been doing this for 30 years.
But I mean,
crushes it with the furniture.
Others have said this. This is probably better for him to do this than take out a $5 million ad during the Super Bowl.
It's way better. And
way better.
That's why. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Levels. There are so many levels that actually go into the. When you do an expected value equation, if you're really going to like a second and third level when you're doing expected value, you're putting in a whole bunch of things that people don't consider tangible. You're looking at things that are on the outside. Like PR value is gigantic, and that's a big part of it. Now, I'm not saying we factored PR value into that 105. We didn't. This was a hard number, but you put the PR value into it again, and the guy's getting it for he's probably getting plus money on it. When you add it all together.
Follow the money, Paulie and Mitch VSiN, Anthony Curtis, our guest, Las Vegas advisor, LVA_tweet on Twitter. We let you promote here, and this is how tough was this to put together? Your great members reward coupon book, and
that was a struggle.
Yeah.
That was a struggle. Every year we do something called Member Rewards, which is literally the best coupon package in the world to Vegas, or I'd say to any travel destination. I make a living putting it together and looking at the competition. I've never seen anything as good as ours or close. This year was tough. I mean, first of all, we had 30-some buffets last year, right? And there are no buffets. There's only South Point right now, right? So right off the bat, boom, the thing gets cut in a third. And a lot of places don't want to do, there's no shows. Usually we have shows.
Yep. Yeah.
So what we have is a lot of gambling. We had some pretty good dining and a lot of gambling, and we're going to a mobile platform this year, and we're going to have a lot of room deals because the casinos want people to come back and buy rooms.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got a lot of things in the hopper. You brought this. You always come prepared. Joe's Dash, multi-dollar drug bust to multi-million-dollar collections for Las Vegas casinos. Tell us about this.
Yeah, that's our latest book, and it's about a guy named Joe Dorsey. His wife is like second in command at Ellis Island, right behind Gary Ellis. And this is like these two. This is like a love story from TV, and they've just been together for years. And Joe has just always been a cop. He's been a cop of some sort, and he ended up because he got together with this woman. He married her, and he moved to Vegas. And he became head of security at a number of places. But his real claim to fame, he got into international marker collection. And we're like, okay, we'll take this book on because we've never written a book or we've never published a book about markers and how they work. The closest thing would be Whale Hunt in the Desert, Steve Sear, talking about, there was some marker stuff in there. But this whole thing is about how that whole thing worked. And this is the guy that came up with the idea that made markers collectible by the DA, meaning that a person who did not pay his marker back could be prosecuted like trying to turn a bad check. And he thought about it once. He was getting donuts and coffee. And he saw a thing saying, if your check bounces, we can prosecute you. And it just went boing. The light went off, went on rather, and he went back to his bosses and said, why can't we do this with markers? And he did, and it changed the entire industry. So it's like this guy's story.
Oh man, the stories that he must have.
There's a lot of action in there, man. There's a lot of action in this book.
How do people get it? Again, it's called Joe's Dash.
Yeah, you can get it at, certainly Amazon. Amazon's the easiest way now. Or you just go to LasVegasAdvisor.com. We sell it there for less than Amazon, so that's the place to go.
Great job.
You're the best.
Thanks for coming in and waking up early. Appreciate it.
Where are you watching the game on Sunday? Bar?
I'm going to be all around because I want to see. These questions you're asking me, I want to see if I'm right or wrong. And so next time I got a better idea when you guys ask me questions.
We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Pleasure.
And thanks for breaking down the Mac story.
It's all true.
Very good. Good job.
Okay, thanks.
Let's follow the money here on VSiN. Anthony Curtis, Las Vegas advisor. Up next, Teddy Greenstein's going to join the program live from Scottsdale, I believe, with PointsBet. Promos they're offering before kickoff, liability on the game, and how yesterday went at the Waste Management Open.
OddsTrader.com studio, Circa Resort Casino, OddsTrader.com. Download the free OddsTrader app right now. Start winning with up to the second info you need. Thanks to Alexander. You'll love the site. Real-time bet tracking, live in-game odds and stats, in-game tracking tools, and compare sportsbook sign-up bonuses. Visit today and always, OddsTrader.com. Teddy Greenstein from PointsBet joins us now. And let's start. We'll get to the Super Bowl in a second, pal. Let's start with the golf and PointsBet with the BetCast. How did that go?
Yeah, Paulie, thanks for asking, man. I was on air for 2.5 hours yesterday on Peacock Premium, so I don't know if there were a million people watching, but if you did, we appreciate it. It was groundbreaking because we've never done this for golf, and it was 2.5 hours of golf talk. Jay Croucher, our head trader, you guys know him. He was also on, and there was much talk about how quickly the odds change and some of the unusual betting opportunities that PointsBet offers, but I'm looking at this leaderboard. I want to know what the odds were that Matthew Neesmith, Mark Hubbard, Nate Lashley, and Sam Burns are your top four. I mean, I follow up closely. Hubbard is famous because of this bizarre little snail putting method he did where he gets down to the size of a child, about 2 feet tall. I don't know much about Neesmith, Lashley, and Burns. If you guys do, God bless you.
I think Wes Reynolds, who's here at VSiN, Teddy, he bet Neesmith and told people to bet him at 250 to 1.
Ah! Damn.
How about that? Yeah, I mean, the greatest bet so far that I've seen for the people who took Neesmith to finish in the top 40, that's 3 to 1 on that. Now, I had read a little bit yesterday that apparently he's very good on desert courses, so Neesmith has had some good results, but still, I mean, when you look at the big names, I mean, there are certainly guys lurking. Xander Schauffele is T6, and Horschel, and John Rahm, who was my pre-tournament favorite. He was plus 650 to start the week. He's fine. He's 3 under. But, not the leaderboard after day one that any of us was expecting.
All right, take us through it. Start with the action on the game, and then if you're seeing a significant line movement on some of the props, please.
Yeah, absolutely, Mitch. So in terms of the overall spread, it's still so heavily weighted to the Chiefs. 77% of tickets, 90% of money on the Chiefs right now. In terms of the total, I think we're getting some sharp money coming in on the under. So it started at 57.5, dipped down to 56. Still, way more is on the over, but the under is starting to hit. The money line, as you guys probably suspect, is heavier on Tampa. Tampa Bay plus 145 is getting more love on the money line, about 57%. So a perfect score for the books, rather, would be like Chiefs 27, Bucks 26, where the Chiefs win the money line, but do not cover, and the under hits.
And tell everybody about the GOAT insurance that you've been offering on the big game.
Yeah, it's still kind of bizarre and very creative. Big game GOAT insurance in honor of Brady and Mahomes. Play some money line bet on either team. If it loses, you get refunded in free bets up to $50. But your team cannot lose by more than 40 points, 43 in honor of Tom Brady. So it's basically, insurance on a $50 bet either side on the money line. Pretty sweet.
What do you have on props?
Yeah, so there's some great data here from Mike Horn and our traders. So we're seeing a lot of sharp action on these specific props. So, I think this is notable for bettors out there. Longest punt over 56.5. Longest field goal under 47.5.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa Bay total field goal attempts over 0.5. Ryan Sukup to miss a field goal. I mean, some of these are, sort of contrasting. This is an interesting one. Mecole Hardman over 25.5 receiving yards. So that is now 28.5. We got so much action on that. 2 more I'll give you. No player to have 100-plus rushing yards. The sharp action has bet this down from minus 500 to minus 400. And finally, this is always his number, Tom Brady rushing yards of 0.5. The sharps like the over, so it's gone from plus 175 down to plus 150.
Very good. Teddy, as always, thanks for the time. Enjoy the game. Good luck this weekend.
Hope all your best hits, guys. Have a great one. Thanks for having me.
You too.
One of the NEMA bets, they have a points bet. What's higher, the length of the first touchdown plus 225 compared to the jersey number of the first touchdown minus $3? It's pretty good. I like that. Up next, in-pocket plays that we have for the Super Bowl. I want to make the case. I've been waiting for like 2 weeks. I want to make the case here for a guy to go over, but it's dependent on another guy playing in the game. That's coming up.
Ace Rothstein was a hell of a handicapper. I can tell you that. I was so good that whenever I bet, I could change the odds for every bookmaker in the country. I'm serious. I had it down so cold.
When we were first hanging out together, he'd know if the quarterback was on coke.
What's at Columbia for 20?
If his girlfriend was knocked up.
20 times on Columbia.
He'd get the wind velocity so he could judge the field goals. He even figured out the different bounce you got off the different kinds of wood they used on college basketball courts, you know? He'd be working on this day and night. There was nothing about a game he was going to bet that he didn't know.
He's got down at 6. Charlie, he's down at 10.
Season after season, the was the only guaranteed winner I ever knew.
How many gamblers did I bail out last weekend with my game of the year? A $100 bettor made $10,000. A $500 bettor made $50,000. Well, I got 6 games on Sunday that I'm releasing absolutely free. These games are a burial, a blowout, a human lock. You can bet your unborn children on these 6 games. Absolutely.
The best scene in that movie by 10 miles.
Pacino, hey, take it easy.
Right. All right, here we go. Props that we have in the Super Bowl. Mike Evans under 63.5 receiving yards. Mike Evans under 4.5 receptions. This one, and I got some bad news yesterday because Antonio Brown was a full go. It looks like he's going to play. But if Brown doesn't play, this is going to be my biggest prop bet. Scotty Miller over 1.5 receptions plus 130 and over 18.5 yards. Do we have the graphic that we can pop up here on this? Check this out. Scotty Miller's game log this year. This is before Antonio Brown signed. The receptions and the targets. Look at that. Targets 6, 3, 5, 7, 2, 9, 6. And the catches were 5, 2, 3, 5, 1, 6, and 3.
Okay.
So he was productive. Brady went to him.
Sure.
Look at the game log for both players since Antonio Brown signed. Look at Scotty Miller. He goes down to 1 catch on 3 targets. 1-on-1, did not play. Only 1 target. Only 2. 3, 2, and 3. Look at Brown. The day that they signed him, the first game after they signed him and brought him in. 5 targets, 8, 13, 3, 5, 7, 6, and 14. And that's not even including the playoffs when Miller had a huge game against the Packers. So if we get news that Brown's not a full go today and he might not be, then I'm all in on Miller. If Brown plays, not so much. Okay. Darrell Williams, I already was leaning this way, but the breakdown by Paul Charchi, and if you missed it, by the way, it's VSiN Live on Twitter. We already tweeted out his breakdown in Darrell Williams. Fantastic. Under 30.5 yards rushing for him in the Chiefs' backfield. Other bets that we have, these were earlier in the week. Most red zone appearances, the Chiefs minus 115. Accepted penalty on the first drive plus 175. First accepted penalty, false start 3-1. Quarter to have the most points, fourth quarter plus 225. And I think I have one more page here. Yeah, a sack before a touchdown plus 115. Accepted penalty, there it is again. And the score the last 2 minutes in the first half, no plus 290. This does not include all of the futures that I have going into tomorrow night with the awards, where hopefully, knock on wood, it's going to be a very good night.
Yes, we'll be looking forward to that Sunday night to recap. All right, well, apologies. No good yesterday with the hockey finally. 2 to my own horn, and I got taken out. So, Blues loser, and then Florida blows a 2-goal lead with 2 minutes left. 5-3 with 2 minutes left. They lost the frickin' game. Give me a break. Okay. More points scored second half than the first half. That's at the South Point. Humans put me on that. I like that. But you got to lay 1.5. Hey, it's my go-to. I've had it in a headlock for 5 years. No defensive or special teams touchdown. Currently the best I found at 230, but you'll be able to do better than that before kickoff. Longest penalty under 19.5 yards. I'm going under.
Okay.
I don't think you'll see. I think they'll swallow the whistle. I don't think you'll get the crazy PI call either. So still, I mean, the personal foul roughing the passer doesn't hurt us here. Just can't have the crazy PI. I have over 50 bets with the squares, but the one I bet right away, Chiefs Bucks 6-3 after the first quarter. Flip it, both sides, 65 and 60-1. Field goal or extra point to hit either the crossbar or the upright, 4-1 at DraftKings. Good job, Johnny Avello. I love how it's worded. Quarterback to end the game with negative rushing yards, no minus 150 at William Hill. Punt down inside the 5-yard line at Bet Rivers, plus 330. Lost art.